Everybody's tired, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it, 나는 아무리 봐도 완벽한 나. I'm getting free, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on, 신경 꺼보다 같이. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on, 신경 꺼보다 같이. 나는 bossy, bossy. I'ma be alright, 'cause you know 나는 갑이야. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on, 신경 꺼보다 같이.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. You know us. My name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and joining with me today, of course, is the one and only Neeraj Sangle. I'm pumped. 1 week of a break from VCC, but we're back, Nikhil.
Exactly. We're finally back in action, and I'm absolutely feeling great. I kind of missed that Valorant action now, and finally I'm great to get myself back in it. How are you feeling? I mean, especially VCC, of course, it gets kind of like us pumped up, that's for sure, and it's always an honor.
It feels like I got wings because I'm so damn pumped and excited. And I mean, at this point, like even that 1 week felt like too much, so I couldn't wait. Yep. And we get to see some brand new teams from brand new regions today, the Pakistan and Afghanistan region specifically. I'm excited to see what differences these teams have to offer, how they put their own twist to the meta in general and bring out a new style, you know?
Exactly. Own twist, talking about own twist, of course. I mean, these teams, right, we talk about Salt Esports coming in as well, but hold on to my words there. Here's the prize pool, $33,000. Of course, massive chunk going to the first place.
Yeah, and still, I keep going back to that MVP of the tournament. It makes it valuable for you to actually put up those individual performances, not just to help your team, but to also secure an easy, nifty $1,500 in your pocket. So, hey, everything you do matters. Every little thing that helps push your team further and further to the main event matters a lot. So let's see which teams actually come out today. And talking about those, I'd like to ask you, the first matchup, Salt Esports versus Exploit Storm, very known teams, known variables in general, but the second matchup, a bit more of the unknown. Hey, for a second, I think we've just got the schedule on right now. As you can see, a bit of a break, but the next qualifier actually come by very much sooner as compared to the last one.
Exactly. I mean, we have been seeing that come by pretty much wherever sooner. But if you talk about the teams that are going to be colliding against each other, it's going to be Salt Esports and Team Exploit. And if you talk about these teams, you know, they have fought against each other in the past in the Jezba Pro Invitational. And honestly saying, I mean, Team Exploit has absolutely rolled over Salt Esports. But this time, I'm expecting Salt to actually learn something from their past mistakes.
100%, and I think a large part of that has to be what they bring through in their compositions. I talked about it earlier in my matchup analysis video today, which you guys should check out if you haven't. But like in general, the idea was that this Salt Esports team actually still plays that Jet Race duo, like the really old meta from about 3-4 months ago. They play that on Icebox, they play that on Ascent. So that's one thing I'm interested to see, because I always say comfort greater than better. But Raze is so damn nerfed that you gotta be hella comfortable to actually make it work. I want to see how they're able to do it off. Hat specifically, he's that Raze player. I want to see if he can actually make us, you know, tip our hat for him.
Exactly. I mean, Raze, of course, coming in with that duelist meta, you know what I'm saying? And always Jet and Raze are usually used to directly find yourself a room inside the site. And that's how they're usually used, right? Raze satchels coming into play, and then you have the Jet directly dashing inside. But here's the tournament explanation. 2 slots from India, then you have 2 slots from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Then you have 1 slot from Bangladesh, 1 slot from Sri Lanka and Maldives, 1 slot from Nepal and Bhutan, and then 1 will be coming out from the wild card. And then you'll be going to the Grand Final Playoffs, and then last chance qualifier.
This weekend, we're going to find out who's going to be the first team representing Pakistan and Afghanistan in the VCC Grand Final Playoffs.
Exactly.
And that's going to be very exciting, because with that comes a lot of bragging rights. There comes a lot of just pure reputation as well as motivation for yourself. You're like, you know what? I got through in the first try. And then, of course, there's the objective benefit of the fact that you get to watch the rest of the qualifiers, watch the other teams, prep for them, and bring all of that to the Grand Final Playoffs.
Exactly. That's for sure. You always got to watch each other out, you know. always got to learn how other teams also like to play, how are they adapting on the meta, and then try to put yourself back in there as well. But yeah, what do you think about these two teams coming up? I mean, we have seen them play in the past as well. So what are your thoughts about their individual gameplay?
I think Exploit Storm very much a team that is caught up to the meta. They play the double controller, double initiator, even on bind, which
Yeah.
honestly just makes me a little bit of a fanboy for them. I'm a big fan of that kind of meta, and I love the fact that they've already adapted. But let's take a look at the bracket and the matches we have today. Team Exploit Storm, that is TE for you, versus Salt Esports is the first one. And then Namak Boys versus Arrow, which is a whole nother Pandora's box altogether. So I won't guide us there right now. I'm going to keep us to Exploit Storm versus Salt because these are much more known quantities. And coming back to the question you asked me, which is, I think that the difference between the meta and what Salt does like to play is going to be a big, big factor. So there has to be considerable pre-match preparation with Salt to try and answer that.
Exactly, that's for sure. But one thing I can definitely tell you is that we're going to be getting a lot of Salt today. I mean, the way we are saying a lot of Salt teams. But yeah, talking about, in the past, these teams have been playing in, Haven. And this is where even Team Exploit kind of, just dominated Salt there. So, I mean, if we talk about some map bans coming out, maybe Salt, if they want to stop them, they will have to ban out, Heaven or either Bind. I mean, Bind, yeah, of course, Bind is kind of a map that I haven't personally been seen played a lot unless it's like a best of 5 series.
So from my knowledge regarding the vetoes from the quarterfinals, Salt actually naturally banned Bind, and Exploit Storm's strongest maps, in my opinion, are Bind and Split. So I feel like Bind should become 100% banned for Salt Esports. And when you go to Team Exploit Storm, it's actually the standard, expected ban for any top tier team. It is that map of Breeze. So I expect both the B words to get out of there, Breeze and Bind instantly gone, which leaves us with an interesting map one pick choice because I've noticed that Salt actually like to pick up Icebox, but given the fact that they play that double duelist Icebox without any KJ versus what I expect from Exploit Storm will be that standard composition, that KJ, Sage, Viper, post-long composition. I'm not sure if they want to pick up Icebox, but then you've mentioned how strong Exploit are on Haven. I've said how strong Exploit are on Split, so that leaves us only Ascent. Maybe they picked that up first, but I definitely expect Ascent to get into the best of the 3 vetoes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely me as well, because in the past we have seen, kind of absolutely Team Exploit has dominated Salt in the past. And these are the talent predictions coming out. So I kind of predicted her again. I said that, okay, maybe Team Exploit is going to be taking a 2-0. Same goes with CA, but Johnny here, giving a little bit of chances to Salt as well. And Ocean going all the way towards Salt.
and I love the fact that the audience predictions are so damn close, 56 to 44, because we know the audience is always right. The audience knows everything. They're the clairvoyants. They always know what's going to happen next. They know the script, so you can say, But then the idea, of course, is that I really like Exploit Storm coming into this. Both my predictions are the same because of the reason that it's not even the fact that they won the Jasper Cup Invitational. It's about how they were able to pull it off. And the way they were able to pull it off was strikingly similar to how international teams play the current meta. And when that comes up for me, as much as I like comfort over meta, the issue is if one team is playing pure comfort and the other has efficiency on its side, I'm a mad guy, I got to go with the efficiency.
Exactly. I mean, efficiency, of course, there, and experience as well. Team Exploit has been showing that since the past is a long time. And look at this. Bind has been picked. I said this as well. In the past, Team Exploit has dominated Salt in the Bind. And now they have picked Bind. And then, as you did mention, Ascent should be picked. And then again, Team Exploit picking themselves up that Haven map. And talking about Haven, I really want to talk about how they use the double duelist meta. And Team Exploit has been doing a great job, adapting towards it.
Now, I really like the fact that Split has been banned because, as I mentioned, Split and Bind are Exploit Storm's standout strongest maps. I expected it to be Bind because Salt have banned Bind in the future, but this is more like a gauntlet thrown at Team Exploit Storm. They're like, you know what? Bind, really good map for you, but we'll take you up to the challenge. Even though we've been beaten in the past, we know about our mistakes. We've reviewed them, we've prepped ourselves, and we are ready. But overall, as you said, that double duelist meta that will come through on Ascent and Haven, where the IGL in Storax will pick up the Jet for himself, it's going to get very difficult for...
Yeah.
Salt Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we take a look at that, you know, we already see Salt kind of going with with one jet as expected, and we thought about this, but now Team Exploit this time, though, changing a little bit of things up and going with that Raze play. Now, Shooter is going to be using that Raze. We already see kind of Gunner lock in that, you know, Brimstone for himself. So, of course, this is going to be really interesting, right? I mean,
Yep.
we do see those kind of two controllers already in the hand of Team Exploit, Viper and Brimstone. I really want to see how they're going to be playing that out.
Yeah, Brimstone is just such a beautiful agent to be picked up on Vine because in general, his strongest parts of his kit are his molly and the length of his molly really and his ultimate, and on Vine they just double down and become increasingly strong. So I want to see how it's actually used, but I want to talk about a pick from the side of Salt Esports. Breach picked up for Salt Esports with that Jet Sage combo. This is very interesting because generally I love the Jet Breach combo as a playmaker, but on Bind we rarely see it. And when we do, it feels like your play does become sort of one-dimensional. You're much more of the aggressive duo. You're trying to always take either lamps control or long control. And in general, even when the Breach is playing solo, the best position, rather the only position for him to play is B-Long, where he can play with his flashes. But for now, Salt Esports starting off on the defense. It's that Jet Breach that we talked about. Early playmaking, trying to take Shah's control.
Exactly. We already see the lad of Salt Beast. He has got himself a decent amount of position, but I feel like his position has been revealed now. But Gunner is there in the backlines to provide that extra bit of cover, but not really able to retreat back. And he's going to get punished instantly by King there. I really like how their treads have been happening back and forth, but the man advantage is on their side. Salt slowly and steadily moving up, but Team Exploit is looking really strong inside this push. They need to at least retaliate back in style, but Shooter is trying his best, but Casper is there to even things out. Spike should be planted in 1 minute exactly, and slowly and steadily moving up Hats as well, and that's going to be a Storax finding himself that flank kill as well. So slowly and steadily we are seeing Salt kind of losing this retake already.
King with the triple though, it's a 2v1 situation in the flavor of Exploit Storm. King could find his ace here. We'll see if he can do that. Stranger instead just gonna fake it, set up some shots, has found one, but the fact that Exploit Storm, you had the buddy system ready, they peeked together, they went for that double peek, are able to secure the round, and already in the pistol, very, very close, but my key component of this entire round, which you're gonna see on the replay actually, is the fact that Trick died so early. Trick dying that early into the round makes, even though the Breach actually managed to get one kill, it sort of renders null and void the whole point of that double Breach plus Jet combo where they can make things happen together using each other's strengths to cover each other's weaknesses, wherein Breach is not really a duelist and Jet doesn't have those flashes. So I want to see them try and make more plays together. If Trick is peeking, then I would have liked to see a flash and so on. But for now, they've changed their interest. They're instead hovering over a shot, and that means Exploit Storm, they get free Shah's control, they get a free ult point, notably on that Brimstone. The orbital strike coming online sooner is going to be extremely useful for Exploit Storm.
Definitely will be quite useful. I really like how the Viper wall is splitting over the A side. Still, you never know. You know, whenever they like to change their mind, they will probably. But on the other hand, they already do have that bathroom control initiated for themselves. So Team Exploit is trying to play some kind of mind games with the lad of Salt. Here comes the Wolf. Yep, Jet will be spotted out, and she has been stunned, and this is where the go call has been made for Team Exploit. They are going to be progressing it slowly, steadily. Yep, the Sky is there as well, gaining a lot of info with that flash. Nothing much can be done from the Jet as well. She will be instantly taken down. That's going to be it. The side control is in the hand of theirs. But what was that? Now they're getting dominated by Classics, but Shooter is there to kind of calm things down. But Capsule find himself another kill with the third one as well. What is happening? They're winning the fully equal round.
Wait a minute.
But Team Exploit is here to fight back. Stranger down to such low HP. And look at this. What's happening? And no! They're going to just steal it away. Salt! That was an incredible retake, even though they had an eco.
Exactly, a thrifty coming through for Salt Esports, meaning they reset the momentum immediately in their own side. Oh my god, this is so intense. And this, again, we wanted to see that Jeb Breach combo being used very well, and I feel like it did. Beast especially getting that kill was huge because it maintained Lamb's control for Salt, and because of that Lamb's control, a lot of attention diverted towards Beast himself. Even though he went down, it made sure that Exploit Storm couldn't get to the post plants they desired, and that put a dent in their expectations from how the round would go. Having won a Thrifty, Salt Esports, they've now got to buy for themselves. Again, that Jeb Breach combo going to shift over their presence, go over towards that shower side, which they're going to get for free. Hat's actually very aggressive here, smoking off A long and trying to set himself up there. The shot dart doesn't find any back up. Some spray just to try and get some damage. Instead, he takes some damage himself, tagged out as well, and has to back out. And I have to note, Necro, Hats himself, he's only played Raze on Bind previously. Shifting onto the Astra, I'm interested to see how he shifts from that duelist role to the controller role.
Exactly, it was the same. I also want to see how he's going to be making that massive shift there. But look at that Skybird. The flash is there on point, but Shooter, his shot's also on point. He's not going to be missing any shot at that point in time. Stranger trying to fight back from his position, but he has been pinned down. Gunner, though, is making that push aggressively. Trick finds one, but instantly it's going to get shut down. Solid Stranger is there as well, but Shooter, this man is looking pretty unstoppable. If they want to make the retake happen, he should be stopped, and yes, finally he is. One-on-one situation, Breach is live, but Storax peaks just in the right nick of time and will be taking him down.
Oh my god. Exploit Storm, this was not supposed to be the round. They had broken buys, only a couple of Sheriffs, a couple of Spectres in general against the Phantoms of Salt Esports, but Shooter finding those one taps absolutely humongous, able to pull back around. This is back and forth between these two fabulous teams, and it's giving us extremely interesting matchup to watch. Now again, the setups are going to change. They're going to leave that Astra on the solo B side, expecting a read even, expecting this A side push, using the Spectres to get Trick on that Jet aggressively forward. Exploit Storm just going to answer back, you know what, you can have that A side for yourself. We're going to shift our presence towards the B. The drone does not spot our Hats yet, but with the Wolf as well clearing out Hooker and the drone clearing out Long, Exploit Storm in the perfect position to actually go for the rotate now, because they should have expected Salt to have come through on their own.
I also want to point your direction, and that Shooter also has his ult up. That means this should be an easy entry on the side, but this is a beautiful ultimate. But Gunner, that Molotov is a 200 IQ play right there. It's just going to be giving them that easy free side. The side take has been there, 57 seconds, and the clock, the spike's going down as well. Just some random smoke scams out there, but Shooter going to be finding Hats through the smoke. This is going to be giving a lot of room for Team Exploit to work around, and that's going to be it. Team Exploit slowly and steadily shutting down the squad of Salt because they were on an eco.
Now going to look to try and chase Beast down. Soulmate will pick it up, and a flawless round for Exploit Storm will mean they go into the next with a really nice eco for themselves, a bonus to come through because of the Spectres they carry over, as well as 4 key ultimates ready for them. The Showstopper, the Viper's Pit especially catch my eye, because you can use the Showstopper to aggressively get into side, take control for yourself, set up the Viper's Pit to deny the opponent team from actually contesting the defuse, and then you have the Hunter's Fury and the Orbital Strike to play on post plant, which makes it unbreakable. Of course, we don't expect them to use all 4 of these ultimates in the same round, but the general idea is when you have a belt of such options in your hands, you generally are able to pull off the round in your favor. Now look at this again. The Viper on the lurk, same wall setup every single round from the side of Exploit Storm. They're making sure to condition Salt Esports into thinking it doesn't matter where the wall is, there's someone always there, and they're taking long control. A 2-for-2 trade so far. The Spike Carrier has been dropped. King popping off his Hunter's Fury, trying to look for something, but no tags found. Necro instead, he should be able to pick up the spike. It's really all on Casper now to find a kill before he gets taken out.
They do seem pretty desperate at this point in time. Casper has positioned himself on top of that wall. Still, Team Exploit is at least trying to find any kind of mistakes being made, and yes, Casper though, not going to be making any mistakes this time. Only has 10 bullets in his mag there. Maybe reloading should be his main priority for now, but they already do have that spike control in their hand. Team Exploit is in a massive world of trouble. They're definitely breaking a lot of sweat. At this point in time, Storax, though, does realize there is someone inside the teleporter. Spam's coming in from his side, not really going to be connecting, not really going to be doing a lot of damage. Beast, he wants to walk out, he probably will. Storax heard that and instantly backs off.
You can see Storax slowly coming back. There's not much for him to be able to do in this round. Just try to get some damage on the side of Salt Esports and potentially save his own gun. But with Trick's operator ready, Storax, he found one kill, but it's not enough. Salt will pull a round back and it becomes 3-2. And I have to talk about Beast especially in this round, because while the entire team went to the rotate, while of course Trick on the operator had to go back defensively to hold a long angle, Beast himself able to slowly lurk on that breach, not the agent we generally expect on that lurking duty, but he was able to pull it off, and him doing that pulled a lot of attention towards him and off of Casper. This allowed Casper to maintain his long angle and not get pressured from Hookah itself, allowing him to get a kill and a revive. That revive especially good. And now Trick, so damn aggressive with the operator. Down at short will shut down Soulmate instantly. Now, Exploitstorm still trying to take control. The Wolf has cleared out all of showers, but these breach flashes make it impossible to actually push your advantage.
Trick still holding the corner on the short there. Bathroom Zero is also being contested slowly, steadily. Beast's position has been given away, and here comes the ultimate from the bomb breach. And that's going to be stunning Gunner out as well, but Storax is there in the backlines, making sure he's not getting aggressed upon. I like how slowly Team Exploit is playing this situation out. They do know there's no point in just rushing inside like headless people. Maybe just try to play the situation out a little slow. 4 players are already on A side. Rotations happening here and there, but no, they do stand tall on the side. Trick finding himself the opening there. This is going to be putting Team Exploit in such an uncomfortable spot. And look at that, Casper as well opening things up, and Beast there to close things out.
A beautiful round picked up by Salt Esports, and for all of our viewers potentially wondering why that Rolling Thunder was invested so early into the Shah's control, I personally love the move, because I think the idea always was they knew because of that Sky's Trailblazer, the Shah's control was taken by Exploitstorm, so that was the re-aggression to deny and take back the Shahs from them. Because of that, they got the info that no players from Exploitstorm in Shahs, which means they're likely towards that A-shot angle, forces Exploitstorm to take the fights then and there, which works for Salt Esports perfectly. And at this point, Exploitstorm realized that they need to switch something up, and they're going to try to do exactly that. The wall now cutting off A short as well as lamps, meaning they have the option, as well as CT, meaning they have the option to just go for a hard rush into side. Instead, Storax on the lurk towards the Shah's mistaken.
Oh no!
Shah's control without revealing anything. The drone tags out Beast, and Soulmate gets the kill. The patience from Exploitstorm paying off. Now the Viper state set up inside. They should be able to get Spike planted. And look at this, Hats has some other plans. Able to take out Gunner and cause some chaos in the play.
Soulmate is on side. They do have the side control for themselves, but still they do not want to go for that spike plant just yet. You never know, you might just get pushed anytime. Do have that side control, but it still feels like Team Exploit is pretty uncomfortable in the situation they are right now. That was a beautiful outro coming out from that Sova. But here comes Stranger, walks straight in, gets 2 kills. The uninvited guest just does so much damage to them. And look at that shot from Trick. What was that? Now the last player has been spotted out. And Trick! Someone needs to stop this man. He's feeling himself.
Hello, Trick? What? Oh my god, those shots. The Shah shot especially were just beautiful tracking. He spotted out that Shah's player initially, knew that in that limited amount of time he would only be able to move that distance, and that's just insane tracking. I can't even move on a target that I see on the screen. Trick not even seeing him able to pull off the shot. The Blaze Storm top it all off, just absolutely clean, and you can see the defensive prowess of having that Sage as well as that Jet on an operator playing an anchored position really come out for Salt Esports. I think the way Exploitstorm can potentially break this is try and target the Astra whenever possible, because right now the way the Astra is playing is she is playing that solo role, not really as a playmaker, and that does mean that for someone who is not necessarily very experienced on that could be caught off guard. Otherwise, you purely just have to play in duos and make plays, and that works really well for the Breach, especially against this guy, because he has the option to step up the pace whenever he wants. Now again, Shah's control is the default for Exploitstorm. Every single time they are able to take it, but this time they're playing very defensive defaults, waiting for the aggression from that Breach Jet combo to come through so they could defend it, but discipline is shown by Salt, and this op on Long, I think it's going to pay off, Necro.
definitely is going to pay off. Look how they're rotating all the way from T-spawn towards kind of B. They're leaning on B really heavily here. Seems like hookah push might just be coming in anytime soon. King, you better do something before you peek this angle because the op is ready to take you down. And Trick, we do know this man. He's not going to be missing such kind of an easy shot. Casper as well doing a great job holding the hookah angle, but the trade is there instantly. Shooter peeks it at the right nick of time. Now Salt is doing quite a great job keeping Team Exploiters on their knees now. They have been doing a great job defending this entire side out. Stranger spotted, instantly taken down, overexposing himself in that angle, and he will have to pay the price for it. Beast position has been compromised. Shooter does know there is someone inside the TP. Beast slowly, steadily pushing inside. The blind is there as well, but he doesn't expect Shooter to be in the left angle. I don't really know why he looked at the right side first.
A bit of a weird situation there. Now the Cosmic Divide is set up to go for the retake, but the Guiding Light's ready. As soon as they hear even a faint touch of that diffuse, the Guiding Light comes out, but Hats, the Cloudburst was set up for Trick to go for the diffuse, and Hats playing a tiny corner where the hookah angle was not covered by the Cosmic Divide, able to shut down the hookah players first and then finish it off with a triple for himself on those long players. Playing around that Cosmic Divide beautifully. I really do hope we get to see that in the replay, because Exploit Storm, I feel like at this point getting side control is huge. But look at this, Hatch just playing under that corner, where once that Cosmic Divide is set up, you're not gonna check 9 out of 10 times on both long and short. He's not exposed from long, he has easy kills on hookah, and just an easy round picked up for Salt Esports. They're once again going to default back to that A short wall covering off Lamps and the defender's side spawn. This time, contested is the showers default from the side of Salt Esports. Given the fact that this is a semi-buy of sorts from Exploit Storm, should be a comfortable win for Salt Esports.
They contest the A area. That will look at Trick connecting another shot. The bathrooms area still being held on to that breach though. But Stranger, the Hunter's Fury is out, not really able to find anyone on the shard. But that did a quite great job delaying anyone there. And that's just going to be it. Within a blink of an eye, the entire squad of Team Exploit has been wiped out.
There has to be a way for Exploit Storm to get Trick off of this operator, and right now I think the best way has to be just executes. They have the showstopper ready, they have the Sky Seekers as well, because right now if you give Trick the time to position himself the way he wants to, you can see clearly the lad's not missing his shots. And when that operator becomes such a crucial factor in Salt Esports defense, especially with the economy they built for themselves now, you can't really deny the operator by just winning plain rounds. You have to keep back-to-back punishing them. And considering that there's only 3 more rounds left in this half, it's no longer about denying the operator. It's just about trying to shut him down. So with this timeout, I really want Team Exploit Storm to come back for those executes, and this is doubly important, like on a subtle undernote, because of the fact that the Viper wall that you regularly see, we talk about this on Icebox a lot. It's very important to play a conditioning style around it. It's very important to put the fear into your opponent's minds that once that Viper wall is down, there is 100% a possibility of an execute or a look. They have to think both, because if they think there's never an execute coming, they're never scared.
That's for sure. But again, we clearly do see Team Exploit leaning heavily onto that A side. Viper wall should be there anytime, as soon as the game does really start. We have been seeing Sol kind of just always throwing that Viper wall towards A, and yes, the same thing has been done again. Maybe he just doesn't want anyone from Lamps to actually snipe him out there. But Astra is holding that angle, and it seems like this time she's not going to let them go that easily.
A heavy stack towards that showers area from the side of Exploit Storm. They're trying to push in. The short angle held by this operator on Hats, actually. And Astra carrying an operator is not something we get to see often. But look at this. Let's see people. There's showstopper coming out now. Does find nothing, actually. Just a little bit of damage. And just like that, Salt trying to move in, but Hats has already got him killed. Casper with another. Salt pushing Exploit Storm down, crushing them into pieces. But Shooter and Thorax, they're pulling it back. It's 2v2. Stranger to make it a 2v1, leaving it down just as Thorax does have a Guiding Light out just about now. He's going to use the Trailblazer to get some initial info, but with the spike nowhere near him, this is going to be a very daunting round.
This is going to be a very daunting round. Just as we blinked our eyes, it's down to a 2-on-1 situation now. Thorax not really looking good when it comes to his bullet count. Finally reloads his gun. But look at that, it's a phantom battle going on. That was a beautiful flash from his side. Did quite a lot of damage, but finally Stranger strikes back and take him down.
Oh my god. The economy is so strong now for Sol Esports that they're able to put their former duelist player hats. I mean, I'm sure he's going to pick up the duelist role on a couple of other maps, but on this map, he's playing the Astra. Now picking up the operator as well. Now they're going back to that single op. So I like that it was just a pocket strat. They're not really going to try to push it as much as possible. Instead, they used it once to punish Exploit Storm for that particular round. And now they're going to go back to their standard defaults. The Jet Breach playing together to take shots control, while two other members take that long for themselves. The Sage, of course, on hooker duty. She's just going to wait for some noise before she walls it off. Now, a heavy, long contest. Beautiful spray by Hats. A second as well to drop the spike carrier. Does get traded out, and that does mean a weapon will come through, but the shock darts are too good from Stranger. Make sure that Hats' death is not in vain.
For now, Team Exploit is absolutely getting dominated. This is not what any of us expected. Honestly, Salt is doing a great job keeping Team Exploit on their knees. Here comes the Wolf from her side as well. Tiger is there to scout any kind of areas out, but look at that shot from Casper. Just going to be completely shutting him down. Casper healing himself back up, also has that resurrection in his hand. That's a beautiful flash from his side, but it doesn't matter. Casper's reflexes are just on point today.
Last round in the half.
It was a rocky start, Necro. It was a rocky start for Salt Esports. They lost the pistol, they pulled back with a Thrifty, but then they lost the subsequent next two rounds to make it 3-1. But since then, they won 7 rounds back-to-back, and their players just look like they're hitting impossible shots. Hats himself through that smoke. Expected someone to be just on the edge of it, setting up that utility. That's what really carries over the sky. It takes a second to set it up. And if a player like Hats has the right game sense, then you can punish it heavily. Now look at this. Casper is able to get one kill, but Storax with the trade does mean that Hookah is now vulnerable. Option for the side of Team Exploit Storm to push through if they can. Instead, though, they're going to look to make it a split to B approach. Soulmate will find one kill. The instant trades coming through, but all of these trades resulting in area advantage for the side of Team Exploit Storm. But the ultimates now coming. Rolling Thunder will deny that Hookah push from coming through. The Trailblazer does go through a little late, does get instantly shut down, and Trick, even though he doesn't get a kill, does damage. Storax still able to find the trade. It's down to the IGL to pull back the last round in his team's favor, but it's not going to happen. Salt Esports with now an 8-round win streak, taking a demanding and an outstanding lead in this first half.
Switching sides.
Definitely, they did do quite a great job getting that, first half domination going. That's going to be setting them up in the future rounds as well. And now this pistol round is going to be really important for Team Exploit. If they're not really able to do that great in this one, then maybe problems might just knock their door. Here comes the timeout from their side as well, from the side of Salt. And now they want to make sure, Salt wants to make sure how they're going to be planning their attack strategies, because they have played against each other in the past, so they probably do have a rough idea of how each other play.
Absolutely, Necro. And I think this pistol round is going to be extremely important. Now, Exploit Storm did win the first pistol in the first half, but the fact that you can see Salt have taken a timeout, it means that they're making sure they set up their first 3-round strategy exceptionally, and that's going to be very important, because if you can break the pistol, then you get yourself in a position where you're almost guaranteed that 11-3 scoreline, and from there, all you need is one by win to get to match point, and that's really the reward of having played so well on the defensive side themselves. Now, talking about Exploit Storm, a ton of utility in every single agent. They carry a possibility with them to easily pull off a comeback, because on the defensive side, having so much utility makes it almost impossible for the Breach and Jet to play that flash and dash combo. Having said that, when you have that much utility, you also have a lot of responsibility to execute properly, to use that utility in the right situation. A tiny mistake and this map could just slip out of Exploit Storm's hands. Right now, Salt in control, and they're going to try to maintain that control. The pistol, it's really up to Trick. He's hit those insane shots. Let's see if he can do it again.
Probably should do it again, because Trick definitely has a point-and-click aim, without a doubt. He has been doing a great job. He has been doing a phenomenal job up till now. But again, the rest of the team also needs to kind of step up there. But on the other hand, Team Exploit Gunner just making sure, just, kind of peeking out, peeking out that angle. Making sure no one's there. And yes, Casper has spotted Gunner out, but no shots really given away. I really like how safe they're trying to play in these kind of situations initially. Salt as well, not really showing any kind of presence. This is where mind games are being played with the lad of Team Exploit. And finally, here comes the Astra smokes being deployed. The owl drone as well to kind of back them up, but the owl drone has been flashed in the right amount of time. But look at this, here comes the fast push from the lad of Salt. They do realize that it's a do or die situation, rather get it now or it's too late. But here comes that TP instantly to the B side. As soon as the rotations happen, they completely strike back on the complete opposite direction. The Soul is there on the side trying to fight back, gets two back-to-back. Trick is there as well in the back line still. He will trade things out, and now they do have that elbow control towards themselves. Each and every single defender is near the CT spawn, and I really want to see, is this retake going to be happening? Because they already do have that man advantage going inside, so Team Exploit do look pretty strong inside this retake, but it doesn't matter. Trick strikes again.
Now Shooter getting one kill. It's down to a 1v2 in the favor of Exploit Storm, and both players pushing in. Shooter goes for the knife and he gets it. A bit of the added to the spice that is already there. Like, definitely gonna bring out some Salt in Salt Esports' side. But hey, we talked about how important the pistol was, and I have to give props to Soulmate. Getting that one kill itself was good enough when they were pushing into him. The instant flick to get a second, absolutely humongous. Of course, we get to see that in the replay. This kill onto Hats was huge, and because of that, it denied an open plant. It denied any sort of post plants. Trick tried his best to surprise with his elbow push, but at that point, it was too little too late, and Salt able to not pick up the round. Instead, Exploit Storm getting back the momentum in their favor. Now with the buys, they have the opportunity to actually get a win through those buys, not give away a thrifty. But because of what happened in the first half, I'm not going to get my bets in just yet. These two teams are extremely good, and honestly, it could go either way.
Honestly, can go either way. We did not even expect Salt to dominate so much inside this game. Our kind of bets were onto the lads of Team Exploit. But out of nowhere, they have flipped tables in their favor, and I really like to see such kind of variety. Just kind of jump peek in that angle here, Soul MA, just making sure no one's aggressing too much onto the long side. And he's doing quite a great job. He's gathering a lot of info. Up till now, he knows that hookah is not being contested, but I also like how safe Salt is playing this out. They still haven't really made any kind of sound. No visual info given as well from their side. And look at this, observing beautifully towards that Sage. Stranger is just in the back lines, making sure he's providing that kind of backup, but push came in out of nowhere within a blink of an eye. 2 kills happened instantly here and there. Back and forth happening. The trades are happening here and there, but Soul M8 will find himself Casper, but Hats is there to trade things out. This should give them a decent amount of side control and even a decent amount of map control. But Team Exploit shooters from the back lines, that's a beautiful flank, and that's it. Team Exploit do also have that man advantage in their hand, and Storax does not expect Beast here. He's going to be finding himself a free kill, and that's going to be setting him up for success. But Stranger's HP is down to 2. That means he is invited for a lot of problems right in his pockets there. Beautiful nade from Shooter. That's going to be forcing him out of his position. Beast is there on the short side. His position has been compromised. Here comes the stun, but not really able to do much. Now King is there with good HP. Let's see what he can pull off.
The recon gonna come through, give information about Beast's position, but he already knew that. He needs to clear out Stranger first, but Beast instead gonna give away the isolated 1v1. Stranger not peeking, and King expects him to come for the wrap around, but Stranger coming back to the same place. A very weird round, very questionable decisions from both of the teams. Like, for example, in that 2v2 position, I would not stick the defuse because you have more than enough time. You know for a fact that Beast is on the lurk because he just kills Thorax towards that B shot angle and is going to come through likely from that A shot. Since Beast is definitely going to come through from that A shot angle, you expect the person who actually planted the spike, in this case Stranger, to be somewhere around the lamps area. So I would have expected Salt to actually rush through, clear out lamps, and then try to find the 1v1 towards the breach, because instead now they find themselves at a pseudo crossfire where Stranger, even though he's at such low HP, is able to create such high impact. Definitely a mistake from Exploit Storm. It's going to cost them because once again, they lose that Spectre round, they lose the anti-eco. And for Salt, they pick up double kills now. Lamps control taken, Trick able to spin through and find a triple for him.
Oh my god!
Trick pulling out some nasty tricks from his hat.
That's absolutely incredible. This is what they needed as well. Now that's going to be granting them that side access easily. On the other hand,
One
Team
enemy.
Exploit, they're not really having the time of their life, and there we go, Trick. Someone needs to stop this man, or else he's going to be showing a lot of tricks inside this game. Now, one last man alive, so slowly and steadily moving in, but it doesn't matter. Trick is there. He's just going to be walking it out, just like a casual stroll on a summer's day.
Oh my god. Salt Esports currently dominating Exploit Storm, and they have no answers. I have to say, it looks like the comms are a little bit off. This buy round is going to decide everything, because right here, Exploit Storm, they have to pull it back, because otherwise it's match point for Salt Esports, and they prove that we talked about how important that pre-match preparation was going to be coming into a map that is generally expected to be very strong for Exploit Storm. They proved that they've got that pre-match preparation on point. They played that jet race even on bind in the qualifiers. You expect them to carry on that through, but this time they actually changed it up. The breach pick coming through. Beast is playing absolutely amazing, continuously able to create impact even with or without his jet partner. You can see Beast again on that solo. This time he actually has the spike on him, so was hoping that he wouldn't get a little too aggressive, but look at this 3-stack for the side of Exploit Storm on that long area. They've got Showers control as well, so they naturally expect Hookah control to be gone over to Salt Esports, and with this guiding light, they actually find out that there's player of Salt Esports in that courtyard area. So right now, the positions of power in the hands of Exploit Storm, it's just a matter of how long can they hold on to it for.
But take a look at the spike as well. The breach has the spike, and it's kind of leaned onto the A side there. Beast, though, slowly and steadily, not really committing. He's making sure he's not giving any kind of info, but look at this. Here comes the rotation. The intentions are pretty much clear now that they want to do an A hit again, because Salt has been doing an A hit successfully since a long time. So why not? You might as well go for it again. And this is what they're doing. Here comes the utility usage as well. It's going to be on point pretty much. And here comes that fast push. Trick again inside the bathroom area this time, but it doesn't matter. King just finds him with that random spray. And Trick this time, though, he's not really going to be having his time of life. But here comes the Outdrawn, just making sure, gathering that info, but he has slipped away. He hasn't really spotted anyone out. And look at King, his Outdrawn has spotted someone out in the U-Haul, and it seems like he does know. He's pretty oblivious about his position, but it doesn't matter. Salt Beast has found himself that opening onto the side. This is going to be opening a lot of opportunities. Gunner as well, finding himself too. Casper trying to fight back. But look at this Team Exploit Storax, though, trying to make himself that off angle. And for now, Team Exploit is doing quite a great job retaking this side. Beast's position is on point, and here comes the ult. This is going to be throwing them so off guard. Shooter taken down, but Storax connects that crucial headshot onto Beast.
And he should have more than enough time to pull off the defuse. Thorax able to pull off that round. It was so close because Beast with that Rolling Thunder had two opponents in front of him who had barely any HP. So the fact that Thorax actually hit himself, normally I would say in a 2v1, you need to stay grouped together to make sure that even if one person goes down, you find the kill. But because both of them were stunned through that Rolling Thunder, it was important that Thorax hide himself, wait out that stun, and then pick up the kill onto an unsuspecting Beast. Now, with that round one, a bit of a breathing room for Exploit Storm, but still their economy is in a dire position. They have one Bulldog, one Spectre, and two players on those light shields, which does mean that they're gonna have to heavily rely on the utility to get them to nullify their advantages that Salt have in terms of weapons. Now, talking about utility, the Viper's Pit to shut down A-Shot. Look at Beast, he's got no fear, easily just moving in. He's got a ton of information for his team, because of the fact that A-Shot is in full control for himself, knows exactly where he can expect Soulmate. Just a single bullet to clear him off.
Just a single bullet needed there. But I really like how, he's not scared of anyone there. Outdrawn is there to make sure that the Viper's gonna be backing up. But look at this angle being created. He did not expect Beast to just push it, and Beast, that is an absolute beast in these kind of moments. Seekers down from the sky as well. But this time it seems like the Seekers are not gonna be doing much. But King, though, of course, that breach. Blast Cannon doing a lot of damage onto King. Not really able to back off in time, and that's gonna be giving them so many opportunities. The side is completely open. Salt have the entire side control. Team Exploit have a lot of burden on their shoulders. They need to realize that they need to get the side control back in time. And this is what they're trying to do. But look at Storax. A good find out, a trick there. Another find being done out from Gunner. But Gunner is doing a great job in that nade from Shooter. And Shooter finds another one. Casper taken down easily. And what a way to close out that round.
Absolutely. I think the plant itself did work out a little bit in Exploit Storm's favor because of the fact that they had pushed through aggressively in from B. They had the B shot control, and because of that, they went from the retake all the way from A shot. Now, with that Sage Wall set up, normally you expect with that plant, you have A shot control for the attackers as well as lamps, because then you, even if the lamps player does go down, you can play on the retake. But because they were all stuck towards the lamps area and behind the site, easy kills picked up for the side of Exploit Storm and a beautiful retake gone through. Now, still, their economy still hurting because they have a couple of Bulldogs and one Light Shield, but they're slowly recovering it back. They're slowly pulling back some momentum, and this is the sort of consistent gameplay they need if they are to pull off a comeback, because right now, Salt are not giving up. But look at this, Soulmate already using his snake bite beautifully to render one player vulnerable, and with that spam pick him up. First blood towards the side of Exploit Storm, and it does look like neither of these teams like the attacking side of point.
They definitely are not comfortable, that's for sure, but the two controllers are coming real handy in the defending side. Already we see kill feed kind of opening up, dancing around. Trick, he's getting surrounded from both sides. Nothing much can be done. If you're in his position, Soul though will finally take him down. Beast trying to fight back in this position. Two flashes already being utilized. Now Beast need to play this out in the aim game only. He doesn't really have any kind of abilities that can give him any kind of advantage in these kind of situations. Here comes the Orbital Strike is inbound as well, but Beast is trying his best to fight back, but it doesn't matter. King will close it out with the Hunter's Fury.
11-7, and with this round, Exploit Storm definitely putting their stamp on the comeback. It's on for sure. With the economy of Salt Esports broken, they're gonna have to go for an eco. Now they do have all 5 ultimates already, so even with that eco, especially with that reject combo, if you can use that Blade Storm as that fill-in for a weapon, get that Rolling Thunder to get Trick in a really good position, then maybe you can pull something off. But right now, you can see Exploit Storm, they're very comfortable in their defaults, and a bit of a gamble here from them. They're switching up their Viper wall, no longer contesting showers, instead using it to just cut off the entire site itself. And this does mean that they're going to play very defensive positions. As you can see, both the players on the back of the site, this because of the fact that their team trying to take aggressive long control. Now Trick on that Blaze Storm, we talked about how he could fill in for a weapon, already picked up 1 kill. Shooter with the trade, pulls out his showstopper, but the updraft on time. Trick is able to get away, but his health bar does suffer. His knives are out. The recon will reveal everything. And Exploit Storm will push them away, take them down piece by piece.
That's an absolute great recon from their side as well. Team Exploit doing quite a great job, turning all the defending rounds in their favor. And look at that push coming in. Stranger catching one off guard. I did not expect him to do that. Jumps out like a hero, finds himself one, but Gunner is there to shut him down instantly. Beast slowly and steadily trying to crawl up from the long side, but Gunner has them both smoked, so he should not be able to find any kind of visual info. He has been tagged as well. Now intention is pretty much revealed. It's a 1-on-3 situation. The advantage is looking in the hands of Team Exploit, but you never know. We have seen some insane clutches in the past as well, and he might just clutch it out. Still, Sova has the recon bolt out, making sure if Beast pushes in, the recon bolt will instantly be sent, and yes, it was. Shock darts inbound as well, making sure Beast is staying in his limits. He's not crossing them. Slowly and steadily, Beast wants to make it inside the side, but he's running out of time, and Beast makes it kind of a do-or-die situation, so he was like, okay, I might as well commit and try to do some damage.
Definitely, that was the right call, but no damage done. And I feel like finally, Exploit Storm actually getting some breathing room for themselves. They built up a decent economy. They've built up a really nice momentum, and their defaults do not seem like they can be broken. Now going to switch it up. That Viper Sova duo moving over to the B side. And in general, you can understand from the setup that Exploit Storm is employing that this Viper Sova combo, it's all about anchoring down a site and then using that Sova for mid-round info. On the other side, you have those the Brimstone, Sky, and Shooter on that race, moving through, continuously creating space, contesting potential power point areas for Salt Esports and taking back areas that they have lost. And this is why you can already see Shower's control gained for Exploit Storm, and with Hookup completely on a defender's node, the Viper's wall will be making them vulnerable. This is going to be extremely difficult for Salt to pull off. Having said that, the Rolling Thunder, that's what you got to keep your eye on.
A lot of sound cues being given away from the lad of Salt, maybe thinking that the rotations will happen, and yes, it has. Finally getting themselves that B-side controlled easily. Didn't really have to struggle anything, but it's still a 5-on-5 situation. No casualties yet on any side. Both the teams are looking pretty good, and I really like how Trick has positioned himself. And Casper as well. Kind of a little crossfire being set up from these lads. Flashes out from Sky. They should give decent amount of info. And that's a good satchel. It forced him out of his position. And then he found a kill. But Salt is there. But Beast is there. Strange is there to kind of trade things out. But it doesn't matter. Team Exploit is doing a great job holding Salt behind in their position. Seeker's out. Now Hat's position has been compromised. Storax knows where he exactly is. And that's going to be it. The last man falling down and Storax closing things out in his favor. I like how beautifully he used those Seekers. That just revealed his position easily.
100%, and a lot of key ultimates being used by Salt Esports in that round to no avail. They don't pick up the round, and now without those ultimates, without that eco, they're in a position where it's going to be really hard for them to come back. Even though they've got the lead, I feel like the momentum is so tightly in the favor of Exploit Storm that it's actually Salt Esports that has to make the comeback. Now look at this setup again. Both the smoke and the wall invested. So the Viper hell-bent on making sure nobody pushes in through hookah. And even if the Sova is pushed through outside long, the wall is still there for them to maintain their sightlines and deny long. On the other side, this time Exploit Storm actually not being very aggressive, not taking control. And I think this is because of the fact that they expect a semi-buy to come through from Salt Esports. They don't want to give those short-range battles. Instead, playing defensive positions, waiting for them to peak and using those guiding lights to get continuous info for themselves.
This round is really important for Salt, even for their economy. They're not really looking good. Kind of on semi-buys this time. I mean, Team Exploit have been winning rounds back-to-back. That's a good bait right there. Tiger to bait things out and Gunner peeking it without. But now Trick slowly, steadily moving inside from the shore. Here comes the dash from Trick. But not really able to find any kind of opening. He's slowly backed up. The nade was there as well. Trick wanted to push inside, but because of that nade, he wasn't able to. Look at Shooter. He's being really aggressive, but that pull is there. Oh my god, so much damage has been done. Team Exploit trying to fight back, and yes, they have already found themselves 2 openings. On the other hand, this was kind of a semi-buy being done from the lad of Salt, so this round is really important. And look at that, Soleil made as well, finding himself that opening. Gunner taking another one down. The last man should be taken down in no time, and yes, he has been.
Exploit Storm now with a flawless round, 11-10, all the way from 9-3 after those first couple of rounds. They've been absolutely flawless as this round was in the way they're able to pull back the scoreline in their favor. Now for Salt, again, like you had noticed, the way they want to play is that Breach Jet initially creating the space and then the rest of their team following up to cut off particular areas with the Sage Wall and then get the plant down. But even in the last round, when the Breach flashed that Lamps area and the Jet tried to dash in, first Gain Show came out and then the triple peaks to make sure that the Jet is actually not creating space. Instead, she's stuck in a tiny corner without any support from their team because they are only playing that solo duelist. If you have that Jet Raze, then the Raze can double satchel in to give support to her co-duelist. But without that, the Jet does feel like she's being isolated a lot, and just like that, the setup's changed again back to their defaults. Be-long control is the name of the game. They've already picked up first blood and dropped the spike carrier.
I really like how they kind of switch things up here. 3 people on B side this time. Shooter overextending himself, got traded out instantly, but Gunner is always there. He has his teammates back. Trick now. He does realize the spike has been dropped, so slowly and steadily making his way towards long, but I'm sure Gunner's not going to let them pick that spike up that easily. Soul from the back line doing a lot of work. And Soulmate needs to be taken down if they want to get this one in their hands. The Tiger has spotted Trick's position out. And yes, he will be taken down even from the back lines and even from the front lines. There was Gunner.
11-11. We talked about how you can't rule out Exploit Storm. We talked about how strong their composition gets on the defense because of the sheer amount of utility available in their hands, and it's paid off. 11-11 now, and it doesn't look like they're stopping anytime soon, especially if you look at the eco situation from the side of Salt Esports. 3 Spectres, effectively a force buy now, with 1 Spectre even having a light shield. So Salt Esports in a very sticky situation. They've been put in a place where they've got their hands stuck in the candy jar and it's not getting out anytime soon because Exploit Storm like it the way it is. Again, switching up their default, this time contesting showers. They get a lot of info as well as an all point for themselves, and this really is the info to the opposite side of their map that, hey, B side is where you can expect pressure. Just play defensively, you've got the backup incoming.
Exactly. I've said this in the past as well, but I just feel weird when I see Soa and Sky in the same team. But okay, I'm gonna hold on to my words because the push is already being made in the side. A lot of side control has been established from the lads of Salt. Astro Smoke's been deployed as well. This should create a lot of problem for the lads of Team Exploit to get at least a retake going on for them. Storax has his bird out, making sure he wants to find as much as info as possible, but I also like the post plant's position being taken from them. So Team Exploit needs to walk in slowly, and Stanley Hass is there to trade things out, but Team Exploit not far behind. 2-on-2 situations out of nowhere within a blink of an eye situation. Tables have been turned. Solimate there, and I really like how he got himself tucked in that corner, pushing through that smoke. This is going to be changing a lot of things at this moment. Solimate has no clue. Casper's tucked in that corner, but finally realizes that, and Casper will be taken down, but I don't feel like there's enough time. There's not enough time. Unfortunately, TE runs out of time. Team Exploit. I mean, good try though.
Match point.
Definitely a good try, but because of that, this becomes map point for Salt Esports here. That Rolling Thunder getting so much value for Salt Esports, able to not just delay the defuse itself, but also make sure that Casper's position not revealed for the longest of times. He's able to just hold on. Even though he goes down, doesn't get a kill, he is able to make sure that the timer goes down and their team gets the round win. Now still, they lost most of their members in that round, so it does mean that Eco is still in a bad situation. They've got only 3 Spectres. Exploit Storm really have only got to hold long angles, and they should automatically win out on those gun battles. But on the other side of the map, I want to see a bit more dedicated approach from this Viper server, because now that their default has been broken, now that B-site has been exposed, you want them to try and commit to one particular area, especially if their team is happy to play on the retake the way Exploit Storm have. If you can hold on to that hookah angle and make that Sova more of a sentinel rather than initiator, really, when he's using his shock dust to delay and stall, not to deny entry itself, then it makes sure that when Storax and his 3-man gang with shooter and gunner come in, it's an easy retake all around.
Again, the same kind of setup we have been seeing. A default setup from them. Team Exploit, 3 players on A, 2 players on B. Viper on B side again. Kind of an interesting move here. I really like how they're easily predicting what Salt is trying to do, but that Molotov's preventing a lot of things happening, but the jet dash is there. Gunner finding him while running, a blind spray coming in, still connects it, but the trade's happening here and there. Hunter's Fury will find himself that opening. That should provide them at least a decent amount of entry inside the side, but here comes some blind cover fire. Gunner is doing a great job keeping up against the lads of Salt, but look at this!
My God.
What is happening? The shock darts just finding so many kills. That's a good find right there. Finally teleporting, using that teleporter. And again, he's making himself, he's coming back to A side because Astra is there as well. I really like how he's playing those mind games, but this is what Team Exploit has realized as well, because they haven't really heard any kind of presence on the B side.
That's gonna be able to clear off lamps for now. Stranger just waiting for him to actually clear off the site before he can move in. But I really like this from Exploit Storm. They're playing mind games with Salt. They're holding on the edges, the angles the Hats should never actually try to clear. And because of that, the moment they hear the spike going down, you can expect that retake to start. The Hats is able to shut one down, but Storax ready with instant take coming in from heaven, trying to hunt down Stranger. And this time in a 3v1, Stranger is going to have an impossible task at hand. Soulmate will pick him out, and I love the fact that they were able to play that Sova in a much more defensive position, utilizing the tiny corners in the lamps area. It's a tiny area. You can't really hide. There's, I guess, one hiding spot in that copy, and those shock turrets made mincemeat of Salt Esports, able to just shock them. I guess there's no better way to say that. But I also like the fact, something we didn't see on the screen, we might see right here, if you notice, that Viper over towards that defender side spawn had lined up her snake bites to land on the area where Salt Esports actually want to plant the spike. So they couldn't plant the spike. Their wall had cut off access from them into the site itself, and they were stuck in the lamps area, which King utilized perfectly. This sort of synergy in the utility usage from the side of Exploit Storm is extremely important, because that's exactly what their composition demands. 12-12 now, overtime in map 1 of our semifinals 1. I think this describes how our day is going to go.
Overtime, baby. Here we go. Sheesh! I like this. I like this. I like where this is going. It's getting real intense real soon. Trick's position pretty much spotted. Outro should tag him out. He doesn't really have any other choice rather than take TP or dash out of that. But decides to take DP. And at least he should be looking safe for now, but he needs to rotate all the way back to B side, and it's going to be a real daunting task for him. Team Exploit found themselves that entry. They have been doing decent for now because the entry has already been found. That means they also do have that man advantage, but it really depends how they're going to be holding on to that post plant. And Shooter though, getting himself 2 kills, that's just going to be giving them so much edge over the lads of Salt, and this is where things are not really looking good. Stranger, but taking Shooter down, this is at least going to be putting a full stop onto his performance for now. Gunner still alive. Gunner has been doing a phenomenal job in the squad of Team Exploit. I feel like Gunner is just such a fantastic player from this team. Look at the post plant positioning. The guys in the backsides are doing a great job. What is that? Storax is styling over Trick.
Oh boy, oh boy. I think this round is a perfect description for everything I've been asking for from Exploit Storm in their very first attacking half. The issue with Salt Esports comp is that without that jet on the op to actually anchor down a particular sightline, you're missing a lot of things in your composition. You don't have an out-and-out sentinel the way the Cypher and Killjoy can actually anchor the sides. You don't have that Viper, pseudo-controller, pseudo-sentinel to deny information to the other team. And you certainly don't have that Sky to make yourself be able to take proactive control. Instead, the breach is very much dependent on that jet who's carrying the operator. So if you can shut down the jet, the entire house of cards for Salt collapses, and Exploit Storm doing exactly that. Now again able to take first blood. Trick out of the equation. The top fragger of Salt Esports nonetheless, with map point on the plate. A beautiful flash dodge from Soulmate, dodging the bullets as well. Oh my god, both of these players, Beast pulling out the classic, pull off the headshot, does make it 4v4, and look at this, the flank coming through now from Exploit Storm. Shooter in prime area to shut this round off for himself.
A little bit of whips going on here and there, but it doesn't matter. Connects that crucial shot needed. Team Exploit need to get themselves back on the board now. It's 13-12. One more round needed to close this off, but Salt's not going to let that slip away that easily. Retaliating back, doing that comeback instantly. Salt's doing a great job holding the side off. But look at that push coming in from King, and at the same time, Storax tried to push out, but Stranger's there. The map awareness from Salt is looking really good, and I feel like Salt is feeling themselves today.
Yeah, definitely, but I have to point out, like, I feel like we see a lot of this from teams in our region in general, which is that once they get a flank going, they get a little too overzealous. Like when you see Shooter in that B-long position, when his team has the Halls control as well as elbow control, you got to hold on before moving on to B-long for your team to actually initiate the retake. Once they've initiated the retake, the automatic, like, natural decision from Salt is to flush back into B-long and B-short, which is where Shooter comes into the equation, can deny them that flush back, their defensive hold on the post plant, and can complete the retake for the side of Exploit Storm. Instead, Shooter gets picked off, and that forces the elbow player to respond. He gets picked off, and that leaves Thorax in an impossible situation. And it's back to even Stevens, 13-13 for both of these teams. Now Salt playing quite aggressively with the operator, have given the Sova and Stranger to support Trick. He's going to get himself some info, and with nobody spotted in this courtyard area, the understanding has to be that they are going over towards A. I think the rush on the cards now for Exploit Storm.
This is massive. This is absolutely massive because the Outdrone got so much info for them. But here comes that crucial rotation out of nowhere. Spike's rotating all the way towards B side from T-spawn, leaning a lot much more towards B. But there is still Trick waiting for someone to hop in. Outdrone out to scout anyone out, making sure no one's kind of lurking onto them, onto any kind of corners there. Trick doing the job, taking the Outdrone down, making sure no one's getting tagged with it. And for now, Stranger's ready with the recon. If anyone decides to push it, Stranger's position revealed though, and even same goes with Casper, but Casper still manages to find two, and this is where things are really looking good for Salt. And out of nowhere, Team Exploit positions have been flipped, but Beast is there in the back lines to flip tables against King.
Switching sides. Match
Bit
point.
of a weird cushion there from Exploit, but beautifully played from Casper. The cojones on this Sage to just hold on in that hookah area when he knows there's a recon coming from both sides. He knows there's going to be a ton of utility. The molly to cut off the defender's side spawn. Understands that his job is to just stop that push in that position for a few seconds, because if he does that, then Beast himself with Trick can get those free angles to get the utility in and shut down the push. This time it's Salt Esports picking up the map point and Exploit Storm back in a familiar position. They were 1 round down before they push it to overtime, so I believe they might be able to do it again, but Salt do have a ton of momentum, having denied map point already and now going on to one of their own. Look at this 5-stack. This is not something we've seen before from them. I expect it to be a rush, but actually a segmented rush. First, I expect them to take hookah control, then wait for the long players to use that Sova drone to get themselves in a much more better position. Then with that rush coming in, so this jet breach is going to be up to them to start it off, and on the other side, the drone to get as much information as they can.
Outruns inbound again, and look at that push! What was that? What? Shooter! You absolutely inhuman person! What was that? Casper! Oh my god.
What?
That Casper's head just got absolutely cracked. I am left speechless with that shot. Just Chiggle peeks out, pre-fires that corner. Casper is feeling really unlucky today. Team Exploit, at least they have a man advantage now. That opening pick was just so important. That has put them in such a good advantage inside this entire game. Also, it means that their mental confidence should be pretty much looking good against the lads of Salt. Slowly and steadily, Trick is trying to move in. He does know there is someone in the backside. Storax has been spotted. But Storax also has spotted Trick out because he's doing a great job jump spotting them.
Now a slow, long push from the side of Salt Esports. They might be able to catch Storax off guard here. I do expect that recon to come through to clear our backside, so Storax is going to be on point. But this position from Gunner is huge. He's going to set up his smokes, and that timing was just messed everything up. Gunner goes down. Storax able to find one before he goes down himself. Does make sure that it's a 3-3 on the map. Now the plant will go down, and it's not an open plant, so the retake can make it easy for the defuse to come through. But with all of this utility being thrown out, all members of Salt stuck in a tiny angle near those tubes. They're going to try to go back to hookah and long, but the team is already ready. Shooter going to start off the retake, finds one, and now you can see the rest of the team getting in. It should be Somai starting it off, coming through, jumping down from hookah, getting in, is able to take out Trick, leaves Stranger in a solo position with his position reveal, but still Stranger able to get the kill, has his Hunter's Fury ready actually, and the defuse is going through. King now revealed by the recon bolt. Stranger playing on the recon alone.
That's it!
The clutch for Salt Esports. Oh my god, on the thread of a needle, they pull back map 1 and they win it for themselves.
Wow, Salt! Outstanding performance! What a way to close that first round out. I mean, I have absolutely lost my mind with that one. In the end, that recon just played such a massive role. And I gotta say something about Pakistan region here. They have some clean aimers, man. I have seen those flicks coming in, and I'm absolutely impressed. I'm in love with you guys, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. These players are cracked as hell, and they sure have got, the mechanics to back up the talk. So hands down, Salt Esports, I gotta tip my hat off because they played it phenomenally. Stranger especially, the number of situations where he was left on his lonesome, having to pull out 1vx rounds to get a clutch for himself, gets it done time and time again. That's what you need, a consistent Sova player on your team. Always able to say, you know what, guys, I got this. You guys can go ahead, play your game. Leave it down to me at the end. When the stakes are high, the pressure is high. Pulling off that round 15-13, playing the mind games with King, where I think King was expecting a Hunter's Fury to come out, but Stranger was like, nah, I'm not going to risk that. I know the half defuse is done. Just jiggles it and pulls it off. Beautifully done.
I really like how Shooter and Trick were feeling themselves, and this just set up the mood so much. I mean, I could feel the heat in the end as the overtimes were climbing up, as slowly and steadily I was feeling the heat in the end, and that was just an absolute massive, performance being put. And I'm pretty sure even the viewers that are watching, they had a great time. Yeah. They had a great time watching this because it was just an action-packed game from the start till the end, and we were seeing that aggression being used on point.
Yeah, I will say though, a couple of heavy mistakes from the side of Exploit
that's
Storm
for sure.
in a few rounds where there's really no reason to be making those aggressive moves. The hero plays really, they did go for it and it did cost them. And you cannot do that against a team like Salt Esports, because even though in the recent history, Exploit Storm has picked up the wins, the team of Salt Esports themselves are an experienced bunch. They understand how to retaliate and pull back. And that's exactly what they've done with map 1. Bind picked up, Gauntlet thrown, and Gauntlet beaten by Salt Esports. Going to put a ton of pressure now on Exploit Storm's heads. And I have to ask you, Necro, now that we're going into the second and third map, where we expect to see more of those standard double duelist compositions, Hats expected to go back to his comfortable role on a duelist, I feel like it might just get better for Salt from here on.
It might just get better, that's for sure. But look, we never know. I feel like Salt have learned from their past mistakes, because the odds were against them, but they still managed to win that first round. And now I honestly feel like they are doing a phenomenal job keeping Team Exploit on their knees. And if they just keep on performing just like this as they did on Bind, because the history on Bind for Salt against Team Exploit hasn't been good. They have lost against them, but now they just completely turned the tides in their favor. They flipped the tables, they changed our minds, and they made a place for themselves in our hearts.
100%. Like, there is no better way to say it. I think Salt have not just got Salt, they've got something sweet and definitely a whole lot of spice to make it something nice, if you know what I mean. But hey, look at this. I think Stranger especially is going to be a player that's going to stick with me, because I expect him to stay on the same agent going on to Ascent and Haven. That's over a crucial part of every composition on both of those maps. So I like the way Salt pulled off that breach to make it this far. But I want to see if Exploit Storm can really reset, cover up those mistakes, forget the fact Bind even happened, get themselves out of this sticky position and go on to Ascent and Haven, go back to what they're comfortable at in those double duelist compositions and answer back, because otherwise it looks like Salt, the way they're playing, the way they're able to adapt, break defaults, doesn't leave much room for Exploit to actually play their game.
Exactly. I mean, the way they have been playing so far, I feel like if they just keep on doing the same thing, I feel like Exploit might just not stand a chance. But again, Exploit did quite a great job, coming back for sure in those defending rounds. And this is where Salt kind of seemed like they were making a lot of mistakes. A lot of desperation moves were being made. I felt like if they just held their aggression for a while a little bit and rely heavily on utility usage as well and try and play a little bit more mind games, then maybe they could have had those rounds in their hands. But luckily, they won that previous game. But I really want to see how things are going to be looking on the future games as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about the map itself, as you mentioned, even Salt did make a couple of key mistakes along the lines. And that makes me believe that both of these teams, quite momentum dependent, quite confidence dependent, need that extra bit of morale to push it all the way through. And that's understandable. This is the Valorant Conquerors Championship, the highest stakes that has ever been seen in a Valorant tournament in South Asia in general. Is the road to VCT 2021 for us players from South Asia. So I understand there's a lot in the minds of these players, a lot at the stake. But hey, if you want to be that first team, you've got to just get it out. You've got to focus it all down and really find a way to tune in on that crack team, because we saw that was nuts. The shots both of the teams were hitting, like, oh my God.
Yeah. Those were some absolutely incredible shots. We also saw so many kills being found through the smokes, and those are absolutely great find. But yeah, overall, if we talk about how the teams played out, I also want to talk about how the mental role plays inside this, right? Because you, of course, do have those jitters. You need to realize that this is a massive opportunity for you, for the players, and for the country as well, because they're going to be representing country in the international stage. This is a massive opportunity. You can imagine how much pressure they have onto them, and at the same time they have to perform real good. So I am really happy that they got the jitters off early.
Yeah, me as well. I do think we did see a more chaotic approach from both of the teams on Bind, especially given the fact that they're both playing the newer meta compositions, which haven't been seen from the start. But when you go onto Ascent and Haven, I do expect them to just get into their flow, get into their style, and start giving us more of those highlight reel shots, more of those highlight reel plays like the clutches and the thrifties we saw, because we're going to have to talk about that for a second. Both has Salt Esports lose the pistol, then win a thrifty immediately in the next round. That's something Exploit Storm definitely have got to clean up, and that's something that's going to give a lot of confidence to Salt Esports, telling them that, hey, it doesn't matter which round we lose, it doesn't matter what weaponry we have, every single round is a possibility for us to pull back as long as we're playing our game.
Exactly, and I'm gonna say it again. I have been impressed time and time at how these guys are utilizing their aiming skills as well. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. They have some cracked players, some crisp, clean aim as well being shown from these lads, and I really like to see how they have been, utilizing it. But now I also want to see how they're going to be showing up in the future matches. But take a look at this, right? We already have the stats in front of us. I mean, Salt Stranger getting himself those 29 kills, and he's leading the charts, even though he's playing a Sentinel. He's doing a great job playing the Sova as well. On the other hand, if you take a look at TE, Shooter has 29 kills for himself, kind of a tie between a Sentinel and a Duelist. But on the other hand, Trick getting himself 22 kills. I feel like kills were evenly distributed, and each and every single player has done a phenomenal job in both the teams.
Absolutely, man. But Stranger, he's won my heart for sure. You're not a stranger to me anymore. That's what I will say. And at this point, 310 ACS on his over, the amount of utility damage he was able to get, amount of clutches he was able to pull off, humongous for his team. And I think all of this combined with the fact that Hats is generally one of the more standout players for Salt Esports. Hats is the one getting on the top frag board, and this time he's on the bottom because, of course, he picked up the newer agent in Astra. Now going on to Ascent in Haven, when they got Hats back in prime Hats form, I'm not sure if Exploit Storm can actually stop them. Having said that, I will say Sorax likely to be back on the Jet, at least in Haven, and with Shooter likely going onto that Reyna. With those skills that he's able to pick up, the cracked aim that he has, Reyna might be the thing that he needs to just devour Salt Esports as a whole.
Exactly, and I want to talk about how well these duelists have, played their rollout. If you take a look at Shooter, he has got himself 5 first kills, and on the other hand, if you take a look at Trick, he's got himself 4 first kills. I mean, this just shows that they were actually doing a phenomenal job in, making sure that their role is being played to perfection. And we always saw those kind of, guys just dashing in the sides, Raze as well, utilizing those satchels. But yeah.
100%. But for now, we'll take a small break and be right back with you with the action in Map 2 of this semifinal series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is CA, and joining me is Necro for this semifinals one matchup between Salt Esports and Exploit Storm. And first map, a banger. We got to see overtime in map 1 itself. What are you feeling for map 2, Necro?
Man, map 2, I feel like Team Exploit might just snitch it away. What do you think so? Because I'm expecting an even-Steven kind of competition between these lads, and I want this to get as close as possible because Salt has already, kind of just thrown water over all of our predictions, actually thrown salt over all of our predictions, and now they're not really going to work anymore. So we might as well see some, close competitions coming out from these teams.
100%. I will still stick by, if not the score prediction, the winner prediction, because I do believe Exploit Storm have it in them to pull it back. But 100%, I will say that Salt Esports have won my heart. And if I knew that this is the level of preparation that we're going to put in before they came into the semifinal series, I think my predictions might have been a little different, at least for that 2-1, because you can see why this team is so strong. And I want to see now going into the map of Ascent, we've already seen in the past qualifiers, Global Esports pick up that breach to really push through and make it really strong for their Jet. A player like Trick, I think, very similar to the Global Esports compatriot that I'm comparing. And I feel like this might be an opportunity to just continue with that breach because Beast played it very well, Trick played it very well, and I feel like maybe on Ascent that could be the X factor to take away map because Ascent is the pick of Exploit Storm.
I really like how they're utilizing a lot of flashes as well, right? They had Sky going in as well at the same time, Breach as well. So, I mean, yeah, flashes, of course, for the entry all the time, and even for the retake, they are needed essentially. But you know, as I've been mentioning this since a real long time, because in the international metas, right, we have seen if someone picks a Sky, you don't really see that SOA coming in. But over and over again in the VCC, I've been seeing, you know, I've been seeing players utilizing that SOA and utilizing that Sky at the same time. So what is your theory on it?
I think on Bind, you definitely don't need the Sova. I would replace it with the Cypher, even for Exploit Storm's composition, because Cypher, the idea behind the Sova and the Sky together is the fact that then Sky can focus purely on playmaking, whereas the Sova is then his usual role of info gathering. But I feel like Cypher can do that very well on Bind, especially since because of his buff against that Jet composition. I don't think they were expecting the Jet and Breach, because if they did see, like if they knew that the Jet and Breach was going to come through on Bind, they would 100% pick up the Cypher, because he just instantly nullifies Jet now. But going on to Ascent and Haven, even, I do think you can't play a Sky solo because of the fact that it becomes very difficult. Sky Breach even has been something we've seen from teams, but even internationally, when you do go on to Ascent and Haven, Sova, even though he's nerfed, still a crucial component of every single composition because of how strong he can be. On Ascent with his Odin spams and the fact that his ultimate is able to continuously trade out that Killjoy ultimate. And similarly on Haven, because of the size of the map, you need that consistent info going in. So on Bind, not that big a fan, but on Ascent and Haven, if these teams play Sky, I expect it to carry over, but I don't think these teams are going to play Sky. I'm actually expecting Storax to move on to their Jet route.
I mean, to be honest, I'm expecting these teams to at least, you know, play Sky without a doubt, because at least Team T, I feel like they might be just, you know, picking up the Sky in their hands as well. Maybe, you know, only times we'll say when we get to see those, you know, picking up screens. And here we go. Well, we already see them picking up Skies, and yep, exactly how I said. They are going to be taking themselves those Sky. So Team T do have those kind of roster going in for themselves. So let's just see how things are looking like. You did mention you want to see Breach. And, well, we might just have a glimpse of Breach as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. What I find really interesting, though, is that Shooter is playing that Sky. I've really talked a lot in the past about how I feel like Sky is still not utilized to her fullest potential because, of course, she's an amazing playmaker because of her recent buffs to the Guiding Lights being on cooldown and the Trailblazer having a wide vision. She's now an amazing info agent as well, the way Sova is. But her third utilization, which I really find missing in a lot of teams, both nationally and internationally, is her potential as a pseudo duelist. You can play her with pop flashes. You can use her to just sort of play like a Sage effectively, except a Sage with flashes, and then the rest of her utility to support a team as and when necessary. This is doubly important because the Sky ultimate still on 6 points. So if you have a strong aimer like Shooter on that Sky and you're able to recycle those Seekers again and again, it gives you a huge advantage for the team. But Storax on Jet, as we expect him, I'm excited to see him pull out the AWP because he is that AWP player, even though he's the IGL for the side of Exploit Storm. But on the other side, this is what I was a little scared of for Salt. They play that old meta composition, the Jet Raise. Having said that, though, I keep coming back to Hats back in his comfort zone on a duelist. I want to see if he's able to pop off.
I mean, I feel like Hats probably will pop off on duelist role because he was doing absolutely phenomenal even in Astra, so I can already imagine how great can he be on duelist. But yeah, with that being said, we're not really seeing any kind of breaches being played. We again do see that Sova and Sky combination coming into play from the lads of Team Exploit, but no Sky being shown from Salt. Instead, we are seeing a double duelist. As you did mention, you predicted that, you know, one controller, double duelist, and an initiator, and this is what they needed, right? I mean, maybe Salts are off to a success again, but I feel like Team Exploit are going to give them a tough time. And I am thinking Team Exploit might just snitch this one away.
I think anything could happen. But yeah, I do give the edge over to Exploit Storm. Their composition, because especially of Shooter on the Sky, like I'm excited to see if he can pull off that battle Sky that you really see shining rather than the Playmaker Sky. Even the Playmaker Sky, of course, a really good position because in that trio, you want as many fraggers as possible. But what I think really will top it all off is Storax's op, which makes this pistol extremely important. Now, both of the round pistols and the following rounds in the first map, Exploit Storm won the pistols, but they were not as clean on those anti-ecos, on the Spectres really. So I want to see them clean that up immediately. And you can see from their setup that they are going to try to heavily contest those extreme angles. This is the standard setup we see from any team, irrespective of compositions. As long as you've got either the Killjoy or Cypher in your team, you have the either Alarm Bot or the Trapwire covering off mid, which allows you to heavily contest A main and B main. That's exactly what's going to happen. The turret to give the contact, and then the swing likely to come through from Storax. And on the other side, it's Shooter to set up those initial utility if that recon actually reveals someone from that Sova. So let's see how it pans out, because on the attacking side as well, breaking that mid default of the Alarm Bot and Trapper is very, very important. If Salt don't go mid early, it's going to cost them a lot in the later rounds.
A little bit of bunny hopping here and there to see, teams kind of chilling out. For now, we do have a little bit of a time pause like issue going on because maybe some players are having some issues with their techs. I'm pretty sure the game will be resumed soon. But yeah, as we were talking about what happened in the previous game, right? I mean, again, the duelist meta has been shown from these lads, and I really want to see in defense how they're going to be recalibrating with each other, right? How they're going to be communicating against each other, because of course this is going to be bringing kind of like an surprising factor, an astonishing play factor kind of in the game, and I really want to see how things would be looking like. Talking about Casper, has been doing a great job, but now Casper has shifted over to Sky from Sage. This is a massive kind of shift being shown from this man.
Yeah, we will see how he's able to pull it off, because now on the Astra, Casper is going to have a lot more on his hands as compared to on the Sage, where his position really was to cut off a particular angle, cut off a particular push from the opposite team, or on the attacking side, set up the plant itself by getting rid of one part of the map. As such, on Astra, a lot more communication is necessary. He's going to have to coordinate with his entire team across the map, deliver when they need it, as well as make sure that his crosshair is out when he needs it. Can't be in the astral plane literally in your head all the time, because otherwise you are going to be punished. But hey, that pause is done. We're ready to start. The short cloudburst set up the drone to get that mid info, and already I love the fact that Salt are getting this mid aggression on early. They just need to go ahead and break that Alarm Bot, because otherwise still for Exploit Storm, their standard defaults remaining. That Trailblazer, as you said, does a bit of damage as well as gets a lot of info.
I really like how they're so as tucked in the mid, making sure no one's overstepping their boundaries. Even if they do, they're not going to be expecting him to control that flank angle so well. Side control has been made from Salt. This should not really be that big of a problem. Now the real problem starts for Team Exploit to get the retake back on. No one should actually fall down if they want to get a flawless retake inside this site. But again, Hats, I feel like if he keeps his position anonymous, he can have a massive kind of success in the future. But it doesn't matter. That recon of the Sova is just going to be revealing so many things. A couple of kills falling here and there, but the trade is happening back and forth. But it doesn't matter. Salt Trick is there to close things out, and that's going to be it in the favor of Salt.
Yeah, and Salt able to pick up that first round. The initial post plan was a bit sus because Hatch was cut off from actually getting into his favorite post plan position. Shooter able to clear out multiple members in that short angle, but aim control remained, and that meant that Salt able to pull it off after their plant. Now you can see a bit of a technical issue here. Storax has disconnected. That gives us a little bit of time to talk about what we can expect moving forward, because I don't think we're going to see another Thrifty as much and as great as both of these teams are. I think Salt should have this next round in the bag, and it does become all about now for damage from the side of Exploit Storm. If you can take down maybe 3 guns, that I would say is a really good eco round.
Definitely would be eco round. I mean, in eco round, your main initial goal is to do as much as damage to the damage to the economy mainly of the opponent. If you're successfully able to do that, that means the enemy team will pretty much be handicapped for the upcoming round, and they would have a great time. When the enemy team is behind, then they would have a great time or easier time to get inside the side and maybe even get the round in their pockets. So in the eco round, the main kind of focus is to do as much as damage to the enemy team, making sure they're getting handicaps on their economy.
Absolutely, and that's the key part, like of finding the difference between an A-tier team and an S-tier team. How much like you're able to really edge out in terms of value out of every possible situation. And we'll see if Salt is able to do that in this round. Because if you don't actually looking at the other side of the coin, if you don't lose any guns as such, it does mean that you get a free bonus in the third round, and it does mean that you can then use that bonus to cause damage to Exploit Storm themselves. Because even on their bye, even if they win the round, if they lose 2-3 guns, then in the following round you can expect them to carry on with just a couple of life shields, maybe a couple of utilities lost, and that advantage can be all a team needs to push it all the way through. But hey, a bit of a tech pause for now. And I want to talk to you more about these players themselves, like Pakistan Afghanistan region, as we've already mentioned, with some cracked young generation players.
Yeah.
They're bringing through a lot of skill and talent into the picture here with the Valorant Conquerors Championship. And I think with a lot of eyes on this particular tournament, it's a moment for them to shine. What do you think goes through a player's mind? Like, do you think it's the pressure resulting in success, or do you think the nerves cause a few mistakes here and there, and that causes them to debilitate further and further?
No, of course, right. As I did mention in the start, of course, in any kind of tournament, especially as a big tournament as VCC, you would, of course, have those kind of jitters going on, right? You would always have that, oh, this is a real big tournament. I need to make sure I'm being as good as possible. But this is the problem that just invites a lot of mistakes at the same time. If you're going to be under pressure, of course, you're going to be making a lot of mistakes at the same time. Maybe try to calm yourself down, try to get rid of those jitters as fast as possible, and then you can set yourself up for success. But as you did bring up that point of, having young players, having young talent in your team, and at the same time, then you have some OG players as well with experience shown up. So I feel like when we talk about OG, OG of course have that kind of experience where they're really good with strategies, and they just have overall so much experience of the game as well. On the other hand, younger players, they just bring in that aggression, they bring in that cracked aim as well. They bring in that crispiness, that calmness inside the game. So OG players' direction is to direct the new or younger players to make sure that they're also relying heavily on the strategies, and it's their job to make sure that the new players are not overstepping their boundaries and to always keep them in their limits.
Absolutely, and I think that's where that veteranship, that experience really comes into play. But we should be back with the map anytime soon. I expect Exploit Storm now on the eco to play much more aggressively. I want to see a bit of a gamble here. Maybe stack up three players together, even 4, and go for the aggressive rush. Try to find the trades, and then the trades can result in you recovering some weapons, which could end up being a thrifty for themselves. Because if you play standard, that automatically just gives a huge advantage to the opposing team, and that means that they can use that weaponry advantage to try and find a bonus as much as possible. Now, talking more about the compositions themselves, like on the Jet, Storax shifting from the sky, what kind of impact do you think he might be able to create here?
Definitely, I'm expecting him to create a lot of impact, because last time I felt like, even though he was playing kind of a support stage, the way he was playing the game out and how much impact he had on the game, he made it seem like he was actually doing a battle sage, It was just absolutely great to witness him dominate and at the same time help his teammates out. The resurrections were there from his side as well, so I feel like he's a great support player. At the same time, I feel like he's just overall flexible. He does a great job even fragging. At the same time, he does a great job supporting the team as well. So he's a pretty flexible player, and I'm expecting him to dominate no matter what kind of agent he plays.
The tech pause is done, and we're back into the action. Oh my god, what were those shots? Just pure timing and games, and Shooter able to pick up a double. And look at this, Exploit Storm suddenly in a commanding position in this round. It's going to be Salt trying to get one done. The alarm bot does reveal presence, but Shooter with his triple has the Seekers ready. It's round 2 Seekers seeking a thrifty for Exploit Storm, but Beast with the Spectre able to pick one out, has to reload, and King uses that time to take him out. Now 2v1, Flick will find a kill, and the Flick to find the clutch. We had a bit of a wait, Necro, but damn, the action started fast.
Yeah, man, I don't even mind that wait anymore. What was that? Oh my god, that was absolutely disgusting. Some incredible shots, some incredible, this is what I was saying. This region's aim is really crisp. And I really like to see actions like those, man. They just get me pumped up and stoked all the time. And I just feel so honorable to be here. I mean, it's just an honor to be here and cast these games, man. To witness these actions live. At the same time, you know, telling the observers what exactly is happening in the game. Here comes the Falcon from our side, hoping that someone will be blinded. That decent amount of info has been conveyed onto their side. Trick, on the other hand, though, has heard some sounds here and there, so Trick does know there is some presence of Team Exploit right in his front lines. Still, here comes the Tiger. Tiger will be taken down instantly. Not really able to gain a lot of info, but at least they know now the presence is there outside A.
Bot coming back.
The main presence going to be contested here by Exploit Storm, Gunner and Storax moving in. And you can see right there, just calm presence held through by Hats. Gunner and Storax actually going to reset back, and Storax going for the full rotate. A bit of a wrong read here. Oh, scratch that. Instead, he's made his way down into Garden. Going to be holding on from here. All of Salt Esports stacked up onto this ace side, though. They're ready for the execute to come through, and it's going to be all on the back of that KJ. All the lockdown now coming down. Does leave a tiny corner where the Astra is holding for Exploit Storm. It's really down to the Astra to find a lot of utility. Gunner still hasn't been cleared out, but the spam is there. I love the fact that Saw cleared out the angle before they actually moved into the side. Let's guarantee them a point.
That's a beautiful map over it is being shown, but Hat's overstepping his boundaries. And this is what I was exactly saying. Try and play situations out a little safe. So, you know, set yourself up for a post plan, especially when you do have the side control in your hands. Storax moving out slowly and steadily and directly dashes towards Generator. Will find himself that opening on the side. They should give a little bit of side relief to them. But from the back lines, there's going to be King. And look at what just happened, Trick! What was that shot? Salt is just showing some incredible amount of gunplay, man. I am absolutely impressed by their aiming skill.
Trick now 7-0. This lad is on fire, and this round he's actually just gonna go for the Blade Storm. So maybe an attacking operator on the cards for Trick. You never know. He does seem like a player that prefers the operator a lot. Even in the overtime rounds in that last map, he was picking up the glass cannon operators on the defensive side. So he might be a thing he could go for right here, but Exploit Storm in a very sticky situation. The eco is broken. They're gonna try to just hold on, but again and again they're being rushed in. They're being taken out already. Beast has picked up one kill, and all of the side taken through for Salt Esports. Exploit Storm in a very bad position, especially considering that they've only got Sheriffs, semi-buys in their hands.
Semi-buys are definitely in their hand now. Team Exploit's main kind of thing is to do as much as damage as possible on Salt. But look at Casper getting himself to Stranger as well. Not really want to being left out on the party, so he will join it as well. And Hat's finding himself the last kill. Team Exploit not really able to do that much amount of damage in that one, but Salt doing a great job keeping Team Exploits, man. They're just not letting Team Exploit get their head up.
Absolutely, and 4-0 going through. On the attacking side, nonetheless, when you expect a player like Trick to be able to pull off the operator on the defense to make it that much more formidable, Exploit Storm have got to answer back with this round, considering that Storax has got his own operator online. Now, the main operator is going to be on the cast. Does hear the updraft coming through, but he does take a shot to his body and a shock dart as well. Has the Sky to heal him up, but still no shields for him. Storax has to fully reposition onto the Heaven area, and the operator being pushed back does give info as necessary for Salt. Now look at this. They've got that Cosmic Divide ready, so they can use it to set it up and leave the Astra for themselves on the lurk. I think this is going to be key, because if that Cosmic Divide can deny that sideline from Storax's operator, it could be humongous.
definitely can. And now finally he has been pulled in. Storax not going to be missing that shot. Hitting another one. Storax does realize it's do or die situation. Goes for the no-scope. Not going to be connecting it. Trick just moving it left and right. That movement is on point. Trick is feeling himself this game. And even in the last game, he was doing a great job. But now things are down to a 3-on-4 situation. Team Squad do have that little bit of man advantage going on for themselves. He has been spotted by the drone, and yes, he will be tagged by it. And that's how we went down and look at this Odin spam. This is just on another level. At the same time, Shooter finds the right opportunity to cross in. He does. Casper in the back lines doing a lot of work. 2-on-2, 1-on-2 situation. But Soul will close things out, and he will be like, not today, Casper.
Absolutely, a huge ramp picks up for Exploit Storm, and a lot of props to be given to Storax. Despite the Cosmic Divide doing exactly as we talked about, cutting off his sight lines, he moves down, plays around the Transformer area, and picks up a huge kill for his team to start it off. In that post-plant, it was just 2v1. Casper, at that point, not much be able to do. But hey, as you said, the economy is still hurting for Exploit Storm. They do have that Odin online on King though, and that Odin can be a huge stopping power that enables B-side to just play purely defensively on that Killjoy and Sova. On the other side, though, Salt, they've got a big cushion. They had 4 rounds in a row, and that win streak bonus has built up a significant economy for them. I think even if they lose this round, they should still be able to get a bye in the next though. Now Storax, the op set on this top mid area, just waiting on. This is a pure read because he's completely exposed here. They're expecting the A push from the side of Salt, and they're 100% right.
Definitely 100% right. And this is why I really like Sky there. Just using that bird to gain a lot of info, and then they do realize how important Recon Dart is. Trick has been spotted out, and for some reason Salt now do have that kind of side control for themselves. Trick still kind of moving around inside the side. The side control has been completely established. Salt, just like that, getting the side control again. Pressure is on the lads of Team Exploit. Enemy has been marked, and this is where Storax needs to back off. At the same time, Trick has taken a decent amount of damage because he was being spotted as well. I like how slowly and steadily Team Exploit is approaching this. They're not really hurrying anything. Here comes the op from the side of Storax. He wants to find himself at least an opening frag. That would be kind of a go key for them. Strike is still the Storax connects to one shot, then falls back. Shooter's there to find himself 2 kills there, but the rest 2 are in under heaven there. I think they're doing something. Beast finds one. Storax needs to get another one if he wants to clutch this. And look, Ultimate continues. Watch this. Is there a Storax jumping shot with that classic? But I don't think so. He has enough time there. Yes, realizes that instantly, wants to fall back, but I feel like it's a little too late. That was a real good side take all the time. All the time they have been getting that side take really easily, but now Team Exploit is finally realizing on how to counter them. They have been retaking the side over and over, like how they are, you know, figuring out how they're trying to play. Finally, I mean, they have got themselves on board, but Salt as well. They have 5 rounds back to back on their hands, and this is looking really good. I mean, Team Exploit only have 1. Still, if you take a look at economy, the damage has been done equally on both sides. Tricked out, dashing updrafting straight in. Lockdown being utilized from Beast. This should force the defenders out of that area, and yes, they are leaving the side. Again, an easy side take as always. Trick updrafting on the generators and dashing inside the side. Casper does know there's someone on the flank. He will be taken care of. Trick slowly and steadily pushing on to short. Just know there's someone in. Only main goal for Team Exploit is to do as much as amount of damage possible, and yes, they are doing that. Solemet with 1, Shooter with 1 as well. But look at that ultimate from Raze. That's going to be it. The showstopper finally stopping the show from Team Exploit. And Salt, Casper there, just to kind of change things out. That's just going to be it on a real good level. I mean, I just like how Casper has been playing onto that Astra. He has been doing a pretty phenomenal job so far. And hopefully he keeps on continuing that same kind of domination from this side. Casper on that Astra is doing absolute wonders. 6-1. Again, the domination of Salt has been clearly seen. So far, Salt has been doing a great job. Great job. making sure the enemy lines is not gaining any kind of confidence onto them. Storax again opening things up. Should provide them a little bit of a mental boost, I would say, a little bit of confidence, at least against Salt. But as I did mention, in the past, these lads have played against each other, and Team Exploit has always came out on top. But Salt this time, I'm pretty sure even Team Exploit did not expect Salt to just completely dominate them like this. 6-1 is the score. Storax is still holding the catwalk, making sure no one's pushing inside from A short. And it seems like the rotation to the A side has been made from them. No kind of sound cues though. It's a 4-5 situation. Team Exploit do have that man advantage looking for themselves. They also have an operator tuned in. But I'm expecting some kind of throw off because they need to make sure that they're not getting caught off guard by their operator. A double peek being shown, and yes, Storax finds one. The Jet already dashed inside, but it doesn't matter. Storax finds second one as well. Trick directly dashing inside and up, drafting it. Will connect the right click onto Storax. Trick is doing such a phenomenal job up till now, but no, is a little too aggressive. And will be taken down. King finally sweeps up the final kill as well, and that's going to be it for him.
Spike down A.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Well, it seems like my co-caster's having some issues here and there. Maybe he'll join us back soon, but as always, Salt doing a great job. Team Extreme, again, they have at least gotten themselves a second round on board. They should be feeling a little better. But Salt, again, a massive lead has been made from them. That means Salt is doing decent when it comes to economy, but still, Hatz's economy is not really looking good. Even if he tries to force buy, he should not get that much amount of value. On the other hand, Team Exploit is looking really good on economy. So that means inside this round, they should definitely have a little bit of edge. A little technical pause again coming here. Seems like some players are having issues here and there. Need to get that fixed, you know. We need to have that kind of a fair battle going on between them. So far, Salt doing phenomenal job inside this entire kind of game, or inside this entire tournament. I can already imagine what the next matchup is going to be like, man. Already imagine how heated up it's going to be like, because I'm already feeling the heat myself. And I can only imagine. Ascent, of course, I feel like Ascent is one of my favorite maps without a doubt. I just love this map so much. Yeah. Exactly. This tech pause is again there. Hopefully gets fixed as soon as possible. You guys can already see the setups being done from the Astra to deny any kind of entry onto the A man, and then you have one near the short side as well, making sure no one's aggressing towards heaven or even the jungle area, making sure they are being stepped back from the garden area. On the other hand, even on the B side, they have a little bit of Astra setups going on. In the mid, as always, it's a 2-1-2 split coming on. Mid always being kind of guarded by Sova there. But on the other hand, if you talk about the stats that Team Exploit was going through in the past, of course, Stranger was completely dominating in the previous map, and including Shooter. Shooter also had 29, and then Stranger as also at 29. But Casper did kind of a massive shift from Sage to Astra there. So that's kind of a good that's kind of a real massive shift. But as I said, Casper is kind of a man who can adapt to any kind of agent easily because his mechanical aim is just on point. So especially when you do have that kind of aim backing up all the time, it doesn't really matter what kind of agent you play, as long as you have the basic sense of how to play it or where to use those utilities. And it seems like, yep, finally tech pause has ended. Salt's already smoking out the short area. Storax has set himself up, making sure no one's aggressive from the top mid side. King as well, making sure the B main is completely clear. A little bit of a messed up arrow because he got kind of pulled inside the Astra's pull there. But look at that, Soul made turret though, taking a kill there. That's kind of an unfortunate moment for him right there.
No charges.
Salt Trick finding himself that opening on the side. A Stranger as well, not really far behind. Trick getting another one. That should be an easy side control out of his side, but he's down to such low HP. Needs some heals desperately, but unfortunately they don't really have any. On the other hand, it's a 2-on-3 situation going on between these two. Salt is alive. Salt do have that little bit of man advantage, but we never know. Team Exploit might just easily steal it away from them. Gunner does send some kind of presence, and look at this, uses the utility at the same time, pushes inside, and he will have to pay the price for it. What exactly just happened? He was in animation of using his utility, and he was rushing his side while that was happening. That's kind of a questionable move from his side. I mean, yeah, maybe he did not expect anyone to be such close on the side there, but yeah, that's definitely kind of a questionable move. He should have let the utility be popped and then make it inside the site. On the other hand, now it looks like they have a heavy presence outside B. What exactly happened in that previous strat was at the start, they just kind of took things a little slow. Then they rushed inside slowly and steadily. Got themselves a few kills here and there, but look at Storax, he has an alpha angle for himself. No one did expected him, and what is happening? The Blade Storm's doing a lot of work from the side of Storax, and he seems like he's pretty much unstoppable for now. Connected 2 headshots, just like it was nothing, making it look easy, making it look absolutely easy. He has some hot hands right there. He's feeling himself for now with those Blade Storm. And I also like how aggressive he held that angle and no one expected him to be there.
Thirty seconds left.
Oh! That was definitely kind of a little bit of over-aggression being shown from their side. Casper as well, over-aggressing the angles. If you have the side control, don't just over-aggress. Over-aggressed even in the mid, and then also got caught off guard from the side. Beautiful hold though, honestly saying, Team Exploit did quite a great job holding them off. They let them move inside, it's fine, you guys can take the control, and then slowly and steadily kept surprising them. And Trick did not expect Casper to be on that position. King got the kill onto Casper. Storax as well was there on side, holding it like a mountain.
Absolutely, like you can see for Exploit Storm 3-7 now. I talked about how, like, I would say even 4-8 is a decent scoreline for them to pull off. So if they can win at least one more round here, it would be decent. But Saul's still there. They're the teams in a commanding position. It is their eco here, but Trick with that Blaze Storm can make all the difference you need to pull off that Thrifty for yourself. Now, aggressive aim and control already gained for Exploit Storm. They know that all of the presence is for Salt Esports towards this B area, especially with the ult being taken. So if an execute is to go down, Salt have to make it work right now because they're holding on to this position for way too long, and all of this time being used by Storax brilliantly. Has found himself on the rotate, should be able to either hold that mid angle or the B, support his teammates, and allow that Killjoy Sky to just shut down A as a whole. Now, time running out for Salt. Necro, I think they're about to make their move into B.
Yep, they are. They're about to make the move, and here comes the entry instantly. Shots being spammed from their side. King on that aggressive angle. King seems pretty unstoppable. He's like, I'm the king, but Gunnar as well stepping up, getting a massive 4K. Wow. This is what we like to see, Gunnar. He is delivering on all. He's feeling himself right now, man. Even in the previous game, Gunnar played a massive role, and now as well on Astra. This man is on his prime.
Yeah, Gunnar is just 4 kills left, right center. A huge round for his team. Very well played by them as well to make sure they don't drop any guns, because that eco they needed to maintain going into this last round and make sure they get that operator online on Sorax, which you can see he's going to glue over on that A-main position. As you said though, the recon gonna come through on that B-main area as they look to get some info for themselves. Storax has position missile winery. The bunny hops though will make sure Storax misses his shot. Now the drone coming out, he's able to take it out. The nade to force him off his position. The dash has gone through, but Storax keeps dipping. Storax will not give up, and Storax is looking for that first blood. The Trailblazer invested as well. That's a lot of investment gone down into a main, and at the end of it, it's Salt Esports who come out on top. And looking at the ultimates, you can expect that Killjoy, who's now going to full rotate, to come over, set up her ultimate, because Exploit saw him. There's Sova. He does not have the Hunter's Fury ready. The lockdown should get that site execute initiated.
Lockdown should definitely get that side execute initiated without a doubt. He does have the lockdown available as well. I'm just waiting when he's going to be using it, and now he is going to be using it in 3, 2, 1. Yes, he does. And this is the go move for Trick, because he has been doing the same thing, updraft and directly go towards Generator. We haven't seen him do this a long time, and yes, he's going to be doing it again. All the way towards Generator. That's a lot of map control being gained already from his side. Trick has the side control established, but Shooter's position still hasn't been compromised. He's under heaven, playing it as safe as possible, making sure he's not revealing his intentions, as Shooter and Gunnar working together with that beautiful crossfire being set. And look at that, slowly and steadily moving inside, but it doesn't matter. Gunnar's on fire. He needs to be stopped. If you want this round in your hand, you need to take down Gunnar at no cost. Finally, Casper does that, but King has this Odin, and we do know what Odin is capable of. It has a lot of bullets into it, but it doesn't matter. Casper clutches that situation out, and we like to see that.
Switching sides.
Salt Esports able to pull off the round against all odds. I thought with that Cosmic Divide coming down, they could re-aggress onto the site and take it before the spike was planted, but the positions held by Salt, absolutely beautiful, made sure that they were able to pull off the round, and with a no flash composition, they take a commanding lead of 4 rounds in their favor. Now going on to the second half, this pistol extremely important for Exploit Storm. You lose this pistol, you effectively guarantee an AWP to come through for Trick, and with that AWP, we've already seen what he can pull off. So Exploit Storm, they're walking on fire here. They're gonna have to be very careful they don't burn themselves, because if this ends here, this is the end of their dreams in Qualifier 1. Salt will take the win 2-0, and Salt will be able to move on to the finals with this map. Now you can see Storax just waiting it out. The recon is not going to spot him. Hats moving in quite aggressively, does spot him out, and forces the dash to come out from Storax because of that nade. That's well done. Utility well traded for the side of Salt Esports.
Get kind of decent amount of info on the Hats there. Needs to move back now. His position has been compromised that he's holding pizza. Again, though, nothing much really being happening here. Both the teams playing this out a little slow, but this time Storax won't be spared. Got strike down instantly, and now Trick holding that garden area. The spike is towards the A side, and it seems like the intentions are looking pretty clear of Team Exploit, that they're going towards A shot to A, and even there are some players in the A main to get that A control. Side control is already established, slowly steadily peeking out, but King's shot is there on point. Trick onto heaven. He has one more. He has someone to give him backup as well there. And King, if he keeps his position anonymous, he can get a lot of value from it. Slowly and steadily walking inside Salt players. All 4 onto the heaven area. This might just pan good. What was that shot? He's connecting some inhuman shots right here. King doing a great job. Oh my god, this man is connecting to some crucial shots right here. 44 HP. He does know he's right above him on the heaven. He doesn't really have to move around a lot. Info being given, and what just happened? King clutching that situation out. He was hitting some inhuman shots right there, and some crucial shots. They needed this to get this round in their backpack.
5-8 right now. The pistol round, we talked about how important it was for Exploit. Had started off really well with that kill, but Exploit using the fact that they knew that the raise was towards that mid area to force and execute down into the A site. And then over here, this kill right there by King, finishing it all off to pull out 4K. King, certainly the king. And I love the fact that the initiators are leading on top of the frag list. Tells you for a fact that it doesn't matter what role you are, it's all really down to what kind of player you are. Now, Trick, I'm not sure why he was just waiting on one bullet. Finally does go for the reload. But I want to see for a fact if Exploit Storm can actually pull off enough rounds here, enough kills here to make it work in their next and go for a bonus. Because this is the first time they might actually win a Spectre round, because both of their Spectre rounds in the past have been thrifties in favor of Assault. Now, the Trailblazer revealing Trick's position once again. This winery hold by the Killjoy is so huge.
Is really huge. He's kind of bringing that anonymous factor in the game, and wow, shooter flicking between two targets. Not really going to be that tough of a task. Here comes the bird, going to be completely blinding out Trick. That should be an easy side take, and yes, it is. Shooter just makes it look so easy, easily getting that side take for now. But the main kind of goal for Team Salt is to deal as much as damage as possible because they're on an eco.
They can pull off a flawless here. Guarantees them a bonus. Soulmate picking up a triple does mean that now going into this next round, it's getting extremely close, because you can notice that I talked about this earlier. A player like Shooter, we saw in round 2 of the first half as well, he had those seekers ready. Again, in round 3 now, he has his seekers ready, starting off to make it very easy attacking play for Exploit Storm. I want to see those seekers used in this round, and I want to see Shooter leading from the front, because he's fulfilled my dream. He's showing me exactly what a Battle Sky can get done.
Yeah. Look at that. Hats this time, pushing, being aggressive, but there is Killjoy turret. Oh, I like how he was being spotted. Some spam was there being made, but not really able to connect that much shots there. Not really any critical damage being done, but definitely dished off a little bit. Any kind of chip damage in the Valorant gets really important in those late game situations, and we do know that. Spike's still on the top mid, so it hasn't really been decided which side they want to hit.
Look at this though. The ultimate being picked up for Soulmate does put it really close. Make sure that you have that lockdown ready as well. And the really important point about the lockdown being ready so early is that now with just Spectres in your hand, if you can clear out a site for free, then in the post plants, especially on the A site, you have these tiny corners where it becomes almost impossible for the defenders to retake for themselves. Look at this. All of the players actually rotating on towards B, and with only 2 players here, the lockdown will start things off. The Seekers will make sure they know all the positions, and this side hold should be impossible for the side of Salt, but Hats picks up one and Casper with another. They shut down Exploit Storm before they can even get in. They still will be able to get the spike planted, Necro, but 3v4 in a retake should be difficult.
3v4 retake should definitely be kind of a difficult task for them for now. It's a 4-on-3 situation. You did mention Team Exploit do have the side control, but I don't really feel like any player from Team Exploit is expected on to be made. But look at Gunner, he's walking up straight for the back. He might just find himself a lot of kills there, and Gunner, yes, strikes finally, does get himself 2 kills. Casper is there to kind of trade situations out. The tick has been heard, but no!
Whoa, Casper!
Gunner tried to burst out, but kind of choked in the end there. He should have used his Spectre, man. He should have sticked onto that Spectre. He could have gotten this round easily in his hand, because already Casper is down to such low HP.
Exactly, and I feel like there was more than enough time, considering that the spike wasn't even half diffused, for Gunner to actually play on just time and keep jiggling and making sure, considering that it was an open plant, just making sure that it wasn't getting diffused. Because you see right here, it becomes 1v1. Gunner, all he really has to do here is play for time, knowing that the other player, of course, he doesn't know he's on 2 HP, but he knows for a fact that the other player is really low if the comms came through from his teammates. just a bit of a small mistake in that spontaneous decision making from Gunner does cost the round for Salt, but that's okay because for Exploit Storm, I mean, but that because now Salt have a very bad eco for themselves. Their guns did go through, and because of the fact that the last round was a bonus with your Spectres, so Exploit, despite losing the round, they're the ones with the better weaponry. So let's see if they can pull this off. The defaults have been changed for Salt. The Killjoy not playing on B, and you can see the Sova and Raze combo slowly but surely taking proactive control. They've got this top-end knowledge. If they can find a kill here, it might be over for Exploit Storm.
Oh, Trick got easily spotted out. Was in a pretty common spot. He was gonna get checked. I was sure of that. There goes the mechanical doors down as well. Someone is lurking on the side, but it doesn't matter. Emmett's reaction is on time. Storex finds himself one. But Stranger trying to kind of even things out here. It doesn't really matter. His town is such low HP. There's no other option rather than save, because Salt knows this round is going to be hurting their economy quite a lot.
Absolutely. It's exactly as you said, Metro. Like, the economy factor is coming in so huge because we keep coming back to the main point about how Trick on the operator, if you remember Bind, he was able to continuously shut down and create so much impact as an anchor for the side of Salt Esports. Yeah. Because of this back and forth, because of the fact that Exploit Storm right now have the momentum, it becomes impossible to get Trick on that operator, and it forces these rounds to be lost from the side of Salt, losing their lead, and especially with that last gun going down on Stranger, it means they 100% have to go for an eco in this round, and that's an opportunity for Exploit Storm to even things up. We win this eco as you expect, and then with that buy, they can make it even Stevens. Now, I really want to see a bit of a gamble. We haven't seen it so far from either of the teams on the eco. I want to see them rush through even mid with those just classics. We can rush through mid, get a kill or two towards that mid lobby area, or even top mid, maybe pick up a gun and pull it off. Because again, they're playing on those defaults, and that's not going to work when you just have pistols.
Hats. Slowly and steadily trying to take any kind of info here. No intentions being revealed from Team Exploit. I like this. Only outro spotted. This should, confirmly tag him out. Position being revealed. That means he has to back off, but now again holding that close quarter angle. I really like what he did there. The drone tagged him, so he went all the way towards garden side. Now, because of the Tiger, he needs to back off. This is what exactly he's doing. That's an easy side take from them. As I did mention, that previous round was really important for their economy, and their economy got kind of damaged, so now they will have to be on an eco round, and Team Exploit taking full advantage of this. So the main goal for Salt for now should be to get as much as guns off of Team Exploit's hands, and this is what they're trying to do. These did get one, but it doesn't really matter. They're only able to get one kill inside that whole round, and within a blink of an eye, that's it. Attackers won, and that's going to be it. Team Exploit getting another round in their hands.
And with that, Team Exploit have created a bit of a space for themselves to guarantee this round. Because if you notice, because of Soulmate getting that triple kill last round, he's got his lockdown online once again. And he's got his lockdown online at a point where Stranger only has 7 out of 8 ultimate points. So without the Hunter's Fury ready on the Salt Esports side, that lockdown can be such a vital tool to just guarantee side pushes. Now with the way they're stacked up towards B, I expect that to be exactly the case. Only using King on the Sova to cause chaos on the other side, make sure A-main not guaranteed for free, and pull out that drone default to just get that basic information. Now the Boombot does delay them for a little bit, but with the Trailblazer being taken down, they know that someone is watching the entry of A-main. They can easily set up a guiding light, take A-main for themselves, and then go for the play. Drone coming out for Salt. Shouldn't get much info here. I really want them to cut it out before it spots up any players, and it does exactly that. So Salt still don't know that there's 4 players for the side of Exploit on this B side.
So far, this is going so close. Neck to neck competition between these lads. As soon as the second half happened, instantly the comeback was shown from TE there, Team Exploit. Look how slowly and steadily they're moving as well. They're trying to set themselves up. I like how coordinative Team Exploit is being inside this. Short angle is being held by Trick, making sure no one overextends themselves towards the garden area. And here comes the push from Team Exploit. Did spot them out. That's a lot of info being given as well. Team Exploit are already inside the side, and slowly and steadily they should get the whole side control. still, the guy in the other heaven, his position hasn't been compromised, and yes, that's going to be playing a massive anonymous factor. Beast finally strikes, and here comes the counter lockdown. But there's this Soa's alternative Fury striking in, and the lockdown from Beast has been shut down. But it doesn't matter. Salt get the round in their hand. I mean, good efforts being shown from Team Exploit though.
Beast pulling off a beautiful play. I mean, Beast is the beauty here, not the other way around, because he was not only able to hold on from the underheld position, but when his ultimate went down and his position got revealed, he got another kill, forcing the Hunter's Fury to come out and effectively making sure that all of those ultimates invested from Exploit Storm for nothing, to no avail. Exploit Storm do not pick up the round, and the momentum is back in the favor of Salt Esports. Now, still, no operator for Trick does mean that they need at least another round before they can pull it off. But considering the scoreline, if now Salt Esports are actually able to build up an economic lead and get Trick his operator, I feel like that operator will just make sure that the game and the series ends right then and there. So Exploit Storm need to answer back right now. They need to make sure that the economic cushion is not built up for Salt Esports. Now, again, that A-main Soa drone default that we've seen every time from Salt, this time they're going to use that Cosmic Divide to set themselves up. A very interesting Cosmic Divide, just cutting off half of side. Doesn't work normally, but considering that Salt Esports don't have any flashes to push through this wall, it actually works really well. Gets that spike planted, and with those shot cards, they've got them low, but they haven't got them down.
Look at how much damage has been dealt on Beast there, just with those shot darts initially. Shooter being spotted, did take a decent amount of damage under heaven there. Was getting spammed. And finally Trick with those Blight Storm connecting that crucial stop. What's going on here? Salt easily retake the side. They already do have that control as well. And that's going to be a Beast getting the final kill with those swamp grenades. Wow. I am impressed by Trick. The way he's using those Blade Storms is impressing me.
Absolutely. The right click, something we rarely get to see in, let alone solo queue, but in pro play in general, we almost never get to see that, but he uses that to perfection.
Look at that.
It's even better that he gets the right click on the head, because normally you see pro players going for the body, because it is a little weird in the way that the 3 knives are harder to hit on the head than on the body, but Trick's like, nah, I only pop heads, man. Gets that right click through, gets the win for his team, and that's 11-8. Trick popping off and has just playing the beautiful role in B main. Every single time able to deny the presence here is forcing Exploit Storm to continuously walk into that KJ Jet combo. And I have to note that so far, despite a few rounds lost for Salt, they haven't changed their defaults. They're sticking to their strengths, and it's really paying off.
Definitely is paying off. Here comes the Owl Drone to scout anyone out, making sure they're not aggressing out a Beast side. And yes, finally, the opening has been found. This is going to be the incoming call, the wake-up call for Team Exploit. They just walk inside. Stranger is ready with his crosshair, but it doesn't matter. M8 has already made all the way through the lobby. He's made it all the way inside. And now the side control is there from their side for now. Salt needs to retake it as fast as possible. Casper did not expect him to be there, but still the flick is on the shooter's head. Solomet was just hiding in backside, and he was just so quiet the whole time. His position was not being expected. And look at Trick. Inside the Astra smoke, and will finally dash inside. Position has been given away, and that should be easily taken down because the recon played a massive role in that final kill.
It's exactly that. Casper, I'm not sure what happened there, because he was with the knife just bunny hopping onto site. Should have got the comms that Soulmate was definitely, at least, if not inside, somewhere in the B area, and you never want to do that when you know an opponent is near you. But hey, I do notice, despite Salt losing that round, the operator for Trick is online. And this is the raid boss, Necro. This is the raid boss that held on for a huge lead in bind for the side of Salt. We'll see if this raid boss is able to just push Exploit Storm out of the Valorant Conquerors Championship semifinals of this Qualifier 1 altogether. Because right now, Trick is over at B main, and he's not going to get any dice because all of Exploit Storm over in this area. A split approach on the cards, especially with those Sky Seekers ready. Now that they've got A short and A main control, they can just pop the Seekers and instant rush with the those positions they know. But a little too early, Thorax and Shooter go in, they get punished.
Faced with 2 massive frags for himself. Now Solomate decides to go back towards A mid area. He does realize the rest of the teammates are near him because his entire backup from the short side has been taken down. Now they also need to get inside the side and at the same time try and get as much as info as possible. Deciding to back off. 50 seconds left in the clock. The time's ticking away. Time's running out of hands. And I feel like all they're going to try to do is try and suppress their footsteps as much as possible. Try and play some mind games with Salt, making them think that, oh, maybe Team Exploit has rotated all the way towards the other side, but this is not what's happening. Look at that. We are already seeing some kind of rotations being made from Salt. Here comes the recon to gain any kind of info. Hats is there in the underbank, and yes, King is there as well. He would trade things out here and there. Casper does hear so much info. Look at that. Almost did connect through the smoke. But finally, the side take is there without any doubt. Team Exploit has done a great job getting that side control. And King just connects that crucial headshot onto Casper. Slowly, steadily walking inside. Gunner did have that stairs control for himself. That did give him a little bit of advantage. And I always keep on saying, if you do have that kind of position in your hand, try to maintain that anonymous angle for yourself. Because if you're anonymous in that position, mostly defenders don't really expect you to be in that angle.
Exactly, and right here, too early from Storax and the side of Shooter. You can't go in. You have the Seekers coming in. The whole point of the Seekers is to seek them out. They reveal the positions of the defenders. So the fact that they went in before the Seekers actually had a chance to do their job shows that that mistake could have costed them the round. But hey, that's okay. As you said, their positioning at the end did pay off for Trick. Oh my god, that crosshair placement was picture perfect. Able to pull off the first blood and now step back. Does have himself an option to go back for the double peek here through on site himself, but he's playing it very defensive with his Sova in Stranger. Now you can see the lockdown going through, but the Hunter's Fury is ready for Stranger, so I do expect those ultimates to trade out, but the Hunter's Fury not coming out yet. Stranger, this is a bit of a weird call because Frick is gonna get taken out and Stranger is gonna get taken out, detained I was gonna say, but he's out already. I'm not sure why that did not go through.
My god. This was an eco for them, and this is why Team Exploit is completely dominating Salt here. This was expected. They were just trying to do as much damage as possible. Beast not able to connect the final shot, and King will take full advantage of that. Wow, just like a casual stroll on a summer's day, they just walk inside the side and get it easily controlled as well.
11-11 now, and a bit of deja vu for me personally, because similar to Bind, Exploit Storm making a really nice comeback from 8-4 down now onto 11-11, but on Bind at 11-11, it was Salt who picked up the round, Salt who picked up the map point, and then Exploit Storm had to fight for overtime. I wonder if the same thing is going to happen here, because you can notice a lot of setups changed for the side of Salt Esports. They're actually pushing in aggressively from A-Short, trying to take mid control for themselves, and they are rewarded accordingly. The smoke setup to make sure they do that. Now, the Hunter's Fury coming out, hunts down Hats, and he's taken out. Exploit Storm using all the tools in their arsenal to guarantee this round, guarantee map point for themselves. They want to go on to map 3, and they're not going to give away any edge they can get.
Exploit do realize there's a massive void to fill, so they will take any kind of chances that would at least favor them. I am absolutely impressed how cracked, how good these guys' aims are, man. I absolutely love this. And I also like the aggression level being put from the Pakistan region itself. But I definitely can see a little bit of room for improvement when it comes to tacticality.
Yep.
Here comes the recon. Yep, the intentions have been revealed pretty much. There is some B main presence. Stranger does know it is pretty much B control coming out. Here comes the rotation as well from the defending side. Shock darts being traded from both sides. The trades are happening here and there. King finds himself the opening. Casper is there to trade things out. Trade the man advantage out, but Casper finds himself another one that's good blind from Shooter. Storax as well trying to trade things out. Trades happening here and there, left and right. Team Exploit do have the side control for themselves. Trying to move in slowly and steadily. The last man is in the backside, and yep, Storax will close things out, and that's a complete jet diff.
Map point picked up for Exploit Storm. We were wondering if something would be different, and it certainly is. The eco broken for Salt. I think we can effectively guarantee a map 3 right here. because Exploit Storm have pulled back, they have fought hard, and they're now on track to make sure they get onto Haven as they strive to make their way onto the finals of Qualifiers 1. Now, looking at the positions, considering the buys, what I'm particularly interested in is this Killjoy playing solo anchor. He's not gonna. I really wanted to see that Killjoy play solo anchor, so you could see a gamble from Salt right to aggressively push in B and then trade out with just the Spectre, so you get those close range battles in B main. But instead, they're gonna again play on their defaults. Hatch just playing on a bit of an off angle, trying to find some kills for himself. He's gonna step back, but the Trailblazer will reveal him, take away 30 HP from him, and that will mean that Exploit Storm have all the info they need to pull this round off.
This is a fight for the OT. You might just get to see another OT. Team Exploit trying to kind of play some mind games with them. Here comes the Outrun in the mid, making them think like, oh, maybe we will see some mid presence here. But I like how the Jett is lurking around in the catwalk, not really giving any kind of sound cues. That means her position is still uncompromised. Wants to walk in inside slowly and steadily. Beast as well, pushing through A main. A lot of info has been conveyed from their side. Here comes the rotation. There are already 3 players on the B side. Slowly and steadily moving inside as well. Salt's position, I mean, if you take a look at the Raze hats, his position still hasn't been compromised, but MA just walks right onto his head, will be taking him down. Shooter there to get himself 2 kills. From the backside, he's trying to make as much of an impact as possible, but no, gets denied instantly. Salt is trying their best to fight back, but it's a 1-on-4 situation, and it seems like Team Exploit is going to be stealing this game away.
12-11 now. It's exactly as you said. 1v4. The Beast has got an impossible task in his hands.
That's a good
Gonna
shot.
get pulled in by the gravity well, and yeah, Shooter's headshots are intensely satisfying. Gets the win through for the side of Exploit Storm and takes us to map 3. It was close. Salt Esports almost looked like they had it in the bag, but Exploit Storm staying calm, cool as a cucumber, able to push it all the way through. On the attacking side, nonetheless, is what I love, because it shows that Shooter on that Sky especially, he can pull off any agent for him. His cracked aim is always going to be there as his biggest plus point.
And I pretty much guessed it as well. I said that Team Exploit is going to be taking this map in their hands, and we're going to be going to the 3rd map. I expected an OT there as well, but it's fine. You know, they did a quite great job. And I also mentioned one point before is that aims, I am absolutely a big fan of these teams and the overall Pakistan region, the aggression that they're bringing inside the game. But I also am saying the same thing, that I definitely can expect a little bit of room for improvement in the tacticality, because I also want to see that tacticalness a little bit more being used from these lads. But yeah, overall the aim is making up for that though.
Yeah, definitely. I will say the tacticality aspect, there are a few rounds, especially when on Ascent, I feel like it's extremely important you save your Hunter's Fury for as long as possible to trade onto that Killjoy lockdown. Did not happen, but hey, that's okay, because when you've got aims like this, you can start making that your win condition itself and start morphing your game around that idea. Now, I will say Storax initially had a great start, but did fall off towards the end, so I wondered if he can step it up going into map 3 so that Exploit Storm can pull off a reverse sweep. Similarly for Trick, I feel like he had a really nice couple of rounds, like great highlight reel rounds, was able to pull off insane shots, but wasn't the consistency we saw on Bind from him. So these Jett players, I'm going to keep my eye on, see which one can really pop off on Haven, because I feel like that's Jett's playground completely. Like you can pull off an attacking op, you can pull off a defensive op, you can even be a pure rifler Jett. So I want to see which Jett really steps up.
Exactly. Heaven, of course, I mean, is a pretty much unique map. And as you did mention, you know, it's kind of the Jett's playground. No matter what side you're playing from, B, A, or C, Jett is absolutely good on any map, or in general, an operator is just so good on any map when it comes to Heaven. And Heaven as well, I feel like Heaven also needs some of the most tactical nature as well, right? Because it has 3 sides and you can easily fake out anyone. Heaven is kind of a map where it really relies on fakes a lot, because you have that garage as well. Garage is pretty much easy to fake out. You can just give it a little bit of kind of sound presence there, any kind of presence being shown. And we do see those rotations being made from B side towards garage. So yeah, I feel like Heaven, I'm expecting a little bit more tacticality from these teams.
And I think my favorite part about Haven, as much as I like Shooter Sky, I believe he will be moving on to the Reyna for Haven. Either the Reyna or Phoenix. I think the Reyna is more in his wheelhouse than the Phoenix. So I really think it'll let him go back to the pure, just aggressive nature. Just try to rely on his aim as much as possible. Forget that utilities even exist, and play his game as much as possible. But the same can be said for the other side of the map, because I now wonder what Hats is going to do. Because as much as Raze has been nerfed, she's never been good on Haven. Like, Raze has not been a pick that we see. It's only the players who are one-trick ponies, who have made Raze their true OTP, then pull out that Raze on Haven. And I feel like maybe that could be a small edge for the side of Exploits Storm. But we've already seen how good Hats can be on that Raze. On the defensive side, especially the way he's able to anchor down a particular angle, shut off B-main the way he was continuously doing in this map, and deny any presence from Exploits Storm again and again. I just want to see him get a lot more aggressive on the attack. Maybe use those double satchels, really get into their face and give the backup to Trick. Therefore, those double duelists getting into the face of opponents, that can be a scary deal, especially when these players are so cracked.
That's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, you just said so many things that even I forgot the track of it. But yeah, overall, I feel like I have to give props for how Team Salt has been playing and how much they have improved from the past, because none of us expected, even in the casters' predictions, we all were like, okay, Team Exploit is going to be taking this without a doubt. 2-1s were there, but 2-0s were the most, expecting that Salt is probably going to get destroyed. But now, tides have turned. Salt has done so much homework that this competition is just getting so close. But again, as I said, I just want these teams to kind of improve on the tactical nature as well, because of course we do love to see that kind of chessboard game being played between these two.
Absolutely. I really like the way you said that, because the chessboard game is what really, I think, sets certain teams apart from the winners at the end of the day, because irrespective of how cracked your aim is, logical nature of the fact that it's a tactical FPS does mean that your plays have got to be on point, your comms have got to be on point. And that's one thing I do want to touch upon. Like, I feel like a few too many rounds where certain key informations not relate to their teammates for both sides, not for one side, for both sides. So we'll see if they can maybe pick up the pace in that regard, because you have to be very efficient with your comms as well, given the fast-paced nature of the game. Having said that, though, there's nothing to take away from both of these teams. They are among the top 4 teams in the Pakistan Afghanistan region. That's huge. That's an entire 2 countries big of a region. And the fact that the 4 teams from here making it this far, that itself they get props for. But hey, let's take a look at the scorecard and actually understand what we can expect from these particular teams in this particular map. So Casper played it very well on Astra. He is the MVP. And this is what I meant, Necro. Trick, we expect him to be on there. It wasn't necessarily on top. Only 2 first bloods.
Exactly. But I mean, it's like when you have players like Casper stepping up as well, right? Even the duelist doesn't need to do that much amount of work, because Casper is just so good when it comes to that mechanical aim. So even the duelist can sit back and relax, but still, Trick also did quite a great job. On the other hand, same goes there. You don't really see that duelist kind of top fragging. King is there with 26 kills and 3 first kills for himself. The first blood is there from his side. Then you have Soulmate with 4 first kills for himself, and then you have Storax with 5. You can tell how much aggression was being shown from Team Exploit. And on the other hand, if you talk about first blood on the other team, the scores are evenly distributed.
Yeah, I think a lot of the fact that Storax and Soulmate have 5 and 4 first bloods respectively has got to do with the fact that on the defense, they were continuously playing as a duo. We got to see a lot of contact swing KJ turret combos, where either sometimes we saw Storax go towards the binary in A main, sometimes we saw Soulmate go towards the binary, and one of them was able to continuously pick up that first kill. Hats, on the other hand, bottom fragging, this is what I meant. Like, it's okay when you're bottom flagging and you're able to use the raise to show your utility and cut down an angle on the defense, but you cannot be bottom fragging on, especially for the attacking side, because then the raise is kind of useless. She doesn't really offer her team anything. Like, even a Reyna, for example, if she's not fragging, can at the very least offer a Lear for her team to get in. All the raise can really offer is a boombot, which gives you some information, but it's more like false sense of security based information, where the team is like, oh, I know someone is here, but they're expecting you to come in, they're expecting you to take over. It's not as guaranteed as a flash itself. So I want to see if Hats can change it up. But for now, we're going to take a small break. We'll be back in a jiffy with map 3 of the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is CA, and joining me, of course, as you guys know, is Necro here for the semifinals matchup between Exploit Storm and Salt Esports. Now, it's been very close so far, always gone down to double digits, just at the very edge. One team able to pull it off. On Haven, I expect no less. I want an overtime in map 3. What do you think, Necro?
I mean, yeah, definitely we might be up for a map 3 overtime as well. But yeah, as I did mention, I am expecting a little bit more tactical approach from both the teams and
Yeah.
maybe a little bit more slow plays game, because we have been seeing a lot of aggressive moves being made, which also gives them kind of an advantage, but at the same time, it is also a disadvantage. Each and every single moves has their pros and cons. So if you try to play the game overall in a safe way, I feel like that might just be a better approach. What do you think, so?
I 100% agree, especially on a map like Haven. I feel like Haven is the epitome of what Valorant demands of you, from the idea of it being a tactical FPS. Even more than Icebox, I think the only map that tops it off, I would say, is Breeze. Of course, a lot more tacticality required in Breeze, but Haven definitely right there with it, because of the fact that it's so easy to fake out a particular site, and then even if you're not faking out, even if you're committing at the last moment, you always have the option of switching through because of how short the rotations are for the attackers in general. Now, talking about that, I do want to remind, like, coming into this map, hats again on that race, like, we expect the idea of Reina or Phoenix being really good. Even the Yoru, not greatest of the agents, but he has a flash. We expect these agents to be picked up on Haven because you want those flashes to contest key areas like Asuas or even Garage. Without those flashes, it feels like a bit of a gamble walking into Garage, especially like one of the most important areas, and it therefore becomes a lot more, I would say, RNG based, which is not something you want if you're Salt Esports.
Definitely. You do not really want that, that RNG factor kicking
Yeah.
in. I mean, video games in general do have that kind of an RNG factor
Yeah.
all the time. No matter how much you try to put in, there's always some moments you actually will be pretty much unlucky in there. But yeah, if you can minimize as much as RNG as possible, that's better. That's better. And this is what you're trying to say,
Yeah.
right? That's why tacticality or defensive approach is a really
Exactly.
important factor when it comes to that. But yeah, as I did mention in the previous time, from Team Exploit, King was doing such a great job. Imagine he's doing a great job with his utility usage, and at the same time, he's top frag. That means that's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. That's a lot of burden on his shoulder, and he's doing it phenomenally. I mean, flawlessly. He's executing each and every single move he wants to do, and at the same time, it's just so flexible.
Yeah. I mean, heavy lies the head that wears the crown, but it's not that case with King because he loves the weight, man. He's got that crown. He's wearing it with finesse and style. And as you said, making sure that he's able to pull off his primary responsibility of the agent he's carrying while adding on an extra bonus, a little bit of spice to counter that salt and really make sure he comes all the way through.
Yep.
What I want to see, though, is coming into this map, if any team picks up the Cypher, because I do, like, while we've seen most teams stick to that KJ in Haven, I do think, especially on the attacking side, where we've seen on Bind, both of the teams struggle, but on Ascent, both of the teams excel. On Haven, I expect that pressure to carry over, where attacking side is where I expect both of these teams to be strong. That Cypher can add so much value on the attacking side, especially now that he's down to just 6 points. In the hands of a player like King, especially if he can pull out those frags continuously, just gets his hats off. I think he's not going to give up his crown, but a hat off will give all the information he wants.
And yeah, I like how you mentioned about Cypher there, especially when the map of Heaven comes around. Cypher's really important, even in defensive and even offensive. Because in Heaven, lurking gets really important when you're on that attacker side. And when you're on the defensive side, Cypher does kind of a great role even inside the garage area. No matter where is it on the side, no matter where it's on the map, Cypher is absolutely great. But since the past, we have been seeing, kind of switches happening, even in the international meta and even over here, that a lot of players are preferring Killjoy over Cypher. I mean, there is pretty much understanding, but I finally am, recently I am seeing Cypher being back in the meta, which I really personally like. And I personally feel like playing Cypher requires the most effort, no matter what Asian you talk about in Valorant, because Cypher just needs so much game sense.
Exactly. Like the entire kit is all about enabling the player's personality. I would say the better a player is at understanding what the opposite team is able to do, the better Cypher he is as a whole. But talking about the point you mentioned, where we're still seeing a lot of KJ on Haven, I think it's got a lot to do with not about KJ and Cypher, but actually which controller they pick up. Astra has been dominating the meta on Haven, and Astra KJ combos are ridiculously good. I think that's a primary reason why teams want to stick to that Killjoy and not pick up the Cypher, because you do notice the teams that who go for the Omen themselves were playing much more of an aggressive, solo-dependent playstyle, picking up that Cypher to allow for a much more split-up approach, and therefore almost create two lurkers in your team, wherein the Cypher becomes that passive lurker and the Omen becomes that active lurker. And that's where I want to see if these teams do go towards the Astra and maybe even pick up an Astra Cypher combo, because that's something we don't get to see often, and that's something I'm curious about, knowing how it will work. I think especially for teams like Salt Esports, with Casper such a good Astra, able to carry his weight, not just in terms of giving the utility as and when needed, but also getting the frags. If you have a self-sufficient Astra, then you need not get that extra bit of combo that KJ provides, and inherently does open up space for a Cypher. So we'll see if Salt Esports are the team to pick up that Cypher, or maybe Exploit Storm themselves go for the Omen Cypher combo.
Exactly, and this is what I was thinking, right? Imagine if you have a Cypher Killjoy, then you have a duelist in the meta as well in your team, and then you have a controller and a Sendo. This would be so defensive. It would be insane, because you already have a Cypher set up on one side, you have a Killjoy set up on another side. So if any team wants to avoid any kind of Asian there, there's just left to funnel in one side, and you can pretty much have a lot of attention on that one side, because we do know Cypher and Killjoy are one of the most annoying agents to go against if you're attacking. So players usually tend not to go where Killjoy is set up, so they try to avoid those areas and they try to go towards some other site. But if you just have Cypher and Killjoy in your team, then I mean, yeah, the team's just gonna be getting annoyed throughout.
I will say I will be extremely surprised if I see the Cypher Killjoy, because it makes your attack like very, very weak. Like it gives you with very few options, and it only works if and only if your Cypher is a battle Cypher. If he can be the one going forward, getting the kills and getting the info for his team, allowing Killjoy to play her more standard role. Because yeah, as you said, on defense, it's impeccable, and you are continuously in control of how you want the opposite team to play. And on a map like Haven, if you can control how the attacking team plays, well, you've effectively just won the map right then and there. But I do think that we should expect a lot more standard double duelist compositions. One variation that we might see is the Breach coming out from Beast again, considering he was the player playing the Killjoy in this map and Casper playing the Sage. I do think that will end up switching up, because we do want Beast back on his Sentinel role. So expecting that double duelist to come through. My biggest question mark again is Hats. Like, what is he going to play? Because we expected that race to be a pop-off moment on Ascent, and it just wasn't, unfortunately.
Exactly. I mean, you were talking about that over and over again. You were pointing that out. Oh, now Hats is going to be playing the Raze, and I'm really excited to see how he's going to be, panning moments out in his favor. But then Hats was a little let down there. He only had 8 kills in that previous map.
Yeah.
I honestly was kind of disappointed there as well, because he wasn't really getting that much of limelight. And I feel like because he underperformed, right? Imagine if in the end times, in the end rounds, Hats kind of popped off, then I feel like Salt could have actually pushed to overtime.
Yeah, exactly.
They could have easily went towards overtime, and that's what I was saying. But yeah, as I did suggest that, Killjoy, Cypher combo in one team. So look, you did mention in attackers that might just be a little bit of problem, but since what we have seen, these lads are relying heavily towards aim. So it doesn't really matter what Asian you play, because look, you already have the defensive structure going on strong, and if your attacking aim is really on point, you're feeling yourself, you're feeling the click, then I expect that, Killjoy Cypher combo might just be useful. But again, we never know what these teams are going to be picking up. We cannot really judge off of past bases as well, because Salt has just completely surprised us. They have caught us off guard by performing so great.
Absolutely. It's been really an honor seeing these teams to give it their best. But hey, look at this. We're going to see the picks come out, and Shooter going to stick to that Sky. I was not expecting that. And irrespective of how big a fan I am of that Sky, I will say, I feel like the double duelist is the way to go. Hats shifting on to the Jet, though, does guarantee that double duelist combo for Salt. What are your thoughts about these compositions, Necker?
Exactly. I mean, compositions, look. I mean, Killjoy was expected there. I mean, Astra, of course, expected. But again, we are seeing that combination coming out, Sky and Soa combo. On the other hand, I really like that Salt is only picked one Sentinel there. Only one Soa. You don't really see Sky as well because, look, I do understand playing, you know, Sky's Soa combo, but I just feel like any one of those is fine. Any one of those is fine
Yeah.
if you're kind of a team there. But on the other hand, that's why I really like Salt's roster because they're utilizing that one free space as for double duelists. That means the pressure and the aggression will be shown equally from their side.
Absolutely, and I keep coming back to him, but there's going to be a ton of pressure on Haas right now because Strick has been performing outstandingly on that Jet. So to move him away from the Jet and now take it into his own hands, Haas has got to at least match the level of performance Strick has been able to show, and we'll see if he is able to pull that off. Now, on the other side, talking about that Sova Sky, like as you said, I agree. I don't think, like, I do think that the Sova is compulsory. And while the Sky is really good, if you are going to play the Sky, I would rather you end up playing no duelist compositions the way Fnatic do a lot. And then that Sky really becomes a duelist, not really a Sky in itself. But when you're playing the double initiator, it's really sus for me because now you're relying on proactive control on every part of the map. Your playstyle does become sort of one-dimensional, and as you saw in Ascent, you rely heavily on the attacking side to take a lead because when you get on the defensive side, you don't have that extra firepower you need to hold on to particular angles like Reyna or Trick himself. But talking about that, we're into the match. It's going to be Salt Esports on the attacking side, Exploit Storm on the defense, and Hats full W all the way in. Gunner just going to shut him down.
He is onto a 3K, but Casper is like, okay, you gotta step up yourself, then I'm gonna step up myself. Storax is there in the back lines, was not expected to be there. Casper will be caught off guard.
Exploit Storm picking up that first pistol, and Gunner, a key component of it, shut down both of the duelists in their garage push, playing that close angle right outside garage. That's a bit weird here. You should ideally smoke off either the left or the right wherever you're dashing in and then try to get into the space so your second duelist can use that as guaranteed space to then go in. But hey, that's okay. It's just a pistol. The players have a lot more time before they push through. I do notice Storax hasn't bought anything for himself this round. His team, of course, going for the Spectres, but Storax on the save, the operator likely to come through if they win this round.
Look at that directly 3D approach. Now, the main kind of the main mission here for Salt is to get enemies on top. Casper has already found himself a kill. Now they just want to do a little bit of economical damage, but it doesn't matter. It's just going to be Team Exploit easily sweeping the ground.
Just one player lost, and that player is the player who saved his buy for the next round. So no guns lost from the side of Team Exploit. They should be able to easily go for a semi-bonus, I guess. I really want to see if Storax actually switches his strategy. Yes, I love this. This is what I was talking about. If you can stick to just the pistol again and go for a bonus with your team, it guarantees the fact that your economy is going to be on a boom irrespective of whether you win or lose this round. Now your actual main primary goal for this round becomes to try and do as much damage as possible. Even if Exploit Storm lose this round, if they take away even 2 or 3 weapons from the side of Salt, going into the next round, they have the operator guaranteed because of how much money Storax has, and then they can look for the win. Look at this, Storax already picking up the kill. Gonna cloudburst the Cleaver and trying to pick it up for himself. Hasn't been able to do so. Instead, Stranger and Casper pushing him, have taken them out. Amongst all of this though, 2 guns already down and the Stranger really low. A 2v3 situation right now for Exploit. 1 more gun, and I would say even if they lose the round, they win it.
Exactly. I mean, Exploit, they've already done a decent amount of damage on Salt there. And if Salt manages to lose this one, it's going to be so much economical damage already done out of them. Look at how Salt is moving in, and yes, he's going to be finding himself that opening on the side. That's at least going to be putting a little bit of side relief on Team Exploit. Their enemy has been marked. He has been tagged. Soulmate enemy playing it out a little safe. Another tag coming in through. Again, Soulmate tagged. Unfortunately, not really like standing ahead. Shock darts. Here comes the recon dart again, making sure Soulmate's pushing them in. Astra still there, and that double peek was absolutely well coordinated. Again though, Soulmate is there, but the time's ticking away. Spike won't be blown up anytime soon. The kill.
Oh, he has time.
But he doesn't. No, he doesn't have enough
Oh,
time.
no,
That's
he
gonna
doesn't.
be it. Spike's gonna be blown away. And Soulmate. Well, I mean, that's pretty much a good try from their side. And as we were talking about, right, so much economical damage is already being done. On the other side, Team Squad is looking absolutely healthy.
Yeah, look at this. This is ridiculously funny.
Yeah.
Salt won the round, but they're going to go for the eco in the next. They don't have a choice at that point. You can either go for the force buys with light shields all around, or you can just go for the shares, get an eco through. And for exploit, it's the second best possible scenario at the end of the round. The best, of course, being that they had won it, but the second best now. They forced an eco despite a loss, and they've got the operator for Storax online, going for the ace who is peak with the gravity well, lining him up. It's Dub sees it right here. Storax finding the double, getting dashed in. He has the backup of King right there, and he'll get out safely. That got me nervous for a second, but Storax, he's pulling the combo.
Getting kind of nervous for a second there, but look at that. Is there that little cubby? Casper flicks onto him. Oh, Storax styling onto Casper, and Casper taken down.
Now I do notice that the KJ lockdown for the side of Exploit Storm is ready. And whenever I see that KJ lockdown, it screams to me, play A on retake or even play C on retake, because then that KJ lockdown becomes a very easy way to just deny one particular angle, and it allows you to stack a particular site. If you're playing A on retake, you can stack C and take aggressive control of C long, therefore getting a lot of info because of how short the area in this attacker side spawn is. They're not actually going to do that. Instead, just going to play that KJ on their standard position towards just denying that B. Storax now on that C side, giving the sniper cover to allow Shooter to aggressively move into the C long area. Casper just holding on, trying to deny any sort of aggressive push. But Shooter just being in his current position is giving so much info for his team. It allows them to know that they got to stack up B and A.
They do have the stack. Oh, that peak. That was being made even 1 second earlier. Could find that easy kill for himself. Gunner. Safe even again behind that little cup. Quite good for himself for now. Team Exploit. Nothing really much presence being shown, but look at C long. Spike still hasn't been decided where they exactly want to go or which side they exactly do want to execute, so still a little bit of kind of anonymous surprising factor being created from that side. Gunner moving around here and there. Trick is right in their front lines. Again, I really like finally a little bit of slower approach. I like that, you know, change in pace. And it's really nice to see that Cosmic Divide is inbound there, making sure they have it. Shooter trying to pop out. Gunner is there. He's doing a phenomenal job overall, holding on to his side, and yes, Stranger, beautiful shock dart.
10 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Really like the map awareness being shown from both these sides, and look at this. Storax has his Blaze Star pops out. It's a jet on jet action going on, and we might just be able to see a jet dip.
Fake dash.
Oh, that's a real good fake dash. Kind of threw Storax off guard, and Hax is not going to be missing such kind of shots there.
Beautifully played from Hats right there. I thought maybe Storax could stick that through, because as you said, a great fake dash, but at that point, you're hearing the fake dash from the defender side spawn. You're expecting the player to have rushed up on you onto box, and even then, like, most players aren't really going to be checking right after they dash in. They're going to wait for a second before they do, but hey, smart plays by Hats, and that was the round picked up for the side of Salt. The KJ ultimate invested as well does mean that at this point, Exploit Storm, they've lost that eco advantage, they've lost that ultimate advantage. The only thing they've still got going for themselves is the possibility of that operator on Storax. So let's see if he can pull off a kill, because right now he's extremely aggressive, taking mid control with his KJ.
Taking mid control with his agent. Look at that, Stranger being tanked. A little bit of info being revealed, but on the other hand, even the KJ has the ult popped out. Salt, this round should be theirs if they're at least trying to commit in. They already have Hunter's Fury available. They also have Reyna's ult available, and they also have a lockdown in their favor. And wow, Hats! A little bit of patience paying off there, but King is there to instantly trade things out. King, of course, you cannot expect this man to miss any kind of shots. He also has a Hunter's Fury. Here comes the recon. Dart King has been spotted. He has none other choice than to back off, but Storax has that little cubby, making sure he's being safe, and wow, Trick peeks out, instantly taking down Storax. That's an easy side control for themselves.
Stranger got a double kill with his Hunter's Fury in that round. That was nuts. Like the first kill I expected towards the A side itself, but then getting the second, making sure that his team had a free entrance onto the A side, guaranteeing this round in their favor, does force King into a situation where he can only go for the exit frags and save his weapon for himself. But I'm expecting Salt to just cozy on out of there from the A-long, the way they entered in itself. Don't expect any exit frags to go through. Does mean that the next round is going to be an eco for Exploit Storm. Hey, one kill gained by King does make sure that a little bit of damage done, but too little too late. Maybe a silver lining of sorts, but at the end of the day, Salt are going to be happy, especially Hats, who played that round on his break stop, going to be happy that he was able to cause the impact his team needed, create the space his team needed for that A-side execute.
Point. That round quite did a great job. I really like this crisp, clean shot there. Stayed calm, cool, collected till the end. Trick as well. I mean, as I'm saying over and over again, I'm absolutely a massive fan of these lads' crosser placements and overall the flicks as well. I just feel like they're not missing any shots at this point. And take a look at this. The scoreline is pretty much equaled out, and the Heaven map, as you did mention, this is going to be really close.
Though the guiding light gonna give away so much information and allow for this aggressive push. Gunner all the way in, now backed up by his teammate. It's gonna be a 2-12 setup. Trying to pick up the guns.
Oh my god!
What is he earlier, but Salt's still able to come out on top. No guns recovered. King, soulmate though, gonna pick up one and another. That second shot was nuts. Leaves them in a 2v1 position. Just Casper left for Salt. And yeah,
the economical damage. The economy damage has been done from Team Exploit. The round that we expected Salt to kind of win, but they lost it. Even on a semi-bye that Team Exploit did, slowly, steadily crawling up on the B side. I'm sure Team Exploit is not expecting that. Instead, they're pushing all the way towards T-spawn, and Casper catching one player off guard, instantly dashes away, though Jet is still alive. Here comes the massive rotation onto the A side. And Jet probably should realize at this point in time that the plan should be on it. Casper, this is a pretty big brain play coming out from his side. He didn't really, you know, do any kind of ego challenge. Instead, he played it out pretty smart. Going towards the short, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be wrapping all the way around towards long. But no, instead, waits out, uses his Astra's pull as well. I'm pretty sure as soon as he hears the tap, he's going to be using that. And yes, he does. Denies a lot of... kind of info there, a concussion being used as well, and this is where Casper is pushing in. Oh my god! Oh, that was so close! Milliseconds off for a defuse.
Oh my god! Sodax almost able to pull it all the way through. He just stuck it, and all of that on the back of this double kill right here from Soulmate. One was huge, but then the jiggle for the second, even bigger. But in a 2v1, Casper maintaining his cool, going for the full rotation. And yeah, as you said, it was just so close, but not enough. Salt take the lead for themselves, 4-3 now on the round. They have the Reyna also. I'm expecting a bit of an aggressive strategy, but a prediction, a Shazam, a Sinatra ult actually from King right here. He's able to get one kill already. Start off this round on a very good note for Team Exploit.
Like how you mentioned, Sinatra ult there. That was absolutely great and calculated ult. At least found a decent amount of info at the same time. A lot of value from it. Look at the Jet and Sova already down to such low HP, including the Astra. So much damage has been dealt to so many players, and at the same time, he did also get the Reyna down. That means now they will have to heavily rely on Jet. That means also at the same time, they don't have any flashes to enter inside of side, and this is absolutely massive because now Team Exploit is having a massive advantage, especially if they have the off setup going towards B. Spike is already moving towards B, but it seems like he's going to be rotating all the way towards C side. And yes, that is what exactly is happening. The timing here is absolutely massive. I like how this tactical approach is being taken, and this is what I exactly expected. Tacticalness coming inside the map of heaven, and it's pretty
30
much
seconds left.
needed.
Headshot.
Oh!
Timing. He's able to pick out shooter, and that does mean that now it's a bit of a weird situation for Exploit, because while it's still 4v4, the positions are in their favor. You see Soulmate able to pick up 1 kill, and all of Salt stuck near in their position, not actually able to get to each other to help each other out in post plans. Now this position of Hats is going to be very important. Knows that the killjoy is right here. Soulmate needs to check his back, because he should expect at least 1 player to come through with the flank, and he does exactly that, but he's not able to pick up the kill. Hats takes him out, as well as shuts down the lockdown. Sorax though, he's able to take out the trade. 3v2 on the map, make that 3v1 as King finds 1 kill. It's Gunner to finish it off. Exploit Storm, the aggressive C-long control they took paid off at the end of the day. Even though they did get the spike planted against them, the long control made sure that Soulmate got them stuck on site.
Honestly saying that Hunter's Fury from King actually won them that round. Without a doubt, that was just so much value from his side. Look at this. Look at this. So many players were being caught off guard in that ult there. It was absolutely one of the most valuable ults out there. And then even Lockdown got instantly destroyed. And yeah, this is how the round got closed. For now, take a look at this. The economy has been destroyed pretty badly for Salt, but it's still a neck-on-neck competition going on.
That sort of ult is exactly what you want to see after his ult gets nerfed to 8 points. You want to see every bit of value taken out of it, but aggressive rush onto the side. The Cosmic Divide actually helps him out. That was their own Cosmic Divide that helps Shooter out right there, but he will get taken out by these stuff. Soulmate coming in, is able to find 1 kill, looking for the second, does get taken out by Trick, and at this point it's 4v2. This round is effectively over for Exploit.
This is absolutely not good. Even though Salt had an semi-buy going on, they still managed to pull this round out. Pretty much, it's a 2-on-4 situation. Snorlax need to pull off some inhuman plays, but yes, he does. Taking down Hats. Here comes the Blade Storm, but not enough to shut down Salt. Beast is there to take him down easily, and even though they've run on an eco, they still win this round. That means now the economy on Team Exploit is destroyed, and again, this competition is going neck to neck.
Couldn't say a better, Necro. Look at this though. Again, I think Salt's starting to understand that they want to surprise the heck out of Team Exploit. They went for an execute in the last round, C rush. Now they're going back to their fundamentals as they go for this A rush. You see the initial stars plays signaling Gravity Well likely to come through on the sewers angle, and sorry, a concuss in the sewers angle and a Gravity Well in that A long does make sure that the aggressive push is not on. Now the drone coming out will reveal, so it does not reveal, so he did not need to dash right there. The drone did not reveal his position actually. As now able to take out Gunner. With King getting a trade kill, it's still Salt Esports were able to get the kills in their advantage. They now realize all members of Exploit Storm are here. They're going to quickly get out of here and rotate onto another side.
Again, look at these trades coming out from Salt now. It seems like they've finally woken up from the bed. Doing a great job for now, keeping Team Exploit down. Again, pulling another round off. I really like how we're seeing a change of pace in the map of heaven. I'm seeing things being taken real slow.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted from these teams, and this is what, like, I feel like, of course, we're not getting the ideal version, but we are getting a twist with that Pakistani flavor added for both of these teams. So I love to see their own identities coming out. And now, back to this round. There's only 2 rounds left, and with the eco of Exploit Storm, you can see 0-0-0, 100-600. They need this round even more than Salt do, because if they lose this round, they can guarantee for themselves, again, a 4-round lead in the favor of Salt. And while they have made that comeback once, you don't want to risk it all on just a comeback once again. And I do notice a very aggressive push here by Sorax. He's coming through outside the Cloudburst, getting a kill for himself, but has there ready to trade out his co-duelist, meaning now the Sova in King in a pickle. He's got to get himself out of there real quick, because that Killjoy ultimate has shut down this entire A side control game for themselves. The alarm bot set up as well means an easy plant to come through for Salt.
Exactly. Post-plan situations looking good. 4-4. Team Exploit do have the equal kind of advantage inside this, but still, they're taking things a little slow. Cosmic divides up as well. This is going to be creating a little bit of problems for Souls, and look at that pushing all together. Nothing much can be done. Target selection should be kind of confusing. And wow, Gunner, did you see that small angle being created? That Cosmic divide. Oh my god, the defuse stops, and Stranger pops off.
Again, milliseconds.
In the half.
Bare milliseconds. He could have got it all the way through, but the shock dart, I think it shocked us too, because so close was the diffuse from Team X, but they used the Cosmic Divide very, very well to deny that audio cue that the Sova really relies on to get his utility through on the post plant. Almost worked out in their favor, but Stranger, he's no stranger to such situations, able to make sure that the round comes through for Salt. Again, so many clutches from this player, it's actually insane. But hey, think with another prediction ultimate here, the Sinatra ultimate, got a lot of value this time, but last time, I mean, for this time, it's 8 points down the drain.
Exactly. This time wasn't really able to get a lot of value out of it, though, but still, Beast is there to kind of flip the tables again in their favor. Team Exploit is trying to slowly and steadily make a comeback, but Salt just has gained a decent lead. They have a 3 points lead here. If they get one more round in their hand, that means they are looking pretty decent. And that would be the first half pretty much in the favor of Salt, them dominating throughout. Intentions do seem pretty clear. Hats does have the spike in his hands. He's just going to be dashing inside the side. As expected, yes he does. Oh, but no, the Nanoswarm's doing a lot of damage. Side control is there on the hand. But Stranger now, I really like what he's trying to do. He's trying to clear out the grass area, but the Sky moves out in just the right nick of time. She should live on for another day. But the post-plant positions I really like from these sides as well. Beast is alive, did not expect Shooter to come out. And within a blink of an eye, so many bunch of kills being wrapped up by Team Exploit. And they live to see another day. That's going to be the first half, but still favoring Salt.
I have to say, when you go for the B plant, you need your team with you because you have to take the site and then take A-Link and C-Link to play on the post plants, because if you try to play post plants from mid, there's too many angles to check. You have to check garage, you have to make sure you don't have any flanks coming in from A or C, you have to obviously keep your eye on the spike, and at the end of all of that, you have to make sure that you're not stacked up and you can't just get spammed out towards that window. Too many variables, meaning right there, you can see one of those variables working in favor of Team Exploit. They had them cornered from every single angle. A-Link, C-Link, both in their control, and flanks coming in from both the C-Long as well as A-Long area meant that they pincered them and they obliterated them. 5 rounds now for Team Exploit. Still, the lead in the favor of Salt Esports. And I think for the first time now, in all 3 of the maps, the pistol isn't, of course, it's important, but it isn't as game-changing. It does mean that both of the teams have a bit of breathing room. They can rely on conditioning a lot more, their tactical nature, to make sure they have an edge here. Now, I do notice the Sky for Shooter is playing solo towards C, just trying to get some info as well as get some shots in. The rest of their team just playing defaults. KJ lurking down towards that mid area, playing contact swing with their turret, while the rest of their team takes A-Long control for themselves.
To take A-Long control, we already see heavy presence outside A-Long, but the spike is still in mid. That means they still haven't decided where they exactly want to go or which side they exactly want to commit. Still onto that confusing phase. We haven't really seen any garage contestations coming in, but this might just be the first time which we might just see it coming. Because Garage, of course, plays a main role in the map of Heaven, and so far, no pressure has been put in the Garage area. That means at least defenders are having a decent time, but taking the factor in consideration, this is a pistol round, and mostly pistol rounds are being played on that kind of an aim, but this one was definitely not aimed. The Nanoswarms were set up for success, and this is what exactly happened. The B rush was expected, and they walked it straight up inside B, but Team Exploit as well, throwing things out here and there, but Salt also not really falling anywhere far behind. Trades are happening left and right, but still Salt does have a man advantage. So Team Exploit, it's a 2-on-1 situation, but now it's a 1-on-3, and yes, finally Beast is going to be closing it down.
Stranger is so damn good with his shock darts. It's not just about the geometry of it, you know? It's not just about spontaneously adapting and getting the shock darts on point. It's also about when you're putting out the timing. You see right here, able to deny that spike from going through. Again, He's done this so many times across all 3 maps. A phenomenal player and rightfully on the top of the charts. Not his first time even. A consistently crucial component of Saul's success. Stranger, he's won my heart 100%. He won my heart in map 1, but now I think I might start to become a bit of a fanboy for this. So, hey, for now, the round 1 by Salt Esports, they have the buys for themselves, and you can see the eco throw away onto B side once again. But that KJ utility, as well as Beast just playing easily in that gong area, gonna mean Salt likely to pick up a flawless round right here.
Does. I mean, just one last man alive from them as well. I mean, did manage to get one for himself, but instantly got traded out by Trick. Nothing much can be said there. I like how Salt is gaining massive lead over Team Exploit. It's a 5-9 situation. Exploit only needs like 5 more rounds in their pockets, and that's just gonna be it.
Definitely.
4 more rounds, actually.
Yeah. I do see Hats has picked up the operator this time. It's not Trick on the operator. And Trick hasn't been having the greatest of his games on the arena. I do wonder if he can be, even if he can get himself back to his old form, it could be that necessary push to get to that 13 round mark, 4 more rounds for their win. But right now, it's all eyes on Exploit Storm. They need to make a move happen because they have that Sova Sky, but they're playing quite defensively. They're not taking proactive control. And because of the lack of that, Hatch just got a free walk-in on the C-Long, got a free peek for himself, and obviously he picks up that first blood. Weird defaults from Exploit Storm. I will say, like, the whole point of having a Sova Sky, especially on attack, is that you continuously take proactive control. You deny info from your opponents.
Just like a thief in the night, stealing that kill away, but we already see a massive rotation coming out from them. And it seems like Team Exploit just want to throw a curveball. They're rotating towards A side. The Reyna has also made the rotation from defending side here. There goes the flash out. Should give a little bit of presence. And wow, Shooter. Jet dashes. Trick was kind of distracted to take out that Jet. Shooter instantly tries to kind of trade things out. Team Exploit do have the side control in their hand, but still, that's the even man advantage. The man advantage was pretty equal. The Sky's there to heal the solo up as well. King looking pretty good for now. But Team Exploit have done a pretty good job evening out the man advantage in their favor. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Operators on Heaven. This should give a little bit of advantage for Salt. Any of the post plant, any of the attackers decide to kind of step out of their comfort zone, they can easily take it down. Stranger finding himself 2 kills. Stranger, this man's aim. This man is a human aimbot. What's happening with him?
He's a human aimbot, he's a human abilities bot, and at this point, I feel like he is the next gen of how a Sova player should play, because I think he's at 19, if not 20 kills right now. I think we might get a second look at score. For now, looking at the reactions of the player, you can see Storax, the IGL, detailing what moves he wants his team to make. And on the other side, if we do get to see for the side of Salt, I'm sure it's just jubilant faces all around. I'm sure they're ecstatic about their performance so far. They won the buy round right here, and that does mean that they've now not only got a 5-round lead for themselves, but they put Exploit in a position, as you can see, where they have to force buy. 2 Spectres and the rest of the players, even though they're on Phantoms, they're on Light Shields, does mean that I think this might be like effectively match point right here, because if Exploit do not win this round, if Salt are able to maintain their momentum, they force an eco, and with that eco they gain match point, and then with 7 rounds, I think a comeback would be almost impossible. Now, Exploit trying to force down A. They've got that information with the drone initially at A long. Now using the Trailblazer to clear out that Sewer's angle. They use the Guiding Light to get themselves onto the site. And the dash now, it's all up to them.
Oh, what? That one tap was just so crispy right onto his head. King, though, this time doing the job of the duelist and opening the site up. A little bit of team tag being done with that Hunter's Fury, but also did catch the Spike Planter off guard. Soulmate there on the short side. King will catch 1 kill off guard. Beast there to getting 2 back-to-back. Soulmate trying to even things out, but Stranger again strikes a 1-on-1 situation. Jet versus a Stranger versus Storax. Which one will come out on top? Storax, of course, being the IGL, but it doesn't matter. Stranger is just better. This man is just built different.
Exactly, I couldn't say it better. And something that put a smile to my face, of course, besides Stranger's amazing gameplay, I saw a tiny Jet revive me emote in that A Heaven area. I personally love the emote, and I think it works perfectly for what's going on right now, because Salt Esports completely dominated. I don't think anybody, including Salt Esports themselves, would expecting it to be this one-sided. You can see that for the side of Exploit, again, a force buy coming through. They realize that they cannot afford to just give away match point for free. They have to contest, and they're going to try doing so right here. They can switch control. They have the Seekers for themselves. Could use that to go in. But again, this is the second map in a row that the Seekers come out a second too late before the peak actually goes in, and Hats punishes them. The trade does come out. They've got the site, but 4v4, especially with that Killjoy lockdown ready for the retake, this is going to be almost impossible for Exploit Storm.
Should be pretty much almost impossible for them. Look at this Stranger again, trying to clear the side out. The crossfire was absolutely on point. Here comes the flash from this guy. Should give a lot of advantage in that kind of fight. Team Exploit still trying to hold on to him, but Trick.
Oh, that's huge.
This man is healing himself. This man is healing himself, and yes, he is gonna be clutching the situation out just like easily. And even the Reyna laughing casually.
Ha 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 ha! Indeed, is the reaction of every single Salt player right now. But hey, what I personally love, just the tiny interaction that the Reyna was able to pull off, was that I think we might see it on the replay. Like, as soon as she gets that kill on the from the heaven area, she waits for a second, gets herself on the window ledge, and then when she spots someone out, the instant reaction to use that invisibility to make sure she can jump off. Because normally, if you jump off from Hey Haven directly onto site, you take damage. You need to jump off to that tiny box on the left to not take damage. And when you have the orb ready, the soul orb ready for Reyna, if you can just wait a second, use that soul orb after you've got onto the ledge, you get that jump for free. And more importantly, the opposite player doesn't know where you position after you've jumped off, and that throws them into a lot of chaos and confusion. We wanted Trick to step up, see if he could be the X factor to push Salt over the edge, and he certainly looks like it. But look at this, Exploit Storm once again trying to go for this AD fall. They've got that KJ off with it, but Hats taking off his hand. He's got that triple kill. Gunner does get the trade, and the Killjoy lockdown going through does mean the fight will be wanted. But now 2v3 with both Cosmic Divides in place. I want to see which team can pull off those Galaxy Brain plays.
This round is so important for Team Exploit. This is the final round, and Salt does realize that. That's why they're trying to play it out even safe, even though they know they do have man advantage. Still, they want to play it out safe. And look at that Cosmic Divide on both sides. This is kind of funny. The side has been limited down to such low. Now both the Cosmic Divides will be shut off. Gunner, of course, opening the fray up. And Team Exploit slowly and steadily, they want to make a comeback. And here comes the Spectre into play. Oh, didn't manage to connect or didn't manage to dink him out, but Gunner is just there, and he's not going to be missing any shots this time.
Gunner getting that heaven kill was the key component of them pulling off their post plans in that round, because if you don't take out the heaven player, then you can't really opt to play for those extremely cut off camping type positions where you're holding corners and defending sightlines. The fact that the heaven player is down allows the Solar player to just play under hell, play comfortably, wait for the full contact from Gunner to then go for the swing and pick up the round for themselves. Does mean that Exploit Storm are going to stay alive in this matchup. And given the fact that even though Salt themselves won quite a few rounds back to back, they lost many players in those rounds, does mean that they did not have an eco build up. So now they will go for the eco for themselves, not take a risk with those force buys, because they've got that economic cushion. And you can see Exploit Storm themselves, they're keeping it simple, just aggressively rushing onto sites again and again. It was 2 A's in a row this time now going on to C. They'll get the spike planted quite easily.
Spike planted already on the C side. They did get kind of an easy take there. Salt will have to go for an eco round for now. Soulmate, I think so. He has spotted Casper out. Still, he's holding the flank angle. He's doing a great job. Turret being placed and decided to back off, but no. Casper overstepped a little bit there. Will be taken down instantly. And this should be Team Exploit's round, because overall, we did see Salt kind of on an eco lining up there. Trick did kind of manage to do a decent amount of damage, but Team Exploit still. But the damage has been done. This means Team Exploit will be struggling on the eco a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. But considering that their backs are against the wall, they're fighting for their lives in this tournament, I guess they'll take it. Of course, they would have preferred to have it better, but hey, it's better to not have an option at all rather than to have a bad option. So let's see if Exploit Storm are able to compensate for the lack of those the pure economy cushion by their ultimates. You can see again for Shooter, that Sky ultimate online, that's going to be huge. I do notice Hats has picked himself up an operator, glass cannon operator nonetheless. No shields for him. It's going to be really important. He lands his first shot, and
look at
this lad is confident, just pushing down C long. Will get revealed by the Trailblazer. Has to back up. Did invest his dash, and this should give the cue for the side of Exploit Storm to start moving on towards the A side. Use the Seekers to either create a fake NC and then go on to A, or just go on to A, set it up from the sewers to clear out the angles on the A side, execute.
But the spike is on the grass there, slowly, steadily are crawling up on the A, as you did mention. Here comes the Seekers. The Seekers are out. This is going to be given so much info for them. All they can do is just keep on following the Seekers, but the Recon is also ready from the Sova. This is just going to be putting them in such an uncomfortable spot. And yes, the Recon is just revealing so many intentions from their side. And Trick is going to be taking full advantage inside the situation. Here comes the ultimate from the Reyna as well. And he's looking absolutely dominant inside this game. Trick finally stepping up with that Reyna. We're seeing an incredible amount of gunplay being shown from this man, and he's doing a great job at it as well. Hunter's Fury out is not really able to do a lot there. Missed all 3 of his charges, but at least delayed that Reyna for a while. But still, that Hunter's Fury was quite crucial. And again, Team Exploit. It seems like we might just go to overtime again. Another round starting soon. This is a real crucial round for them. Here comes the recon dart from their side. Pretty much now they do have that info that A long is kind of clear out there. They should be looking a little safe. In the underpass there is Hats as always, holding that aggressive angle. He has been spotted and has also been tagged instantly. Hats, fortunately, has been tagged. He will need to back off. He cannot hold that aggressive angle anymore. Slowly and steadily, we do see the lads of Team Exploit walking towards C. They want to do a C presence soon, but also they need to get the garage control before hitting C first. And this is what exactly they are trying to do. The Sky kind of scouting out the entire kind of garage area. And yes, the Storax! What's going on? This man just dashes straight inside, just like a racing car, and he doesn't care about anyone. Team Exploit get another round on board just like that. Within a blink of an eye, they already have a round. They already have a sight. And Team Exploit is making it look real easy for now because they were on an eco. Timeout coming out from their side. Salt finally do realize that they do need a timeout. Salt. Back-to-back rounds are being won from Team Exploit, and this is why Salt probably does make sense to call it a timeout, because you don't really want a team like Exploit to make it a comeback, because this is really important. Anyone who wins this map wins this semifinal and moves towards the final. So this is going to be really important. This is a crucial timeout, pretty much well needed, and the timeout is active. I really want to see what kind of change of pace we will get to see inside this timeout. I personally think we might just be able to see a little bit of more kind of defenders being holding on to the side, because we are seeing those defenders, you know, being aggressive, taking those aggressive angles, and at the same time, sometimes they're getting those values, but most of the times they're not really able to, you know, get any kind of values. Instead, they're just wasting their utilities, and at the same time, maybe sometimes they do get caught off guard. So playing it out safe is definitely the call that should be made if you are defending along. 12-9 is the scoreline. 4 more rounds for them to close. 3 more rounds actually to close this, or to get it to overtime. And if it does go to overtime, then I'm pretty sure I'm gonna flip myself, because this is being so close, and we do like a close competition, don't we?
Yes.
Time being paused. Seems like we're having some tech issues here and there.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking about so far how they've been performing in this map, I have definitely noticed a lot of change of pace around, which is really
mic check 1 2 3,
you know,
mic check 1 2 3.
in the map of
Hello.
Heaven,
My name is
need that
Sia.
more kind of tactical nature, and this is what the
It's
teams
okay.
have realized. That's why the games are being a little bit more slow. And I feel like in tactical nature, Salt is just absolute flawless when it comes to executions. just waiting for the tech pause to get over, and we will be able to see this map, because this round is going to be really important. Buys are from the both side, and I just want to see which team actually get this round in their pocket.
Me as well, Vakro, because if this comeback does happen for the side of Team Exploit, then honestly, I feel like it will just start us off for this incredible weekend of continuous action with the VCC Pakistan Afghanistan Qualifiers, one semi-finals and finals coming through perfectly. So let's see if Exploit are able to pull that off, because I think Salt will definitely just dig in deep and make sure they get their heads focused, because all they got to really do is pull off one round for themselves. One round, and they go all the way to the finals of Qualifiers 1. Now, the guiding light to get some aggressive information denies the op angle. They've taken the cubby long position here. It's going to be the drone coming out next to get them the information. But if Gunner peek a second too early, it might be too expensive for them. He's not going to do that. Instead, Thorax is going to be the one with the shoulder peek. Does bait out the operator, and now they're going to rush him down, try to take him out. Will dash on out of there, get out, but that does mean that the C site that was relying on that operator anchor in the favor of Exploit Storm, they should get an easy plan.
Exactly, should get an easy plan. We just see a little bit of drive-by from the side of Storax, not really connecting any shots in there. At least some aggressive shots being taken. That should help the defenders not to overstep or not to commit directly. Yeah, that's a good flash from Shooter, but his position has also been given away, but that's a beautiful flick right on the Beast head. Pretty sure he did not expect to get destroyed in such kind of a stylish way. Storax, as always, holding the backside angle, and the call has been made to save, because they do realize if they lose this retake, that means it's pretty much it from him. That's pretty much it. There's no way they can make a comeback, because the next round, if they lose this one, they will have to do a eco.
And you can see Exploit, they themselves understand that the hunt is on. It's Shooter leading the charge, moving in aggressively, does not take off hats. Instead, it'll just be one gun down for Exploit, and it doesn't matter to them much, because they've got that win streak going on. They've got that cushion built up. They will be able to get the guns through. And personally, I have to mention, I'm a big fan of the way Exploit have navigated this murky mess that was the comeback that they pulled off so far. From, I believe, 7 rounds they needed to pull off overtime. They've got 5 of them, 2 more left. I want to see if they can do that. And a lot of that has been down to just pure executes, playing on fundamentals. I wanted to see this from them on Ascent. We didn't get to see that happen on Bind as well, but finally on Haven. Now to live Haven. Wait, what? What? With the long range. What? Oh my! I can't. What?
That was nuts. That was nuts. What was that no scope? And that's just so dominating throughout.
Huh? Oh my god. Oh my god, hats. Oh my, I am still pissed. Long range no scope. I don't think that's been done in the world yet, let alone in our region. Oh my god, that was nuts. To win the map off in that way, a little anticlimactic, I would say, but holy moly, Jesus Christ, that was intense. Wow, and at this point, with Team Salt Esports pulling off the upset, making it to the finals, this is it for them. They've done what they prepared to do. Hats especially, I have to give him props, stepping up when his team needed him the most, able to pull off the win for himself and his team. It's humongous, because at this point, it's all about, like, you know, getting into the finals in the right mood, the right momentum. Hats gave his team exactly that.
Exactly, they had to give his team exactly that, and this is what they pretty much did, right? And it was expected. That no scope. I am sorry if I ripped, like, you know, people's ears off, but I'm still left speechless after that. I did not expect that to happen. I mean, he took off the scope in the wrong time and then connected that no scope instantly.
Yeah, that no-scope was disgusting, man. I've seen short-range no-scopes. I think I'll mention Yampy, an international player known for his no-scopes. I'll even mention Jerka in general, another European player known for his no-scopes. But all of those are at max mid-range. C-long from inside to all the way in C-lobby, a no-scope, like, I don't know if that was luck or just pure skill or a mixture of both, but he gets credit for that. That was just, oh my god, I still can't digest that fully.
Exactly. I mean, he does get the credit that he deserved. And massive props to that. I mean, take a look at this, right? I mean, our Hindi casters out here on the screens. I mean, they're having a great time as well. We can already tell they're already pretty much surprised by how Team Salt have pulled this victory off, even though we expected something complete different, and now Salt winning that out easily. And we also do see, them kind of sprinkling the salt all over Team Exploit there.
Yeah, man. At this point, we Salt Esports have a right to respond any way they like, and I do believe Exploit is going to be a little salty. They're not going to be happy about this at all because they were the favorites coming in to not just the semifinals but the entire tournament. They were the team expected to walk away with the first qualifier spot, but now they're out and they're going to have to look towards the qualifier 2 to get themselves a chance in, because Salt Esports making their way to the finals. I wonder now, considering that the next match is going to be Namak Boys versus Team Arrow, we get to see a Salt versus Namak matchup. That would be really funny.
Exactly. I mean, that would be really interesting because, if Namak Boys, of course, win up that upcoming matchup, then that would be really interesting. We would get to see that, Salt versus Salt action going on. We just want to see which Salt is more better, because that would definitely be an interesting matchup to see. But overall, as we were talking about, what exactly happened in the previous game, we did see a massive change of pace, and this is what I like to see, and this is what we predicted as well, right? We did predict that kind of a change of pace coming out in between these lads, and this is what we saw, and this is what we got. We expected kind of a tactical stuff going on between these lads, and it did. And especially, I feel like Salt is real good team when it even comes to that tactical approach in the game.
Yeah, I have to give them props for that, because when I look back across all three maps, right, I felt like in Bind, they had the idea of their composition down, right? But even then, I felt like it was a lot reliant on Tricks' exceptional shots and, of course, Stranger's exceptional clutches to pull off the map. And then I looked to Ascent, I felt like they were missing the cue with those KJ solo trades and a couple of points. The tacticality wasn't there. But when it came to Haven, this team was on point with the tacticality. The rotations were right when they needed to make it happen. The only time they stumbled was when Exploit Storm pulled off the executes, and I felt like a lot of that is down to inexperience against those executes rather than actual lack of tacticality. So with respect to actually understanding the fundamentals and playing around the logic of the game, Salt Esports showed on Haven, a map that they've lost previously to Team Exploit, that they have definitely improved by miles and bounds. So I'm excited to see them in the finals. I'm excited to see them on more maps. I want to see what they pull off on Icebox, especially because it has been known as a specialty for them, and it has been a map where has previously played Race, but considering that he has shown that he does have the capability to play other agents today, I wonder on that map of Icebox or even Breeze if they can change up their compositions and bring something new to the table.
Exactly. Something new to the table. But I'm really interested to see, I'm also really excited to see some upcoming matchups, which is, of course, Team Arrow versus Namak Boys. And I feel like it's going to be a really interesting one. Especially, tell me one thing, okay? When you do hear that, Namak Boys kind of team name, you always think that, there might just be a casual approach, from these lads, because Namak Boy name just sounds so casual, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think some sort of relationship to Salt Esports in general. I'm guessing maybe a rivalry, maybe a brotherhood. We'll find out soon enough, though, because if Namak Boys do beat Team Arrow, it will mean that they face up against their, I guess, foreign namesake, because it's in English, one team name versus the other being in Hindi or Urdu, the way you want to see it. So it'll be interesting, and I do think it'll be an interesting matchup. But for now, let's focus on these scorecards that are going to come through. Stranger, boy, oh boy, I'm going to keep an eye on him. I'm going to make sure he's no stranger to me, because this lad, just forget today's performance, okay? It's not just about today's performance. It's about how consistently he was able to get through on all three of the maps. He is what you call once-in-a-generation talent.
Yeah, exactly. It is what you call once-in-a-generation talent. Well put up from your side. As you guys can see with the scorecards of the team in front of you, lads, Salt did quite a great job. But again, Team Exploit did try to come back. But I still can't get my mind over it. How surprising Salt has played, because in the past Team Exploit destroyed Salt, and now Salt got the lead onto them, and they won against Team Exploit. I mean, they have done an incredible job. If you talk about their overall ratings as well, it's right there in front of you. The MVP, of course, being King again, and then Stranger again from their side. Absolutely wowzers from my mouth right there. Absolutely wowzers.
They are the hunt.
Hey, we're back. Hi, we're back. It feels good to be back. Hello. Oh, man. Yep. Yep. Stranger. Yep, he is the hunter, and pretty much well-deserved hunter out there. 61 kills for himself with... wow, absolutely impressed. Look at the con rating as well, 66 first blood of 3. I mean, didn't really get a lot of first bloods, but I feel like this man is a real good anchor when it comes to holding down his side. And even rotations, this man's rotations and repositioning and aim, of course. I mean, how can you forget about that? Stranger is not a stranger anymore. We all know him, and I'm pretty sure soon the world will know him as well. Yeah. Yep. Oh, it seems like my co-caster's voice isn't really able to get through. A little bit of technical issues, man. Maybe you just need to refresh it, refresh his stuff. But it's fine. I can handle on. I can stretch it forward. It's fine. I mean, as you guys can take a look at the brackets as well, they've already moved over to finals of best of 5. So Salt has gone themselves up there. But then on the other hand, in the semifinals, if you take a look at that, best of 3, Namak boys and Arrow is about to come up, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be one of the most interesting matches out there, because Namak, I don't know why that name just kind of gets me gassed up, and I just really want to see these two teams, dominate overall the stage, man. But yeah, with that being said, CA is not here to close the day off. I mean, close these, throw to break. So I'm going to do his job. With that being said, we'll be catching you guys right after this short little break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. Now, my name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and joining me is Neeraj Necro Sangle. We're here to cast for you the second semi-final set of the Pakistan and Afghanistan Qualifiers 1. This is going to be Team Arrow versus Namak Boys. Now, Necro, one Namak Boys, or I guess Salt Esports has already taken the win. Do you think this could be 2 for 2?
I feel like this might just be it. You know, I want to see boys win this one, because in the end we'll get a lot of salt. It would be so much salt that it would be really fun to taste a lot of salt. There's a lot of salt in my sentence as well, because there's so many salts in this team.
I mean, at this point, with all of this salt, I want a little bit of spice. You know, I do prefer the more of that Indian. I mean, not Indian, of course, South Asian palate where there's a lot more spice. So I hope this matchup delivers, because the last one did. It was extremely spicy. It ended off extremely spicy. I still cannot, like, the shot that Hats made is glued into my head. It's like transcribed permanently. I cannot get rid of it. I see it continuously playing. Because, oh my God, if we see anywhere close to what we saw in the last matchup with this matchup, I think we might just lose our minds today, Necro.
I mean, definitely, we might just lose our minds, but I want to save my mind. Okay, I want to save my mind. I'm not gonna let it lose it, because the finals are still yet to come, right? And they're gonna be interesting. Imagine Namak Boy versus Salt. Honestly, if that does happen, I will wear something funny. I'm not even lying. I'll have some weird glasses on or something. I will try to do something unique, you know, something related to salt, or at least I would have a lot of salt with me. But yeah, with that being said, yeah, for this upcoming matchup, Team Arrow versus Salt, both of the players, I mean, of course, they have pretty much great lineups. I mean, if you take a look at their past stats, if you talk about Team Arrow's but Sahab, I mean, of course, he plays that Jet role as well. He has a 71% of Jet pick rate. So I'm expecting him to pick Jet in each and every single map. But he has played Raze as well in the past. So I want to see maybe a little switcheroos here and there. We might never know.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if we see the bind or the split come through, he could pick up the Raze. But in general, on other maps, I think it's a big no-no. It's just too expensive, man. 400 credit Boomba, like, as cute as it is, it's just way too expensive to put it out there on the map. So we'll see. I think the Jet, of course, a very crucial component. We saw, again, talking about Jet players like Trick with the insane shots on bind, and then Hats in Haven. Jet, even though she's been nerfed to the ground, not once, not twice, but 3 whole times now, she's like, you know what? I'm just too good of an agent. My kit's too good for those top skilled players, because the cap, I think, in the way you play the Jet is unlimited. The better the player you are, the better the agent is going to suit you. So that's where I think you see the Jet keep coming back and back. But that's where I want to ask you, like, at this point, the veto is going to be really interesting, because for Namak Boys, I don't think Arrow have much information. Arrow are going to have to rely on what maps they find themselves weak at to ban out, and that does mean a bit of an advantage could go to Namak Boys. The underdogs could have that surprise factor work out for them.
Exactly. They might just have that surprise factor work out for them. And one more thing, right? The Namak Boys don't really have that much of like a exposure, if you like to call it. They're not really that famous. So teams don't really know how they exactly play. So learning them out is going to be really difficult. But I really want to see what kind of veto has been picked here. And of course, Bind being picked by Namak Boys. We already see that Salt Bay there. But then Arrow picking up Heaven for themselves. Then again, Namak Boy picking up Icebox. This is absolutely interesting. And I want to see what Namak Boys have got. What kind of salt they've got to just spice up some things.
I love their logo, man. Salt Bay with like devil's horns and the devil's trident. They're effectively saying that we're the cringe version of the team that's gonna take you down. But our gameplay, not anywhere close. I expect them to be on point. We did have a chance to look at their hype in general, their thoughts on how it would go, and they mentioned exactly that. Like, while they're the underdog, they even had a salt container with them. They're like, we're gonna pour salt on everyone, and I found that really funny because they're sticking to what they know. They're sticking to their values, and I think in Valorant that's ridiculously important, because you saw in the last map the fundamentals were really what carried Salt Esports over the edge.
Exactly. The fundamentals are really what carries Salt kind of towards the edge. And I feel like even Salt, right? I mean, in the previous map, if we talk about Salt, how they played, I feel like Salt overall is at least really good when it comes to even the tactical approach in the game, and this is
Yeah.
where I feel like they kind of got caught off guard there.
You know, we're in the agent select screen. This guy coming through with that Cypher. I love this combination for the side of Arrow. We were talking about this earlier as well. The Sova Sky on the other side, likely with that raise, does mean that if they pick up this Viper, I'm not going to be that big of a fan of it, because I think the only map you can play Viper as a solo controller on is Icebox and maybe Breeze. Definitely not Bind, because you really miss those smokes from an Astra, Brim, or Omen. You need those consistent and flexible smokes really to come through on any part of the map when you want it. So the fact that Namak boys have only Captain Toxic on the Viper, I think given his name, I do think he's a standout Viper player, but this is going to be extremely difficult.
Exactly. I mean, Viper, of course, she gets a necessity when it comes to those maps like you have Icebox coming in, Bind coming in, and then Breeze. Viper, I feel like is really necessity. It doesn't really matter any map now. Viper's just so good that you can play her on any map. Same goes with Sky as well. She is really flexible overall, but yeah. I mean, I just want to see this matchup being started. Of course, the players are getting ready in the buy phase. And I want to see what kind of an approach we're going to be seeing from Namak boys there.
A nice look from our production team. Thank you very much. A very nice look of the Moroccan city of Bind. I'm not sure if the city is called Bind, but definitely a Moroccan city here. Cypher's hometown, actually, if I may interest you with a tiny fact. And the fact that we've got Darky here on that Cypher, I want to see if he can pop off in his hometown and save it from the salt that is about to come through from the Namak boys and their mascot in Salt Bay. But hey, here you've got the side of Namak boys starting on the attack, and their executes are really going to be important, because without the lack of that second controller, you're relying on Viper smokes to just cut off a particular angle. So now, rushing in through showers, they've got half the side to themselves. They're already going for this spike one. Going to play on the Viper lineups, of course.
Exactly, they're going to play on the Viper lineups, of course. They did get the plan on a default there. Dexter's looking decent, but his HP is not really looking that good. But Sahab is getting denied over and over again. Even if he tries to kind of step out of his position, he's getting denied. And from the backlines, Darky's doing just so much work. We finally see some Cypher being played. I missed Cypher being seen in the kill feed, and finally kind of gives me that kind of satisfaction in the game. We finally still see Cypher, and look at that! Record! It's just revealed so many players, and this is where things kind of got turned around, and wow, that's the stylish shot. And MSK just got styled on, and wow, Namak boys getting themselves a good start. Wow, Namak, I like this. I absolutely like this.
I have to say that Arrow, I don't think they're going to be used to playing against the solo Viper composition, especially with that Jet and Raze, the double duelist combo. It's all about the execute. You cannot let them plant. If you let them plant, they win the round, because it's almost impossible to play the retake against such a good post-plant lineup. You have the Raze util, you have the Sova util, you also have the Viper util coming from a long distance away. So for the side of Arrow, they're going to either have to be proactive to trade out that utility early, force the Viper to use a snake bites, or then just try to deny the plant by playing defensively as much as possible. Now, aggressive B-long control was the try from Arrow, but they get instantly denied, and now using that pressure, Namak boys looking to get a flawless anti-eco here.
They definitely are looking to get a flawless anti-eco here. This was pretty easily done for their side, but what? 2 kills out of nowhere. Pretty much unexpected. Over here, he is there onto the long side. Gothchild is trying his best to at least do as much as damage as possible. They've gone 2 players down, and it seems like now the decision has been made. Okay, let him just stay in the long side. We're gonna be you know, saving, or at least he should have to come back here onto the side to make a retake happen. Gothchild finally coming in. The call has been made for him to try and do as much as damage as possible, but what? Connecting another headshot, Dexter taken down, and it seems like Namak boys are just getting strolled on. Oh.
A lot of damage though going towards the Namak boys players. 3 kills gone down does mean that they're now in a sticky situation. But damn, man, I have to say, Pakistan and Afghanistan, the region in general, have won my heart because of how easily their Sky players are able to get the Seekers online already for Namak boys. They've got those size seekers online, and they're going to be a crucial component, a crucial cog really to the machinery if they're able to pull this next round off, because they don't get a bonus. 3 of their players actually have to invest, so either have to go for the eco or just go for the buys for those 3 players, and therefore contest, but albeit with a bit of a disadvantage, because for Arrow they have the buys all around. You can notice Arrow, they did initially peek that Shower's angle. Gotcha trying to get some information, is now backed up. The Cypher Trapfire set up, and I really like the fight that the Cypher Trapfire set up a little towards the upper area, because when you know the other team only has Sky and a Sova on the table to clear off these angles, that Cypher Trapper not cleared out by that Sky Trailblazer. Now MSK able to get that first blood, takes out the Sky, meaning no Seekers available for this round.
Scout destroyed.
Exactly. Look at this protest slowly and steadily moving out, and this flash is big. At least buys him enough time to back off from that tricky situation, so at least he's looking good for now. Buys are being shown from both sides. Again, they're trying to make it inside the side. Captown found itself that opening. But Arrow Protoss there, and Arrow doing a great job holding that entire side off. Toxic. It seems like Cap's position pretty much should be compromising him now. Yes, it definitely has. There goes the snake bite. Should at least delay them off for a while, but it doesn't really matter. Godchild just pushing in. He has been taken down, but Butsov was not expected to walk right behind.
Arrow pick up the round, and with that they put a lot of pressure onto Namak boys, because usually you expect coming into the 4th round the attacking team, if they won the pistol, they do have that bit of leeway because this is when their actual buys come through. But considering the damage they took earlier, you can see that even though they're able to pick up the full buys, I don't expect full utility all around. So for Arrow, only that Reyna Godchild on the Spectre. He's going to push in aggressively, trying to contest an A-shot, and I love this move because trying to make it a short-range battle now. Godchild just waiting it out. I really wish Darky would have taken out that drone, but with Godchild position reveal, it's Darky who's unrevealed. He's trying to make those kills happen. Does take a lot of damage from the boom bot, but still he's able to get the second kill. The Cypher playing beautifully, has his Neural Theft ready, could go for the information play here, but instead he's just going to find his 4K. Darky hunting for his ace right now. I hope he doesn't invest in Neural Theft for it though.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be getting that ace, but he's down to such low HP as well. There's a massive chance that he might just take him down, and yes he does. This is what I was expected. Oh, it seems like he's interested in clutching this round out as well. Oh, I thought this is pretty much going to be a little bit of mess up from their side. But finally, this round has been clutched by Arrow.
Was that important?
I understand the idea from Captain Toxic there, the idea that you want to, make that play happen, the highlight play, the clutch after Darky single-handedly got this 4K for himself. But at the end of the day, the Viper's Pit is such a crucial ultimate that a team can use on the attacking side to just effectively guarantee a round for themselves. I feel like you shouldn't use it in a 1v4 situation, especially since the opposite teams knows exactly where you are. The idea of Viper's Pit generally, not only that you get the side control, but they also lose information of where the Viper player is. Since Darky recently had died to Captain Toxic, Arrow knew exactly where Captain Toxic was, and that Viper ultimate down in win. Now Godchild, he's been doing this quite a few rounds in a row, going for the early shower speak, and this time he actually gets value for it. 1 kill and a second in the cards. Has hit 1 shot through the wall, 75 HP down for the side of that Sova, which is down to 85 HP, no shield, and phenomenal. He's gonna re-peek that, and that's not a smart decision.
Exactly, that Reyna is doing a lot of damage onto that side. Jet as well pushing in. 2 kills already found. On the other hand, now, look at that. Dexter, the last man alive from Namak boys. What else can he pull off? Pretty much neck-to-neck competition going on until now. 2-2 rounds. And also kind of on an eco. I really like that little dink being done from Dexter and then instantly backs off. He doesn't really want to commit here. And finally seems like, yep, Reyna is getting a little impatient and she will get the final kill.
The triple kill picked up for Godchild, and considering the fact that they've got their Reyna ultimate as well as the Cypher ultimate down, I don't think it's gonna happen, but I feel like I have a responsibility to mention it. Something that I've seen personally in the international tournaments, especially in the NA and Japanese regions, is that when they have a Reyna and a Cypher in their team and they have their ultimates online, it's just pure W gaming. You pop that Reyna ultimate, you get that Cypher behind her, and you aggressively push, because now Reyna doesn't need kills to pop her soul orbs coming through. She just needs assists. So if both of those players can get a kill, you get all the information you need, and the Reyna gets the resets we want. As expected, though, it's not something we're going to see in this matchup, but I do wish that maybe some teams will try it out. For now, though, Namak boys looking to make their move towards this A-short area, but with all the utility Darky has got set up, if they move through this A-short, he might actually get his ace this time.
He might actually just get his ace this time. Gothchild still there. Jet lurking around. They're just holding. I really like that they're not fully committing here, but I don't like Prota's position, because he might just reveal some intention. That's a beautiful flash out, and this is where Jet peeks out as well, and Prota is just doing so much damage. Look at Jet. She does have the crosshair placement aligned, and that's going to be Dexter taking an exit. One last man alive from Namak boys, and how are they supposed to hold this off? Higher. The nade not really being on point. Definitely did deny a little bit of info for their side, but Jet, beautiful trade out. Darky was taken down, but the Jet, pretty much instant trade.
4-2 now in the favor of Team Arrow, and I do believe the eco of Namak boys is hurting quite a bit. I really like this crossfire setup by Prota and the Jeff for Team Arrow, and I feel like at this point that those sort of proactive plays are going to be crucial for Team Arrow, because against the composition that has a solo controller, you're no longer worried about them, even though you take proactive control, one side being able to force the other side with just that Viper wall, because once the Viper wall comes down, you know where the denial of info is going to be for Team Namak boys. So taking proactive control means that not only do you have info on that side through their own plays, but now because of your Sky, you got info on the other side as well. Now this Jet and Sky playmaker combo, Prota and the Jet, this time towards B long, but Prota has a Trailblazer in his hand. The guy like, my bad, and Prota is going to be able to pop it on time to get a double for himself. The Jet chiming in with one, and this does mean that the eco for Namak boy is going nowhere.
Exactly, the eco for Namak boys to go nowhere, and that's going to be an easy round in the hand of Arrow. Now Arrow are pretty much stomping over Namak boys. In the first two rounds, it looked like Namak boys are doing pretty decent, but now Arrow has completely shifted the tides in their favor.
It's exactly as you said, and I feel like I have to go back to a point you mentioned, Necro, earlier in the pre-show, which is Arrow have to adapt in-game really fast, because Namak boys not a very well-known team. You don't have much info about the way they play. So those first two rounds, you could almost expect the surprise factor coming in. But I have to give props to Arrow for the way they've adapted so quickly, using that Sky to take proactive control on one side of the map, and then using that Reyna as the switch from the Cypher utility. Usually as a Cypher player, you want someone with you so they can take full advantage of your trapfires, and the Reyna is able to do that perfectly. Now Namak boys, this is their buy, and if they don't pull this off, I think the map itself might be a little too far gone, because it's not like this composition excels on the defense particularly, because this Viper becomes a very hard task.
Does become quite a hard task. Gothchild already opening up the fray there. Prota still alive on the B side, looking pretty good. He's aggressing onto the long, and that bird has blinded him for such a long time. And Dexter opening things up as always. This man is doing the role of a duelist. Hire is there in the backlines to provide some cover as well. Seekers are out. MSK positions have been pretty much revealed. And look at that Tiger. Gets done him out phenomenal with that shock dart kill. And wow, Namak boys, just like that, they win another round. We did not expect this to happen. That was a fast push, and then they easily take the round in their hand as well.
Yeah, it's exactly as you said, that fast push really playing into their hands, because Arrow gave them the fights where they wanted, and that's a crucial part of Namak boys' composition. They're only able to control a specific area of the map depending on where Captain Toxic sets up his utility. So if they get their fights around that, they will have that advantage, and then they can look to use it to force the site itself. So Arrow have got to be careful of where they pick their fights, but now with this operator online, it could be a huge factor. The shoulder peek from Captain Toxic though does take it out, and this boombot reveals Darky's position, but not Gothchild's. The flash is going to come through, but Gothchild doesn't care. He's already got one, the dismiss to get him out of the way. I love the way he's using the Reyna to play one-off angles. Because of the dismiss, he's able to get out every single time.
That crosshair placement, he's ready to tap anyone out in his crosshair, but it doesn't matter. Jet is there to do kind of work from his side as well. Showstopper's out. He does know Jet is holding that angle, but that did do kind of a decent amount of damage onto the Jet. Should force it out of her position, and now the rotation's inbound. The spike is outside B, near Hookah. If you can take a look, the Viper has that spike ready. MSK, I like his position. He still hasn't moved from that same position, and that's a well-timed smoke. That means this is just going to be denying so much visual info that the Viper can provide.
MSK just holding on to this position. I don't think they're gonna be expecting here at all. The guiding light from Proda revealing their attacker's presence towards B long, and with MSK holding on, it's really up to Proda if he wants to shut them down right here, right now. Drawing a lot of attention is Darky and the Jet, and Proda finishing it off. A flawless round from Arrow. This is what I mean. You see the Viper wall on the A side. If they lose their fights there, Namak boys, it means the round is over. That's what you lack when you don't play the double controller composition. There's so much pressure on the Viper to play a controller style playstyle. It's not really what she excels at. We regularly hear people talking about how Viper is sort of a controller sentinel mixed, and when she has to play solo controller, she really struggles. And the only reason it works out on Icebox is because there are no good spots to smoke at. So Namak boys, they're gonna have to adapt quick if they want to make this work.
Here comes some forced buys here from their side. Jet, operators on log, and this is where he peeks into crosshair, but missing the shot there. Unfortunately, isn't really able to connect that. Still, look at that Viper. She's trying to do some kind of straight peeks here. Baiting that shot out, that's a beautiful bait right there. They already have to control, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to be expecting the sky there. And yes, Proda doing the exact same thing. Peeking out at the right time and taking both them down, and on the other hand, Gothchild is there to sweep out from the back.
I love this Proda and Vatsahab combo. He takes the damage from the Trailblazer as well. MSK will take a phenomenal, and it leaves it just down to higher. Looking for a job right here with a clutch maybe, where Darky will take him out. That's a rejection letter all the way through. A flawless coming through for Team Arrow. And I have to say, I love the way Proda and Vatsahab have been playing. Again and again, this round, usually it's Proda setting up Vatsahab for the plays, but this round, the sniper from Vatsahab meant that he was taking the initial peeks, he was taking the initial engagements, and that allowed Proda to hold an uncontested, unimaginable angle. Proda able to shut down that B-long approach, despite the Jet missing the shots, meant that the round, again, going for the side of Arrow. I have to say, if it goes to 9-3, those pistols are going to be very hard for Namak boys to pull off.
Those pistols are going to be really hard for them to pull off there. Again, heavy presence outside A. Arrow is completely stomping on the lats of Namak boys, but still, Namak boys are trying their best to fight back from this kind of a situation. Hookah entry being denied. Smokes out there again, and yes, this is what I expected. Swinix just directly dashing in the side, taking down Darky as well. Gothchild is there trying to fight back, but MSK this time doing the job and doing a great job as well. And Proda, this man is on fire right now.
Last round before the switch.
Proda is continuously seeking them out and taking them down. A triple kill in that round. And the funny thing is, usually I'm the sort of person who's continuously wondering, hey, maybe a team should be using their ultimates proactively to make something happen. And very critical if a team does not do that. Arrow have played so phenomenally around their utility. I've never had the moment where I actually want to say, hey, they're not using their ultimates, because if you think about it, I don't think Darky has used his neural theft up till now, but he's never had to, because after that 1-4K, no one dares to go near that A-short area.
Exactly, no one really dares, but as you talk about that, finally we do see that kind of a bathroom contestation happening soon. Showers area should be contested. Darky has been spotted. Position also given away. That means Darky needs to do something. Nade being lobbed from that side as well, forcing Darky out of his position. Darky's intentions pretty much revealed as well. A lot of ruckus has been caused down to the shower side. Dexter's the only one kind of lurking around on the shard, but slowly and steadily he's also moving towards B, and this is kind of a fake ult being used by Cap Toxic. This is absolutely massive. Namak boys playing some mind games out here. MSK taken down instantly, but the info should be provided that he's the only one holding that.
Thing is though, the
Oh, here we
fake,
go.
the rotate was too slow. Because when you do that Viper ult fake, you gotta rotate instantly. Otherwise, when the other team doesn't hear the defuse, they know something is on. And that's exactly why the rotates come out. WhatsApp already getting 1 kill. Pulling out a base storm. Managed with the last of his knife to get that kill coming through. Wants 10 seconds. Godchild coming in with 2 more. And Darky will finish it off. Taking off Captain Toxic on the other side of the map. 9-3 for Team Arrow. And when you think about the fact that out of those 3 rounds, 2 were the pistol and the Spectre round right after, Arrow have been ridiculously dominant on the defense.
Exactly, they have been pretty much ridiculously dominant there. And man, Arrow's making it look real easy. 9-3 already. They just need 3 more rounds in hand, and that's going to be it. Arrow will be closing out the first round so quick. Namak boys, even though they're trying to play some kind of mind games, it's not really working out. Arrow is reading them like a book for now.
This pistol is extremely important for both of these teams, for Namak boys to make sure they have a chance to push back and try to come back on their own defensive half, but for the side of Team Arrow to continue this momentum going on to the second map, because right now this is their map pick that they're playing. No, I believe that this is the really important map pick for Namak boys, so if you take away the morale, it could be huge. Already Captain Toxic going down. We talk about how crucial a controller is, and without that Viper, it's going to be so hard to hold on to site. Higher, it's really up to him to get 1 kill, but he's taken down as well. Lamps control gain, shower control for Darky as well. MSK will take down Sky, and Namak boys, they're collapsing. Left, right, and center.
They're definitely collapsing left, right, and center. God's child still there. That's a beautiful shot from him. Finally, it seems like Arrow got themselves another round. Wow, that's absolutely not a surprise. Arrow is completely stomping on the Namak boys there. But again, props to Namak boys. They're still doing a great job. Don't hate on Namak boys, lads. I absolutely respect them and I absolutely love them as well.
Oh boy, 10-3 right now. With that pistol loss, I do wonder if the side of Namak boys have gone for the force bias, and looking at their agent cards right now, they have not. They're willing to play on that buy. Effectively, that becomes match point, even though it's 11-3. It does make it a really interesting affair, but look at this. The Trailblazer coming out, the dash with the Cloud Burst. Full side control already taken by the side of Team Arrow. 1-for-1 trade does come out. Captain Toxic taking out Darky, maintain shower control, while Lamps control is gained by Godchild. It's the Sky chiming in, taking out WhatsApp, but Rota with an instant trade. It's Godchild with 1, it's action all the way through, and now finally the usage of the teleport to go for a rotate onto B.
Exactly, to go for the rotate on the B. That should be an easy spike plan as well. Not really a lot of investment being done from both the sides, you know. Even Arrow, they did not come into a lot of investment uses, utility uses there. And the way Arrow is dominating, it feels like in finals we might just see Arrow versus Salt. We're not going to be able to see Namak Boy versus Salt anymore. Unfortunately, we're not going to be getting that much amount of Salt. And Proda, again, getting another kill onto his name. If Arrow closes out this round in their favor, yup, it's going to be 11-3. 1 more round needed for Arrow to get bind on their name.
With this round, the next buy round coming through for Namak boys is crucial. They're gonna have only 1 chance to be able to make it right, because if they lose that buy round, the eco is broken, the map point is on for Arrow, and they will finish it off right then and there. So it's important to look at the defaults. Now, the Raze playing Anchor on A-Shot just to delay with her utility as much as possible. I expect she'll have the 1 wave from the Viper to help her out, and then I expect that Viper wall to come through on the shards. It hasn't actually, so potentially using that Viper wall to play for the retake could be their downfall here. But look at this, the flashes come through again, the same dash is higher, does get 1 kill, but I don't think that's worth it, because WhatsApp with the instant trade results in this push advantage for WhatsApp. Lamps control traded into side control as Captain Toxic gets taken out, and WhatsApp will get it all, just barely escaping with his life. He's able to maintain his life in these post-time positions, and Namak boys in impossible situation, I would say. 3v4, I don't know if they can pull off this retake.
Same goes here. I don't really know if they're going to be able to pull off this retake there. But look at
Oh.
WhatsApp again, kind of striking up. Arrow, this is the final round. It seems like, yep, they've pretty much got it in their backpack. Proda is blind for a really long time. Trying his best to clutch this round out, but no, it's going to be set this time. Arrow denies that clutch, and he's like, okay, next time, buddy. 1 more round needed, and that's it. Arrow pretty much will be getting this came, I guess, in their hand easily without any efforts being shown from their side.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Match point for Team Arrow right now, and at this point it's going to be very difficult for Namak boys to be able to do anything. They don't have the eco, they don't have they don't have any ultimates, they have very little utility if they do go for decent weaponry. And with the Seekers ready for Team Arrow, they're going to continue on with their aggressive playstyle. One Seeker only going towards the elbow angle in B tells them that B side completely empty. They're just going to instantly get this spike planted. And with Sev going down, Darky on the lurk just too strong. Now Darky does get taken out, and that means the Seekers is online for the defenders. But the spike being planted, it's really down to this Sova to hold on to elbow for as long as possible, because his team is now coming through for the retake. Rotado playing very aggressively, takes out higher, and now on the site is stuck Arrow. Let's see if Namak boys can pull off this comeback.
So let's see now, can they pull off this comeback? Slowly said the opening kill has been found from Namak boys. Now Cap Toxic is the only one keeping the fight up so far. But look at the confidence being shown from Arrow, and yes, a double peak to close out the game, and that's going to be it. Arrow just makes it look so easy. No efforts being shown from their side. Pretty much an expected win, but I wanted Namak boys to win. Honestly saying, I wanted Namak boys to win there. But it's fine. Arrow, props them. They did quite a great job. Just made it look so easy.
Exactly, and I think it ended up coming down to just that experience. Arrow showing up huge in map 1, that dominant to win, irrespective of whose map that was, that dominant to win will translate into some serious momentum going into map 2. And Namak boys, not a big fan of their composition here. I understand though the idea that it's likely just comfort for themselves. As we talked about, they are one of the newer teams, so they are getting more used to being in the limelight, and they have to be given props for even having made it this far. Top 4 teams in a region consisting of 2 countries, so definitely kudos for that. But at this point, going into Ascent, I really hope they do not, going into Haven, I believe, they do not play that solo Viper, because as bad as it is on Bind, on a large map like Haven, if you play solo Viper controller, I don't know if you can pull that off.
And honestly, I feel like Viper on Heaven isn't really that great, because of course it has 3 sides, and I feel like other than C, other sites are pretty small and compact, so you don't really see the uses of Viper that being used that much on Heaven. So I feel like utilizing Astro, of course, as a controller is the best thing you could do. Even if you want a wall like Viper, you can use that Cosmic Divide. Either you can just try to frag out and get yourself that ult up again.
Definitely. It's just a matter of some kills, you know. Even a couple of ult orbs every round, and you get that wall every few rounds. I mean, it does you. And you also get an added bonus, no audio. So upgraded wall, even almost no audio, no bullets. So hey, that's pretty decent. But hey, coming back to this map, Bind, I think the idea for Arrow always was we force the plants on the attacking side, and then when it comes to the defense, you try to get the op online for that Jet ASAP, because then the Viper gets a lot more comfortable. You actually have a Jet anchoring on another site altogether, which gives the Viper some sort of breathing room. She doesn't have to hold on one side all by herself. But that never happened, because the attacking side was a demolition by Arrow, and that meant that the operator was never in play for their defense. So let's see if Namak boys is able to just reset and come back, because right now Arrow look like they've already set the date and time with Salt Esports, and they're like, Namak down, Salt next, let's go.
Namak down, Salt next. I mean, pretty much the same thing, you know, just different languages out there. I like how you said, Namak down, Salt next. We will come to get you guys out there. But again, Arrow, just making it look so easy. Nothing much can be said in that previous game, honestly. I mean, even if you try to analyze that gameplay, nothing much special moves were being made. It was just Arrow straight up taking down Namak boys. And Namak boys, though, there was one clever move being made from them. There was a real good fake into the bathroom side. The Viper's ultimate was being used. But still, it didn't really work out. And when the aggressive push came in from the Sova, the info was kind of being revealed. The intentions were being revealed instantly that he's the only one holding. Sorry, Cypher was the one who pushed in aggressively. And Cypher probably gave them the info that, okay, he's the only one holding bathrooms, rotate fast to B side, and already the rotations were there on time.
I will say, like, talking about the round you mentioned, right, the Viper fake, at that point, you have 2 options. Either your team rotates hella quick, you walk out of showers slowly, of course, and then you run for the hills and try to get to the other side, because in general, when the defending team sees that Viper ultimate, they wait about 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds to hear that spike being planted. If the spike isn't planted, they know instantly, wait, this is sus, there's something else going on. And you could see Arrow, they're an experienced enough team to understand that. The second option is that if you are going for the slow rotate, you wrap around and come back through a short. That way, faking out your rotation and actually making the other team go towards B, you come back A short, and with the Viper pushing in her Viper split, you wrap onto A site, and that could have been the big brain option, but that never happened. I will say for the side of Team Arrow, though, as you said, not many special things, but the fundamentals were strong. Prota and Bud Sahab continuously taking proactive control, using that Sky to perfection, especially important because it wasn't a Sova Sky. So the Sky had the pressure where she had to be the proactive playmaker, she had to be the info agent. So if she failed in one regard, the results would show in the next. So the fact that they were continuously taking proactive control on different sides of the map, we saw them on B long, we saw them on B short just outside hookah with that crossfire, we saw them even on shovels a couple of times, show that this duo have got their synergy on point.
Exactly, they've caught their synergy on point, that's for sure. I mean, Arrow, honestly, it was just complete domination coming out throughout. And if Arrow keeps on continuing how they played in the previous game, we might just see Arrow versus Salt, as you did say that. And now, upcoming map is, of course, going to be a selection from Arrow. And I just want to see how Arrow is going to be dominating that. I mean, now this was kind of a Namak boys pick to play Bind, and if Arrow is already playing in their home, I don't know what to expect anymore. What do you think? So my brain's not working properly.
I have to say that going into the next map, I do expect Arrow to comfortably pick it up because as good as Namak boys have been in some rounds, and as much props I would want to give them for having made it this far, the fact is that on Haven, experience really just comes out on top. Tacticality really does just come out on top. It's not about executes anymore. So maybe Namak boys will surprise me, but I think Arrow will hit a bullseye with Haven.
Exactly. Arrow will definitely hit a kind of a bullseye onto there. And I feel like, I have the expectations of, Arrow completely dominating. But what do you think? Are we going to be seeing some switches? I feel like Viper isn't really that great, as I did mention.
Yeah.
So we might just see something else being played instead of Viper. I feel like the main problem in Bind here was for that they kind of, the Namak boys were trying their best to, kind of gain their side control, but still utility usage that we talk about, it didn't really seem on point. What do you think? So that's what I feel like Namak boys were lacking in, which is utility usage in general. If that was on point, then maybe a little bit of more team coordination as well. And then Namak boys there, I'm pretty sure they can do it.
I think this match perfectly illustrates how undervalued smokes are in general. Like the double controller meta that is going on even internationally right now, it's for this exact reason, because even if you don't have a ton of utility on your team, the smokes compensate for so much on both sides. On attack, your ability to cut off sightlines as and when you want, and of course on defense, usually your controller agents are playing that anchor role, using the smokes for themselves to just shut down one angle altogether. And that was missing for Namak boys. They had much more of a one-dimensional strategy. Yeah. And as you said, like it did feel like their utility usage was lacking. And I feel like a lot of that because they were trying to save the utility for the post plants. But the issue is they never got to the post plants. So it ended up just being like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Because if they do use their utility early and it ends up being traded out for the other side, it does mean that naturally their post plants are very weak because they don't actually have those smokes or flashes to play. But hey, let's take a look at the scorecard. Protagonist on that Sky. Prota, as we like to call him, 18-3, 3 first bloods. That's a battle Sky.
Exactly. I mean, that's a battle Sky right there. And he did quite a great job as well. I mean, protagonist, of course, so we did see him, just anchoring down that B side. No matter whoever tried to get inside there, they were just not able to make a B push successfully because protagonist was there all the time and he just kept on holding that no matter what happened. On the other hand, if you can take a look at Dexter, kind of Cap Toxic as well. I feel like Cap Toxic did quite a great job, including with Dexter. Higher, phenomenal. I mean, overall, the performance from Namak boys was pretty dull.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't the greatest of performances. Dexter, a bit of a standout player, and I'll say that just speaks to the strength of this guy. hey, teams who you don't play Sky, pick her up, start playing her, because she is one of the agents that is dominating the meta currently. Really an answer to the double control composition, because the more smokes that are there in general, the stronger the Sky gets, because she then has more area to set up her guiding lights, her trailblazers, and in general just more area to work around with, pop flash with, and make some plays happen. But for now, 13-3, Team Arrow playing map 1 phenomenally. We'll take a small break and be back with you in a jiffy as fast as this map 1 went, so don't go anywhere. And that trailer gets me hyped every single time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship. My name is Thea, and joining me is Nekru for semifinals 2 of the Pakistan and Afghanistan Qualifier 1. It's Namak boys versus Team Arrow, and to be honest, Team Arrow have been quite dominant so far with a 13-3 resounding map 1 win. So let's see, map 2, can Namak boys make a comeback? I'll ask you, Nekru, what do you think is a basic fundamental that you want to see change for Namak boys to make that comeback?
Basic fundamental. I mean, I just don't know what to say. I think so. I did mention this
Sure.
before. A little bit more team synergy and a utility usage. A little bit more. I feel like
Mhm.
Namak boys, what they're trying to do here is just, kind of like a pub's gameplay is being showed from their side. Just like a
Yeah.
public gameplay, nothing really much serious being showed. But if they actually do want to make it to the end, then they will have to show a tactical gameplay. There's no other way you can get out of this because Team Arrow is looking pretty strong and dominant. And I feel like they are one of the top tier teams. And if you want to take them down, just playing casually won't work out.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the agent selection screen. The Sky likely to come out from Prota. I do expect that. I wonder if they continue with the same composition. The lack of a Sova definitely going to hurt. I do like the fact that Captain Toxic has switched to the Astra and Hire switching on to the Reyna. Both of those picks make perfect sense to me. But again, the lack of a Cypher or a Sova for Namak boys, Cypher or a Killjoy for Namak boys, definitely going to hurt on their defensive side. And considering that they're starting on the defensive side, going to be a big question mark for me. For the side of Team Arrow, normally I'd say without a Sova, it might be GG. But considering how good Prota is, I think it's okay.
Yeah, definitely it's pretty much okay there. But again, I mean, the picks have been pretty interesting. You see again, Swenix going, 7X going onto that Jet. Then you have Higher on Reyna though this time, Phenomenal on the Sova, then Dexter on the Sky, and then you have Cap Toxic on the Astra. This is the Namak boys kind of roster pick this time. And as I was talking, I want to see that Astra being played, and finally we are seeing that Astra being played. Hopefully though, they utilize her abilities.
As you mentioned earlier as well, Necro, like that utility use is definitely a key fundamental that Namak boys have to step up on Haven, especially because Astra's gravity wells are the engine, really that get them going to get the initial control and then move in. We've seen MSK already been phenomenal on it, so let's see if Captain Toxic can switch over, leave over his toxic controller on that Viper. And I don't mean that in a bad way. She literally is toxic. Like her entire kit is just poison. But hey, on to the Astra now. Gonna have to be a lot more galaxy brained, and we'll see if we can make that happen. Now, this is exactly what I was talking about. Those gravity wells are what gets you that initial control, and because of that, you can see Batsab had pushed into Asus, but now he's gonna move back inside. The A-Long control is the name of the game. Godchild and Batsab each getting killed each, and at this point, Senex, even though he gets one kill, it's not much.
Arrow just straight up walking in the side, just like a casual stroll on a summer day, making it look so easy. Phenomenal and Cap Toxic will be moving in from the CT side. This retake up till now is looking pretty difficult if they want to actually make it happen, because they will have to do a flawless execution overall. Astra placing her utilities, of course, here coming in. Concussion, I really like how they actually did use that concussion as well. Finally,
One enemy
being used into its finest. Straight up walking inside, bunny hopping in, and of course, Butcha. How is he going to be missing that kind of shot?
Pistol picked up for Arrow. They're starting exactly where they left off. High momentums, and Gotcha, like he got a millisecond after his flash wore off to see the opposing Sky and instantly just headshot. That's exactly what you want to see from a Reyna player. Correct aim, and that's exactly what we've been seeing from the Pakistan Afghanistan region in general. But hey, now with those buys coming through for Team Arrow, they're going to look to force the issue down over at Seaside. Just going to leave Darky behind. The Lurk caused a bit of chaos, already doing that with his camp being destroyed. He's going to join his team in the push, getting to Seaside, and maybe plays an aggressive trap at it.
Exactly. Look at this as well, right?
Obscuring vision.
On the other hand side, MSK is already set up quite close. He did aggress in. Arrow, I mean, this round is pretty much looking their favor. Darky will easily take out Senex as well.
Enemy remaining.
Higher try to kind of just jump out, and of course Shorty does not do actually any amount of damage in that kind of a range, so I didn't really expect him to clutch that round out, and that's going to be 2-0. Arrow just establishing their dominance in the game.
That round win. Arrow now on 2-0. The buy round has to go for Namak boys, because I feel like the buy round does not. It will mean the end, because Arrow only one player lost. That means they have the bonus going to come through for them in this round. as you can notice though, actually, Darky and Batsab have both invested, so it won't be a full bonus. A couple of guns invested still. 3 Spectres carried over does mean that they have much lesser money involved as compared to Namak boys. So the stakes higher for Namak boys. They're gonna have to make sure they pull it off. Now the Lear coming through does reveal presence for Arrow in this A-long position, but they don't care. They just want to get in. They want to find those frags, and it's gonna be Darky just slowly coming in on the late lurk from the side of Esports. Another Lear present for the Reina here. I believe she's gonna have to start off the push once again. It's gonna be all up to Godchild to find that first kill, cause the chaos, and dismiss out of there.
Exactly, it's all down to her to find that first kill. Yep, there we go. Rushed inside the side. Nothing much really to be said. It's just Arrow stomping onto them. And as always, Namak boys, again, they will have to make the call to save out. But Arrow, though, they're not gonna let them save that easily. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna be hunting each and every single player down. And Darky pretty much does sense some kind of a fear. Hopefully he does check that T-spawn angle. Up till now, he really hasn't. Phenomenal. Moving it slowly. Has he seen Darky? I think so, he hasn't. But Phenomenal is trying to get some exit frags, and Darky just passed him. Maybe we should check the grass angle again, and yes, as he peeks out, no, Darky again! This is getting me so anxious and nervous. Now look at Senexev. They're holding it off angle, misses that shot and butts up. Wow, beautiful flick right onto his crisp, clean headshot.
3-0 picked off a team Arrow, and I have to say, Namak boys are giving away too much control, too much space for that Sky to set up good pushes. Like, given the lack of a Sova on the side of Team Arrow, you have to punish that. But if they're taking A long, you need to trade back control on Asuas. You need to make sure that they don't have both A-Long and Asuas for themselves, because then you see what happens. Darky able to push through on the late lurk. As soon as he got that 1 kill even, his team was ready to go all the way in. All of that set up because Sky got in through A-Long and was giving away the information using her Trailblazer. Namak boys gonna have to be a lot more proactive, but Arrow, they're not gonna give them a single second to breathe. Sense like, no, instant one tap next to with another. Boys, it's possible comeback, but Darky does calm them down. 1 kill for him, a second. A neutral step should come out right here, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Can Ball Cypher pull off this round?
I mean, there is a massive chance that they can definitely pull it out. Namak boys was on an eco. They did manage to do quite a decent amount of damage onto Arrow already, but the bank is stacked with a lot of money for them as well. So they don't really need to worry off an eco. Even if they lose this round, they should be looking decent. The tag has been made. MSK is not tagged, so at least he's looking decent for now. Another recon there. So much info being given away from this Sova. And look at this rush coming in from both sides. And wow! Darky getting that ace, and just easy, man. It's just making it look real easy. Light work.
Ball Cypher for the win, man. The neural theft giving all the information that Darky needed. He's 9-0-3, refuses to die. I thought he would pop off in his hometown, but then they got so scared after that A-shot 4K, they never went to him, and he's like, you don't come to me, well, I'll come to you now, and I'll show you how it's done. Pulls off a clutch, and that's got to be so demoralizing for Namak boys, because they pulled off some insane shots. They played it pretty well, but still they lose the round, and still Arrow maintain their momentum. Now Zenstep with the operator is able to shut down Gotcha. That's a huge first blood. Will give over some momentum, and look at this. A-long control maintained as well as C-long, so Namak boys making the right moves. Maybe they can open up their scoreboard.
Maybe they can definitely open up their scoreboard without a doubt, and look at this. Senexev again. Holding that garage angle. Arrow up till now is 4-0. They are completely dominating inside this first half. Standing outside B. Slowly and steadily wants to walk in. Finally, seems like Astro has realized there might be a B rush and already dashing inside. Look at Mansab, the aggressive nature being shown, but also dinks Senexev. So he should be down on HP real bad. Senexev did get dinked there. I clearly saw the sparks coming off. And MSK as well taking down Phenomenal with a phenomenal headshot. Already we do see them kind of setting up for those post plans. Darky with another one. Darky, this man is on fire. He's just farming kills like a lawnmower.
2v2 retake is almost impossible. I hope they don't invest the Seekers here, actually, because with the Seekers and just an operator is going to be very impossible. Now, Proto with his jump peaks does spot out the Jet right there with their operator coming in from the defender side. Spawn knows that they're ready. The Seekers are invested, but again, I'm not so sure. Is Proto able to buy a lot of time? Allows for Darky to come through on the late wrap. Darky will pick up the 4K. Catching them off guard, surprising them with his lurk coming through in that late flank from the defender's side. Spawn, that's exactly why I did not want that ultimate invested, and it did mean that not only do Namak boys lose their eco, but they lose those Seekers, and at this point they need every edge they can get, because look at Arrow, they've got all 5 ultimates online. Darky especially, he only used his neural theft 2 rounds back, and now he's ready to tell his team where everyone's at again.
Exactly, just used the neural theft like 2 rounds back, and he's already ready to. He's already setting himself up for success. Here comes an aggressive push again. Arrow is not scared of anyone, at least this point in time. That's a good flash, but Butsab moves back in time. Even the disengage was there from the Reyna. And easily, just walking inside the side, making it look real easy, casual. Nothing much can be said in these kind of side takes, man. There's just making it look so effortless. Wow, that's a good shot from Butsab right there. Feel kind of bad for Setbacks.
The fact that they make it look so effortless just speaks of the confidence they have in running this solo Sky initiator, because that's what you lack on when you don't bring in the solo Sky combination, is that if you don't want to play aggressive, how do you default back on just the Sky? It becomes very, very difficult for a particular team to rely on pure aggression, and it usually is shut down by opposing teams, but that's where the lack of a Sentinel for Namak boys is really paying the price, because when you think about it, given the executes the arrows have continuously pushed through, and given the fact that Butsab on the Jet is always putting in a cloud burst and dashing, you saw something he's done on this map, he was doing this on last map too, as I feel like Cypher would have just shut down Arrow's playstyle altogether, but they don't have that. Instead, the Seekers seeking them out, and they'll find the kills. Sensep and Higher finding one each, but Butsab there for the phase. It's a 3v3, and now the operator's position reveal. Sensep with the 1-yoke able to make it out on time, but Gotcha with the crosshair placement shuts him down. The Cosmic Divide comes through, and Butsab likely to find a 4K and finish off the round right there.
7-0. This might just be a 13 out, and that will be a little insulting for Namak boys. But still, I mean, props that they have made it up till so far. You know, they have made it up till so far. Namak boys. Great place. I mean, nothing much can be said. Arrow is just completely stomping them over. Completely stomping them over. Arrow right now is showing an absolute poggers of a gameplay.
100%. Pogchamp indeed. Okay.
Yep.
See if Namak boys can find some sort of silver lining, something to remember the semi-finals better by, because right now Arrow are not giving them any space. This time onto B side, they've already got the spike planted, and Godchild will find the first blood, gets the healing for himself too, and with Darky still maintaining the flanks, picking up not 1, not 2, a triple kill for himself. What is the spray transfer from Darky?
Yep. That spray transfer was just absolute laser. Precise spray transfer, also missed a shot with the.
That's gotta hurt.
Let's not talk about it. Let's.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Dexter. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's just keep on talking about the game and how Arrow is completely dominating. Yeah.
That goes there.
Ignore that, okay? Do not talk about it.
Darky's spray control and transfer though, finding a triple kill there. Namak boys, they might just have given up right here, Necro, especially after the thing that must not be talked about happened. So here, I will say, for the side of Namak boys, I want to see at least 1 round before they go on to the second half. So maybe they can find some solace in that and then look to come back, because right now, Arrow is dominating, man. And I feel like Arrow, they're just chilling. At this point, it's not like they're actually thinking about mind games or any of that. They're just like, we'll play it simple, we'll play executes, we'll find the duels, and we'll win them, we know for sure. And it's exactly what happens. They get 1 kill, and now the Cypher tells his team exactly where they are. With all that information, Butsab just pressing the W key. Doesn't matter that he misses a couple shots at the starting, because towards the end, he's going to finish them off.
Oh, almost did catch him off guard with that spray transfer again through the smoke there. Cosmic Divide's inbound. Darky is still sent. Aldrin has definitely spotted him out, so we do expect some kind of a pre-fire from their side, but look at this, what's up? Just completely walking in, taking him down easily, just making it look real easy. Some light work. Gothchild from the back line, straightening things out. Phenomenal taken down. This time Phenomenal isn't really able to show any kind of phenomenal gameplay.
Yeah, it's not been phenomenal from him so far, but it has been phenomenal from Arrow. They've been phenomenal, they've been fabulous, they've been fantabulous. You know, I'll give them that as well. Arrow right now dominating, looking for that 13-0. I feel like if you get a 13-0 going into the finals, the amount of confidence it gives you, it just gotta put you on cloud 9 directly. So Arrow, I'm sure they're hunting for that. Let's see if they can make it happen. Again, leaving Darky on the lurk. It's just gonna be W key all the way through down this C area. Copy control taken. The Trailblazer will give them that initial info, and then the duelists, they'll just go hunt them down the way the Trailblazer played them.
There we go. Flashes inbound. Get an entry inside the side. Easily just walking inside. Getting the side control as always. Nothing special really happening here. No kind of strategy is being used from them. They're just straight up walking inside. Arrow is doing a massive amount of light work. Still though, they're trying their best to fight back. Namak Boys is trying their best, but still no kind of success is being found. I really do kind of hear those sad tunings going on in my head. When you try so hard but you don't succeed.
I will say, Namak Boys, if you're watching this broadcast later, don't fret. It's completely okay. We got 2 qualifiers. There's a chance to learn and come back stronger from this. So, you know, they did very well to make it to the top 4. Next qualifier, they can try hard. Like they can learn and push further and try to make it to the finals and potentially even secure that 2nd spot.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just, maybe I'm saying it too soon, but it just doesn't feel like there's stopping Arrow from hitting the mark and going on to the finals. The assault is already ready for them, I guess, because Arrow certainly are. They know what to do and they know how to play their own style, and that's the best part about them. Leave out all the amazing shots that they've hit, leave out all the amazing plays that Prota made in the first map. The fact that this team is following its own identity while playing on the meta. I talked about this before the start of the semifinal matchup 1 even. I want to see meta strats, but I want to see them put their own twist on it, and Arrow's certainly doing that. But hey, look at this. Maybe 1 round on the board for Namak Boys, with this Captain Toxic has picked up the first blood.
Captain Toxic taken down, but Sahab was the one who picked up the first blood there. I feel really bad for Namak Boys because they're just getting bullied at this point. Nothing much can be done, but hey, as you did mention, it's a win-win situation. No matter win, if you lose, you always have that experience going on the back, and you can always say, hey, we made it to the semifinals in the VCC, but still we weren't really able to do that good. You still have a lot of chances in the future as well. Even if you lose in this, just don't let your morale go down. You still have some chances coming up in the future. And actually, that was a really good shot from higher there, if you take a look at that.
Round number 1 picked up for Namak Boys. Let's go!
Wow, here we go.
I'm not sure if it's on, but hey, they at least got themselves on the scorecard. And the fact is that they haven't given up, and I think that speaks volumes about the kind of players and the kind of team they are. The fact that they're still trying to get as many rounds as they can and potentially even come back and win the map speaks that they are a team that never gives up. And I think that's one of the most valued things in any player or any human being in general. That's too deep. Let's not go that far. But any gamer in general. So hey, well, now again, Arrow, I think they are going to be angered, so they will have to fight back. But look at this guy. Dexter just W all the way through with the jump. He's the jury, and he will certainly execute them. Triple kill for Dexter, making up for that initial miss towards April.
Are we going to see a massive comeback happen? We might just see, you know, this might be one of the most legendary moments out there, 1 in a million moments as we like to call it. It's a 1-on-3 situation. One player already has been taken down by MSK. Well, is he going to be able to clutch this out? If he does, I'm going to lose my mind. That would be one of the most insane clutches out there. MSK, make sure to watch your back as well, because there is someone waiting for you. And yes, Phenomenal is there. We'll take out MSK, and that's it for him today. And another round being secured from these lads, and already a first half being concluded there. A dominating first half from Arrow, and finally it seems like 30-0 is a dream for Arrow now. At least somehow Namak Boys managed to squeeze away 2 rounds.
Absolutely, but now that we switched halves, if Namak boys want to make a comeback, they gotta win the pistol. I do think they'll be a lot more comfortable on the attacking side because now the lack of that sentinel isn't gonna hurt them as much. Astra likely to pick up that lurker role while she sets up utility for her team on the other side of the map. She's gonna end up just playing slow on the flip side of the map and just wait to punish aggressive pushes. You do see 4 players of Namak boys stacked up towards this A side. Initial guiding light coming through from Arrow reveals their presence there, but they're still able to take full control. Now the Trailblazer clearing out sewers. An aggressive push in. It should be the Reyna Lear starting the A side.
Exactly. Look at that.
Whoa,
Oh, that's a lot of shots being missed. Okay, we do not really want to talk about that higher though. Oh, look at this, man. It seems like Namak, the beast, have finally woken up. Namak might just make this comeback happen. It's a 2-on-3 situation. If they take this round in their hand, that means the comeback is on. They are on and hunt. Look at Cap Toxic. This is a massive flank, and I'm pretty sure Darky's not going to be expecting this. He will be caught off guard, and yes, he does. The last man is on Heaven. Pretty much the call should be made because no one was spotted on the CT, so he has to be on the Heaven, but I really like this kind of curveball being thrown. 50 seconds left, and still the spike hasn't been planted. The spike hasn't been brought on the side. Namak boy kind of making a rookie mistake there. Spike was being dropped to the back. I thought almost this clutch might happen higher. Stealing that round away. Thank God.
Oh my god, I thought once Gottschall got that first kill and got that Reyna 50 overhealing shield come through.
Oh my god, oh, that was...
Yeah, that hurts.
That hurts to watch. That hurts my eyes. Oh my god.
It's okay, I would say. Given the plays Prota has given us, he gets 1 get out of jail free card. Only 1. If that happens again, then the entire hell of Necro in CA comes down. But for now, it's okay. We'll give you the... no, I'm kidding. Prota, definitely. It happens. You know, it happens to every single player. And it's something that you just take in stride and move on. But for now, double in garage, trying to lead on to this C-side push. Saint-Sev already found 1 kill. Phenomenal and higher chiming in. As you said, the beast is awake and Namak boys fighting back hard. Oh,
they're fighting back hard, but look at that. Buttstop still not giving up in that situation. Sheriff's ringing the bell this time. Spike again dropped all the way back near T-spawn. What's going on? Namak boys, they're leaving the spike back all the time. Buttstop does realize that he has the spike. That means it does give him a lot of advantage inside this. Well, phenomenal from the backlines. Will be taking him down. Buttstop getting completely surprised, and a peekaboo going on here.
Prota lost been standing, and oh no, he's got that ghost, Necro. We saw what happened with that ghost last time. Hope it doesn't happen again. It's just all about doing damage right here. Not expecting him to be able to pull off much, and Saint-Sev with a bullet in his back, able to take him down. That's 4 rounds picked up for Namak boys. They've already got, in the first 2 rounds of their attacking side, they've got as many rounds they got in the 12 rounds of the defense. So I would say attacking side off to an amazing start for Namak boys. Now it's just about continuing that momentum. They have got a bonus for themselves, given the fact that they only lost a couple of guns in that last round. And now with the buys on, especially on their duelist, with Higher picking up that Vandal, that's a buy definitely worth it. So let's see if they can make it work. I really like the fact that they're going towards this mid play, getting initial mid and garage control, then able to look for a B-side execute, because then their Spectres actually get a lot of value finding those mid and closer impactors.
Exactly, it does. This arrow, they do want this retake to happen, but this time it seems like they're not going to let that happen that easily. And I really like how good Namak boys is doing, at least after this first half. In the second half, Namak boys have finally established their presence. It's 4-10, and there's a massive possibility that they might just force this out. That's a good shot from Dark.
Darky's flicks, man, he's too intense, but look at this, the time is running out. You're gonna go for the defuse, the guiding light to make sure that there's no way they can peek out. Darky gets 1 kill, the trades are coming through, Saint-Sev able to pick up a double, but MSK will finish it off, and I think with just over a second, no, actually more, just over 2 seconds, I would say. No, scratch that, homie. 4.5 seconds left. A comfortable diffuse for Arrow and all guns down the drain for Namak boys. Does mean that they won't have a full buy going into this next round, but still they have a bit of a cushion because the last round was a half bonus of sorts.
Exactly. They will definitely have a little bit of safety cushion there for them. Should be able to get a decent buys in the upcoming round. And of course, it's 11 to 4 score line. And I mean, look, Arrow only needs 2 more rounds in their hand, and that's it. That's it. Arrow's going to be moving into finals, facing off Salt. That means Arrow will have to face Salt again. Basically, they will have to go through Salt to win against Salt.
This is practice Saw, and then there's real Saw, and Proto stepping up here, picking up a double MSK, lurking in his smoke, able to take out Captain Toxic. The Seekers coming out, and Arrow are angered. We thought Namak Boys was a Beast Awakened, but this is the Hellhound Awakened for Team Arrow. They're mad. They're like, bro, we wanted a 13-0. You got 4 rounds. That's all it's gonna be. Match and series point coming through for Team Arrow, and given the fact that Namak Boys' eco is likely broken, they should only be able to afford semi-buys. You can see Spectres, maybe even Stinger might come through, or a couple of shares. Does mean that in general, 12-4, it should become 13-4 right here for Team Arrow. They likely with this round should end up in the finals.
Exactly, this round should likely should end up in the finals. And again, final try by these lads to at least keep their run going on for the finals. I really like how Darky's kind of aiming at the common spot for the the dash got stopped by Darky, and that's an absolute beauty spray right there. Did find easy 3 kills, actually a 4K. No, actually a 3K, but still, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They just got that game easily in their hand. Effortless win, right? Even the smiles on their face pretty much describe how easy that was. And actually, protagonist was eating and playing. Wow.
He was just grabbing a couple snacks at the end. But what I really liked was at the end when the Cypher was like, there's no one left to send a message. At the exact time on screen, we saw Darky doing a similar just effortless laugh, you know? He was like, yeah. Whatever. Darky is just phenomenal for me, the standout player, because of course, we didn't get to see a lot of him on Bind, but this is where I value things like conditioning a lot. Once he got that 4K, the fact that out of the 4 power points available on the map, 2 were completely denied. Like, going into A was just scary for Namak Boys after that. Showed his presence there. And then on Haven, I don't have to talk about it. The spray transfers, the flicks. The man was on point. I believe he was the top fragger, so Darky definitely stood out for me. But Namak Boys, with that win, will proceed to the finals of the Pakistan and Afghanistan Qualifier 1, facing against Salt Esports, trying to get their first spot in the VCC Grand Finals. That's going to be a really interesting affair. Sub-Salt done, main Salt next.
I mean, it was actually the Arrows who won that previous match.
I said Namak Boys.
Not Namak Boys. I mean, I do see you there, you know, a little obsessed with that name. I got you.
It's Salt Bay, you know?
Yeah, it's just the Salt Bay. How can you forget about that, man? You know, Salt Bay, of course, we all do love him. And in that previous game, I mean, nothing much to really say, you know. Both the teams, even if they did win those, they were just casually strolling around in the sides, moving inside, getting those kills, dashing in, using those utilities here and there. Maybe if they have the mood, they use the ults as well. And Darky just put on an absolute phenomenal performance in the end there. Nothing much can be said about that man's performance, because he's just mechanical aim, as we like to call it. Darky has that in his arms.
It's very important for a Sentinel player to have that, in my opinion, because usually we see, we end up talking about how duelists have a lot of players with insane mechanical potential. But when you see a Sentinel really pop up, and we saw this in the India qualifiers too, the Sentinels over there in the finals were exactly these sort of players. So I think Darky fits that caliber of player going into the finals, and I'm excited to see him going up against someone like Beast, who definitely fits up that same profile. So it's going to be an interesting affair, that especially Cypher versus Killjoy combo, because Darky prefers that Cypher, Beast prefers that Killjoy. So let's see which agent does come out on top, if it's the advanced tech made through with the Kingdom Corporation, or if it's the nanotech that the Cypher does use from the black market. It'll be an interesting affair. But for now, I think just to talk a little bit about Haven in general, or Team Arrow's composition in general, I do want to see Salt. I assume 100% they're watching this match. I want to see them try and exploit the fact that there's no Sova in Team Arrow's composition. You can do that by finding a defensive playstyle where you shut down the Sky's approach to the map, or by taking proactive control yourself. And while the Sky is taking one side of the map, you just trade it for the other.
Exactly. While this guy's taking the one side of the map, you can easily trade it on the other. And Heaven map, again, look, as we do know, the garage control, if you want to fake, it does come pretty handy. And
Yeah.
in this game, we didn't really see a lot of times garage being contested. Let's be honest, only once or twice. Actually, twice in the entire map. So I feel like if the garage control was being made from any of the teams, the enemy team, of course, the defending team would have had a tough time telling what exactly is going on, because even if you get the garage control, you never know. Either you're going to pushing towards C, or you're just going to be coming out from the CT side and maybe from the lobby try to go towards B from the connector. You never know what's going to happen there, because that's always kind of an enormous factor being created. Because when you're a defender and when you do hear, oh, garage control, but you don't really hear any kind of presence on the C side, so you start kind of thinking around. Your brain starts kind of like mumbling around, oh, what exactly is happening? Because there's no one present in the C side, and there's no one outside B as well. Maybe they're going A, but then out of nowhere, you just pop out of in C, and then just do an absolute fake. That's an incredible strategy as well.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And it's something that I do want to see stepped up in the finals, just the pure tacticality of it, the fakes, the mind reads, the idea that these players can end up outplaying each other. And I want to see the teams try to sort of predict each other as well. I think only once with Salt Esports, I believe we saw them rushing through on an eco, trying to trade and bring through weapons for themselves. I want to see more of that, more gambles, because in a best of 5, especially high risk, high reward plays can give you a huge advantage. It's no longer about those tiny edges, because you already have those top tier teams. A huge advantage can get you that big momentum swing that can push it all the way through the finish line for that particular map at least. But today, Team Arrow were just untouchable. A few rounds definitely lost. I think at the end it was 13-3, 13-4 though, and with only 7 rounds lost in 2 maps, that's pretty fabulous. Let's take a look at the stats to see which player was the MVP. We know Darky, likely the MVP for the side of Arrow. As you can see, 23 kills, man. Wow.
Exactly, wow. 23 kills and 2 first blood as well. On the other hand, Senexev actually did quite a great job as well with 5 first blood out there. This is what was expected from him, and this is what he did as well. Especially when you do play that duelist, you are expecting to go and get those first blood. And Senexev did quite a great job, fulfilling his role in the team. But I still feel like the rest of the teammates needed to step up there. Maybe in the future, as you did mention, give them a little bit of time in the future. Maybe they can do it. But Sahab and Darky kind of tied up in kills. So a little bit of equally distribution coming out from these lads, in the team stats. Of course, MVP has went to Dark, and on the other hand, Senvex has gotten the MVP for himself. But still, I mean, Butsab is there as well. I feel like he should be getting the MVP as well, but because of first bloods, Darky stole it away.
Yeah, the ACS making a huge difference for Darky. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to them who picks up the maybe matters for the $1,500 reward. But other than that, I think their eyes are solely set on just the idea of getting to the grand finals for now. Darky, your MVP of the BO3, 6 first bloods total, and 37-69. That's a flawless KDA if I've ever seen one.
Exactly. I mean, that's a pretty good KTA, as we like to see that. Even the econ rate of 77 and first blood 6, as I did mention. I mean, it was throughout the 2 maps. He got 6 first bloods in total. So Darky, of course, being the MVP of this entire BO3 against the lads of Namak boys. And in the end, ladies and gentlemen, in the final, we're going to be seeing Team Arrow versus Team Salt going up against. And make your bets already. Who do you guys think is going to be winning there?
Oh, it's going to be very interesting. I do want the chat to let me know, because I think going into this next matchup, I'm interested to find out how Salt is able to adapt to Arrow, because while I'm sure Arrow realized that Salt, of course, is much harder than Namak, it is going to come down to just whether or not they stick to their identity. And Arrow is the sort of team I believe will end up just playing their own style. That Solo Sky, Prota, and Butsahab combination, it's very hard to counter, especially when you don't have a Cypher on your team. I wonder if Salt can pick up that Cypher coming through tomorrow, maybe have an answer to it, or maybe just have the Killjoy setups ready accordingly. Without the Cypher or Killjoy, though, it's going to be very hard. So I'm interested to see how Bind does end up out, because with that Breach Sage combination that Salt plays compared to what the side of Arrow likes to play, just pure aggression on the Breach on one side versus the Arrow style on the Sky, I think it's just going to be brawl after brawl, massacre after massacre.
Yep. I like how you pointed that out, and on the other hand as well, Arrow have been doing quite a great job aggressing around as well. And in the end, I mean, Salt also are pretty good adapting and reading out the enemy
Yeah.
teams. And same goes with Arrow. So they both are quite good.
Definitely. It's going to be interesting to see if we get to see those outplays, if we get to see those reads. And I want to see which team has done the better prep because
Yep,
I
exactly.
expect both teams to have watched the maps today. But let's take a look at another stat graphic right here. It's going to be the top 5 players of the semifinal series. Darky, of course, leading the charts. But who really stands out to me, and I'm really sorry, I have to say it, but it's Stranger. Like, Stranger, the solo Sova player in
Yep.
these top 5s. Not the solo, sorry, my bad. King right next to him. Both these Sova players, absolutely outstanding today.
Exactly, and look at the stats as well, right? But King just a little bit forward in that. If you take a look at that, he has less deaths, which is really important. He only has 45, and absolutely big stats coming out from both these Soa mains, and what we expected. They delivered, they got it, and honestly, I did not expect such a banger of a performance from Salt. I just can't get that fact out of my head
Yeah.
that Salt actually dominated the entire competition against them. And pretty much, I mean, this day has been pretty weird throughout, you know. Namak Boys, I wanted Namak Boys to kind of do good, but at the same time, I knew that, you know, Arrow might just dominate Namak Boys in the end.
Yeah, but that's going to be the end of the semifinals date today.
Wait, before you end, I just want to say, sheesh!
I love that. I hope we get to see a lot more of that tomorrow because
Yeah,
there's going to be a lot
we
of
will.
banger. And if you want to see it, make sure you subscribe, get that notifications bell on. Before now, we're just going to end it off, and we'll see you tomorrow with the finals. I'm not sure sharp at exactly what time, but you will find out if you hit the notifications bell because you'll get a notification on whichever device you're on. So we'll see you there with the NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship. Have a good night. Bye-bye.